Ух ты. Дилюк, привет. Охренеть. Охренеть, она крутая.
Once, there was a glorious kingdom established among the heavens.
Weigh upon your soul. You stand condemned. Your penance is due. Through me, justice is served. You stand condemned. Guilty.
Блин, он прикольно прыгает.
Good roll. Yeah.
А. Такую я не могу пойти. Сейчас вспомнила, что это за хуйня. У меня так много всех, и я ничего не прошла.
Everybody stand! Now you shall perish! Shine down!
A process of elimination. Very high.
Еще маленький на мне. Кто-нибудь. Памперс.
It's been a while since we first set foot on Inazuma. So many things have happened since then. Yeah, we've definitely made some progress on our journey. So, where should we go today? Huh? What's up? Hey! What the heck was that for?
Где это? Чё? Чубатик. Чубабек.
Doesn't want to talk, huh? All right, let's convince him to calm down a little.
Quietly now. Busted. There is no escape.
Huh? So you don't have a vision after all? Seems like I've mistaken you for someone else.
At the very least, you should make sure you've got the right person before you go attacking them. No, wait. Even when you've got the right person, you shouldn't go attacking them out of the blue. It's dangerous.
Have you ever met someone by the name of Kaedahara Kazuha? He carries a sword just like you. I've also heard that he possesses an animal vision. That's none of your business. Never mind. You don't look like you know anything anyway. I'm wasting my time.
What the heck is this guy's problem? Coming around here, waving that weird sword in our faces, and he didn't even apologize. Seems like a real nutcase. Well, one thing's for sure. No way are we telling him anything about Kazuha. Hey! Don't be mean! Paimon's smart lots of the time! Anyway, just to be on the safe side, we should go find Kazuha right away and tell him to watch his back. Oh? What kind of hunch? A special connection? You mean beyond already knowing each other? Yeah. Maybe a little. But then again, most people look pretty much the same once they start fighting, so that doesn't really prove anything. Anyway, there's no time to lose. Let's go tell Kazuha so we won't get into any danger. Paimon heard that the Crux fleet is stocking up in Rito at the moment. Let's look for him there.
Yeah.
Kazuha is.
You're looking for Kazuha too, huh? Guess he must have done something impressive after all. Well, we took the small vessels into Rito on a routine supply run, only this time, as soon as we entered the harbor, we ran into a huge crowd of Inazumans, all of them wanting to know about Kazuha. If it's because of that battle on Nizuchi Beach, Captain Beto had a great run there too, but I don't see her getting this kind of attention. Kazuha keeps to himself most of the time. In fact, there are times when he doesn't even listen to the captain, but she just laughs it off.
So, you still don't know what he did?
I've heard bits and pieces. Something about him blocking the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi. Is it really as big a deal as everyone's making it out to be? Really? Wow. When you put it like that, it all makes sense. In that case, his newfound stardom is well deserved. He was called away earlier by some people from the Tenryo Commission. They said they had something important to discuss with him. I thought they'd come to arrest him at first. Turns out they couldn't have been friendlier to him. Seems like they really respect the guy.
Just a little while ago, this would have been completely unimaginable. Thank you! Guess we'll go pay a visit to the Tenryo Commission.
All right then. I'll just stay here and carry on trying to fend off the crowd.
Ой, далеко.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
No commotion will be tolerated.
Yep. Yep.
You should watch what you say, honorary knight.
Ладно.
Oh? It's you.
Greetings. We were just discussing the repealing of the Vision Hunt Decree. Since you're here, you're very welcome to listen in on the conversation. We invited Mr. Kaidahara here to extend a gesture of goodwill on behalf of the Shogunate. Your hard work has secured for us the agreeable state of affairs that we now enjoy. Also, I've been granted the chance to correct my clan's past mistakes, and for that, I'm deeply grateful. The Almighty Shogun has issued a large array of directives aimed at resolving, or at least easing, the tensions that have built up over the years. The Tri-Commission has made the recommend... Regarding the history of the Kaidahara clan, I trust that you're already somewhat informed? In short, there was once a group of select bladesmiths who served the Shogun directly, responsible for upholding and further developing the traditional blade forging arts of the Almighty Shogun. The Kaidahara clan belonged to this class. But there came a time when some of these bladesmiths revolted and fled to Snezhnaya. Both the Kaidahara and Kamisato clans were held accountable for lax oversight, and entered a period of great turmoil. We later learned that the whole misadventure had been secretly orchestrated by the Fatui. Attributing all of the blame to the Kamisato and Kaedahara clans was neither proper nor just. Considering Mr. Kaedahara has once more made an outstanding contribution to Inazuma, the Almighty Shogun believes he should not only be rewarded for his achievements, but also receive recompense for the excessive punishment borne by his clan in the past. In the interest of preventing further harassment of the Bladesmith clans by the Fatui, we chose not to publicly release the findings of our investigations into these matters. We trust you can understand why this was necessary.
This is a true honor. I am delighted to be in a position to receive the goodwill of the Almighty Shogun and the Shogunate at large. However, would I be correct to assume that this magnanimous gesture does not come without some strings attached?
I can assure you that nothing could be further from the truth. We seek only to correct a past injustice. With the Kaedahara clan's reputation and occupation restored, the Kaedaharas will be bladesmiths once more, and your wanderings will finally come to an end. You will be able to lead a safe and prosperous life in Inazuma City with the Almighty Shogun's blessing and full support of the Shogunate.
I have grown accustomed to life among the elements. I fear I would no longer feel at home behind the tall walls of a stately abode. Yet my ancestors did indeed take great pride in the name of Kaedahara, and the art of blade making for which it stood. I do have a responsibility to restore their honor.
I sense some hesitation in your words. Should you accept this offer, I imagine many of the malicious rumors currently circulating through the populace will disappear.
Malicious rumors? All we heard on the way here was so much praise that we almost wondered whether there was another Kaedahara Kazuha in town.
Well, to some, the Muso no Hitotachi is something that can never be defeated. They cannot accept the idea that Mr. Kaedahara really parried the Shogun's strike. Also, eyewitnesses saw him using the power of Electro in addition to that of Animo. As a result, the falsehood that Kaedahara Kazuha was using a delusion began to spread.
What? But that doesn't make sense. Using a delusion turns you old and frail, and Kazuha still looks fine.
That is correct. However, to some people, the idea of a single person wielding two elements at once is a more inconceivable notion still.
This is just one of many similar rumors. I am very uncomfortable with being the subject of public discussion, no matter whether it brings suspicion or stardom my way. But perhaps if the Shogunate is willing to publicly support me, this situation will blow over more quickly.
This is precisely why I encourage you to give our offer some serious thought. It stands to benefit all of us.
Please allow me some time to consider. In fact, let us put this discussion on hold for the moment. Well then, what brings the two of you here?
Yikes! We nearly forgot about the most important thing!
Why would such a dangerous individual be looking for me? No. This puzzles me as much as it does you. My fighting forms were taught to me by my family, based on techniques originally developed for blade testing. We undergo rigorous training to standardize every motion the blade is put through, so that each can be fairly assessed for quality. Over time, these techniques came to form something of a Kaedahara sword art, focused on blade testing, but with a full repertoire of combat forms. Those forms are quite different from the more practical ones typically used by samurai in battle. So it's hard to imagine that the similarity you speak of was coincidence alone.
All the more reason to watch your back! This guy was a serious nutcase.
Indeed. He sounds highly aggressive. Anyone he targets is at risk of serious injury, or worse.
In that case,
Oh.
I will send some men out immediately to search for him.
Thank you. I must say, I am now very curious about this matter, and I will also need some time to consider your offer. I will first join the Traveler in investigating the one who attacked him, then give you a conclusive answer upon my return.
Very well. Please stay safe.
Come on. Let's go and track down your aggressor.
The detective agency knows the most about what goes on in town. Let's see what Ryuji has to say.
There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all. Wait. Huh? No. Whatever. The scribe's work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position.
Продули. Интересно, реально это все сделать за один день?
Traveler, you've come.
Wait, this sounds like another.
It is as you say. Look,
Huh?
not long ago, we received.
Contaminated?
I don't know about the specific. The Avidia Forest. That's why I want to ask you to investigate the situation. Even if all you can do is stop the contamination from spreading, that will still save many people.
This is forest business. Maybe Tainari will know something. Let's go find him.
No. Whatever. Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples. Wait. Huh? No. Whatever. The scribe's
Rebooting.
work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position.
This is where you've been, Tainari? That's...
Shh. Keep your voice down.
Tainari, everything's spinning. Am I going to die? Tell Mom that I should have listened to her. And tell Suna that I'm sorry for breaking her toy. I didn't tell her because I was scared that she wouldn't play with me anymore. Tainari, I heard that people turn into birds after they die. Is that true? I feel like I'm getting lighter.
What happened? Tainari, is he...
Okay, enough nonsense. You just have a small fever. Take your medication and rest. You'll be bouncing off the walls in no time.
Really? Then, can you keep the thing about the toy a secret for now?
No can do. You're a big kid now. Once you've recovered, go and apologize. Keeping secrets to yourself won't solve anything.
Oh.
Hey, let me ask you something. I recall that you're usually pretty healthy. How did you get this sick all of a sudden?
I don't know either. Mom's been telling me not to play in the forest. I just wanted to look inside. It's different from before. I got lost and went around in a huge circle. After I got out, I started feeling dizzy.
Could it be?
So that's how this whole mess happened. Anyway, go rest. No running around until I say so, got it? Traveler, Paimon, let's step out for now.
Mr. Forest Watcher, how is my son?
I gave him some antipyretics. Let him rest here for a while. I told him that he would feel better after some medicine and rest, but I only said that to comfort him. His symptoms resemble a fever, but something else is causing them. They seem more akin to a disruption in his psyche. Antipyretics won't be of much use.
What do we do? Mr. Forest Watcher, you have to help him.
If memory serves, a plant called Vasanti grass can help soothe the mind. A small number grow in arid deserts. They usually look like shriveled weeds, but can be revitalized with a splash of water. They're expensive and unable to grow in the Avidya forest's climate, so I don't have any on hand. I'll ask the caravans. Go find Kale, have her prepare medicinal tools and a set of traveling gear for me.
All right. Thank you.
Contaminated region, huh? Is that why you two are also here?
Yep. Is it a new withering zone?
Doesn't seem like one. Whether you look at scale, internal conditions, or resultant effects, they're completely different. The only thing they have in common is that they aren't welcome. This nuisance made itself home in the Avidya forest, so I can't turn a blind eye.
We feel the same way.
All right. Let's contact the caravans first and purchase some Vasanti grass. We can also ask about the contaminated region. There's no time to waste. We have to move quickly. Let's go.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
Excuse me. I'd like to purchase some Vasanti grass. Do you have any?
I'm sorry, Mr. Forest Watcher, but we've been closed for the past few days.
Closed? Now that's odd. It's my first time hearing you say something like that.
It's a long story. Some of our goods were stolen recently. They were mechanical parts that we got from the academia. Although they're old models, they still fetch a good price on the market. Our caravans had to pull together more to afford those parts. Now that they've been lost, we'll likely come up short this trip. All the merchants talked it over, and we decided to raise the prices of our remaining inventory. Until this plan takes effect, none of us can privately sell anything.
I don't get it. If these goods are so important, then why not think of a way to get them back? Raising prices won't solve anything. At best, you're shoving the consequences of the robbery onto your customers.
Mr. Forest Watcher, it's not that we don't want to. It's just the thief disappeared into the deepest parts of the forest. We asked around, and apparently the forest has been very unusual as of late. Anyone who goes in experiences mental anomalies. We can't keep waiting out here for the thief to come out. All we could do is come up with another solution.
So the bandit hid in the contaminated region after stealing those mechanical parts. How many people were there in total? Were they not affected by the contaminated region?
That crook came from the contaminated region. As for how many, there weren't any people.
No people?
Even if I tell you, you might not believe me. Fine. The thief that stole our parts was a huge mechanical crab!
What the heck? The Avidia forest has creatures like that?
To be honest, I'd rather not think about it. It moved too skillfully to be new at this. It came out of nowhere. Before we could react, it swiped our goods and ran away. We were all shocked. By the time we came to our senses, the thief was already long gone.
I see. If we help you retrieve your stolen goods, then business will return to normal?
Oh, but of course! Not only that, but you'll become one of our caravan's VIPs on all future purchases of any...
Enough. Tell me something that's actually useful. Any leads on that mechanical crab?
Maybe one. After our goods were stolen, we specifically got someone to assess the situation. If you're interested, you can go and talk to them.
All right. We'll go and have a word.
It's hurting again. It's hurting again.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
It's hurting again.
There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all.
After the goods were stolen, I made multiple inquiries with nearby caravans and residents. It turns out that many others have also been robbed by that crooked crab. However, the crab only seems to be interested in machinery. It doesn't even bat an eye at other valuables. A caravan carrying a large amount of mora had an uneventful trip, but another caravan had a child whose metal toy was taken. Whatever the case, that thing is a scourge. We'll eventually think of a way to get rid of it.
Wait. Huh?
It's hurting again.
That mechanical crab is fast, strong, and a pain to deal with. 10 of us might not even be able to take that thing head on. Didn't academia ban research on mechanical life forms years ago? Where did that thing come from? Our salaries even got slashed because of it. Ugh. Who would have thought that that robber wasn't a human, but a mechanical crab? This is rough.
I heard from the caravanners that there have been a lot of robberies lately, but we haven't been affected. We don't normally see the mechanical crab, and it doesn't disturb our daily lives. It only shows up when the caravans are here, and it runs back to the contaminated region after it's done making a mess.
You haven't tried capturing it?
We have, but it's too agile and fast. However, we did unexpectedly learn something the last time we tried to capture it. It apparently lives in the deepest part of the forest, so instead of immediately moving its spoils, it first hides them nearby. Once its stash grows large enough, it moves everything in one go. You'll have to move fast if you want those goods back.
Keep some Sumeru roses on hand. There'll always be a use for them.
I only take orders from my employer. I only take orders from my employer.
Keep some Sumeru roses on hand. There'll always be a use for them.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
Keep some Sumeru roses on hand. There'll always be a use for them.
I only take orders from my employer.
Keep some Sumeru roses on
Wait.
hand. There'll
Huh?
always be a use for them.
No. Whatever.
I only take orders from my employer.
You should watch what you say, honorary knight.
Sumeru roses on hand. There'll always be a use for them.
I only take orders from my employer.
There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all.
Sumeru roses on hand. There'll always be a use for them.
How are things? Did you make any progress?
We learned of its behaviors, but much still remains unclear. Assuming normal operational status, mechanical constructs generally act according to their given commands. If I were its owner, I'd command it to steal more valuable things. Or the mora you made. That would be the most efficient method. But it only goes after mechanical components. This doesn't make any sense.
Right. It's really weird.
So, you all found a way to retrieve our goods?
Do you have any more mechanical parts with you?
Yes, I still have a small bag of samples. They weren't taken since I keep them on me at all times. Oh, are you planning to...
Under constant external conditions, organisms rarely initiate changes in their habits. Here's what we know so far. It has a mechanical composition, it lives in the contaminated region, and it comes out to steal mechanical components. If we have said components, we can lure it out, capture it, and then make observations for further conclusions. Well, chatting like this won't get us anywhere. We're only wasting time.
You're right. We don't have any other options right now. This bag of samples is all yours, Mr. Forest Watcher. If you can get our goods back, the caravans will reward you generously.
We don't need anything in return, but I'll be keeping this bag. I may have other uses for it later. We'll also need to borrow a sumpter beast. Our act has to be convincing if we want the crab to fall for it.
Oh, yeah, no problem at all. If it means getting our things back, you can even borrow me to do whatever you need.
I'll have to decline that offer. Anyway, we'll use the mechanical components and sumpter beast to pose as a transiting caravan and lure out the crab. Once it appears, capture it. I leave the timing to you.
Don't worry, we're professionals.
Here comes the catch.
Easy money.
Shine down!
Looking at the trade routes and the contaminated region's current perimeter, the goods were likely stolen somewhere around here.
Then let's get to it. We'll definitely capture that criminal crab.
Okay, we'll start from here and have the sumpter beast with the components on board lead the way. This sumpter beast isn't familiar with us yet, so be calm and take your time with it.
The sumpter beast went ahead. Let's keep up with it. Why'd it stop?
Looks like it's loafing around. Or maybe it's hungry. The caravanners grew disheartened after their goods were stolen, so they probably didn't feed their animals as scheduled. Let's give it something to eat. It looks strong. Be careful.
I'm going in!
Flicker.
Torn to oblivion!
Things are about to get dicey. Take it easy.
Just try to escape this time, you naughty caravan robbing crab! Hey, playing dumb won't save you. Spill it! Why are you stealing so many mechanical parts?
It doesn't seem capable of comprehending complex questions. I don't know why you're stealing mechanical parts, but they don't belong to you. Stolen items must be returned to their You came from the depths of the If you take us there, I'll give you some mechanical parts as a reward.
It reacted!
We can't be certain yet. Its excitement may be a simple programmed response upon seeing mechanical components.
Okay, so you want the crowd to lead us into the contaminated region?
That's right. The contaminated region has a large and currently expanding perimeter, so it would be difficult to conduct a thorough search. If we charge straight in, we'll get lost like headless pigeons. Also, our new friend here seems to be full of secrets. I've been studying this contaminated region recently, and I have a hypothesis of my own. So to be absolutely safe, it would be best to have a guide lead the way.
Paimon gets it now. Does this scuttler understand what you're saying?
It doesn't have to, as long as it isn't hostile towards us. I gave it some components that it will definitely take back to the contaminated region. So long as it doesn't attack us, we can simply follow along.
It seems to be really happy.
Listen to me. Wait for us here. No running off. We'll be back soon. If you're still here when we return, I'll give you another mechanical part as a reward. Understood? I'm not sure, but our priorities are to retrieve the mechanical components, and we should return.
These are the mechanical parts that were stolen! You really got them back for us! Thank you all so very much. I don't know how I can repay you. Wait, didn't you want to purchase Vasanti grass? Don't worry about the price. They're on the house. How many do you need?
2 is enough.
No, that won't do. Here, I'll throw in some more.
No need. I've already received a reward from you.
Reward? You mean that bag of mechanical parts? They aren't worth much compared to this merchandise.
But those parts are very useful to me. Just like the Vasanti grass. I retrieved the things you needed, and you gave me what I needed in return. We're even. Oh, and before we go, just a reminder, the forest has an intricate and biodiverse ecosystem. Even if there were no mechanical crabs, other dangers are still present. Take caution on this route.
Noted. Thank you all ever so much.
Let's return to the village. The earlier we can give the child medicine, the sooner he'll start feeling better.
Watch out for pick
Traveler and Paimon? Master, I prepared the pharmaceutical equipment. Do you...
No need. A precise dosage is required this time.
Oh. Okay.
But once I'm done, you can deliver the medication to the child. He gets a little nervous when I'm around for too long. I'll go prepare the medication. Traveler, give...
How is he? Doing any... That's wonderful! Oh yeah. He asked me to tell you Suna didn't get mad. So
It's nothing.
Of course I did.
Yes, we're going. I'm leaving everything to you.
Huh?
Many things are learned by doing. Deal with problems.
That's right. All right. Master, Traveler, Paimon, take care.
We'll be all right. You put too much Let's return and find that.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
We're here. This should be... Huh? Where's the crab? Did it secretly scuttle away?
Huh. The traps weren't triggered, so it should still... You honored our agreement and waited here until we returned. As such, I'll hold up my end and give you another mechanical part. Keep it safe. I'm not giving you another one if you lose it. Glad you're satisfied. If you want more mechanical parts, take us deeper into the contaminated region. I want to see what happens.
So this is the contaminated region that everyone's been talking about. Oh, it definitely looks different from normal. It's like really creepy and suffocating.
Do you feel unwell at all? Good. It's as I predicted. Elemental power confers a degree of resistance against the contaminated region's influence.
How do you know that?
I haven't entered the contaminated region for a proper investigation, but I've conducted quite a few controlled experiments. My observations during our time here have all but confirmed my hypothesis. Look at these flowers. How are they different from normal? This flower species is formally known as the Sumeru rose, but it is also known as the ley line lodestar. They're sensitive to ley lines and emit varying amounts of light in response. Excessive brightness indicates a dangerous level of ley line activity in the surrounding area. From the looks of things, the ley lines around here are already out of control.
You're saying the contamination here is coming from ley lines?
I Can't confirm that right now, but I think that is the case. Let's take another look around and see if we can discover more clues.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
You know, we haven't seen any animals this entire time. The birds used to chirp really loudly, and there were a lot of foxes.
This contaminated region currently appears to have a critical efflux of ley line energy, which is probably the root cause of the patient's cognitive disturbances. Some animals have keen awareness. They sensed something abnormal in this area and fled.
Leaky ley lines sure can cause a lot of damage, huh?
Like how plants have preferred growth conditions, we also gradually habituate to our surrounding environment. Climate, temperature, humidity, intensity of ley line energies. When people live under fixed conditions, they reach a sort of homeostasis with their environment. This equilibrium is broken when the surrounding environment abruptly changes, causing people's bodies to react in abnormal ways. If normal fluctuations in temperature occur, then our bodies automatically adjust. However, the average person cannot adapt to changes in ley line energy.
Then why are we okay?
I'm not sure why you... Of course, it's not a good idea to spend too much time in areas with concentrated ley line energy. That's about it for the investigation. Help me find an open space. I want to test... Environment, no wind. Target parameters, normal. Setup complete. Excellent. Looks like it's working.
What's this?
A purification device that I made. It can absorb excess ley line energy and temporarily stabilize an area.
What a neat thing! Let's set up more and cover the entire region!
I wouldn't mind if that would actually work. Unfortunately, once this contamination is present, it isn't something that a few purification devices can fix. The purification devices have their limits. At best, they can only prevent the contaminated region from expanding temporarily. If we want to permanently eradicate the contamination from the ley line effluents, we'll need to tackle the source. That's right.
Huh? The mechanical crab is acting a little strange.
Something's approaching. So that's it. Now that the ley line energy has stabilized, the monsters that had left are starting to return. Get rid of them quickly. Don't let them get close to the purification device.
Well now. Flicker.
There is no escape! Gotcha!
Whew! That's all of them! and keep up. The mechanical crab went that way. Let's keep up.
Help! Help!
Busted. Quietly now.
Scatter!
Now you shall perish! Here comes the catch.
Spare me! Please spare me!
Hey, are you okay?
These injuries are superficial. Don't move, I'll patch you up.
Don't worry, we took...
Oh, good. It's a monster! Hurry, attack it!
How do we explain this? Krabby here isn't a bad guy. It heard you shouting for help and brought us here to rescue you.
It's faking it. It has to be. Maybe it's gonna partner up with the other mechanical monsters and kill me. Do you know what's inside the forest? It's all crawling with mechanical freaks. I just came here to pick herbs, but I accidentally went into the contaminated region and almost died. I gotta get out of here. Yes. I have to escape. Be careful. These mechanical life forms are up to no good. It'd be best if you stayed far, far away from them. No wonder the academia wanted to
His inarticulate speech and bodily tremors indicate psyche disruption. We've purified the ley line energy over there. Follow this path out and you'll soon see the village. At that point, someone will bring him to Kale for help. I already prepared medication that will return him to normal. So you think you did a good job and want a part as your reward?
It's so hard to understand.
Alright, regardless of what you're thinking, you did some real good this time. That's why I'll give you another mechanical part. Need any help with it? Guess not. Well, make sure to hang on to it. What was going through your owner's mind when he made you, I wonder? You're like a giant mechanical crab on the outside and a fluffy little hamster on the inside. And also, how do you feel about that person saying that you're as evil as the other mechanical life forms?
Okay, it definitely doesn't understand you.
It seems like it possesses limited understanding only towards matters related to mechanical components. Help others to get parts. That's probably its thought process. As for why it, or rather its owner, is collecting so many components, I'm not sure. It's getting late, so let's set up camp for the night. We'll explore further tomorrow, after a night's rest. Hey, over here! Come on, you big lummox, raise your head and look up! Let's set up camp here.
Alright,
Oh. Any particular...
this place is perfect to put up a big tent. We can also set up a cooking pot and cook tons of delicious...
You're not wrong, but the primary reason for choosing this place is because its higher elevation keeps us away from the water vapor below. Rainforests are very wet. You should always be careful when spending the night in damp places. For the next tasks at hand, let's divide and conquer. I'll set up the tent, you'll be in charge of making the fire, and Paimon will forage for edibles nearby.
Leave it to Paimon. Paimon's a pro.
I'm not expecting that much. Just do what you can. That's right. You can use rushes to start a fire in the wilderness. Their piths are relatively dry and can be readily set aflame. The downside is that they produce a lot of smoke.
Traveler, Tainari, Paimon couldn't find any food. Paimon didn't know that rainforest had so many interesting plants until we came here. There were all sort of weird-looking mushrooms, but Paimon didn't know which ones were edible. Paimon also saw wild berries on the ground, and Paimon was gonna fly over and pick them up, but the dead leaves on top suddenly started moving. It freaked Paimon out.
Those were probably dead leaf butterflies. They camouflage as dead leaves to evade predators. My guess is that they mistook you for a bird when you flew over, so they fled. Little did they know that you were more scared than they were. Never mind. The tent's up, so you two go rest. I'll forage for food. Oh, you found some already.
Paimon understands it this time. It wants mechanical parts again.
Sorry, no part this time. That task wasn't important enough. If I'll note little things like this and give a cumulative that is...
It looks really sad.
After some further thought, it might come up with some weird misunderstanding if I don't give it something. Alright, here's another for you. I'm off to prepare dinner. We'll take shifts on lookout duty tonight. You two can sleep first. I'll wake you up later.
We need lookouts?
Yes. Even though most animals fled because of the ley lines, we can't completely let down our guard. It's settled then. I'll set up some pest repelling devices so poisonous insects don't come crawling into the tent. Have a good night. Not too good, though.
Paimon's getting sleepy. Is this because of the ley lines? It's been a while since we camped outside like this. This is like when we just started adventuring together.
You're awake earlier than I expected. Did you sleep well? That's good. I was worried that you two wouldn't be able to sleep, so I specially used 2 of my homemade incenses. Don't worry. They're made from all natural ingredients. They have a light fragrance and aren't harmful to the body. Speaking of which, have you seen the crab? It was scampering around over there just now, but I don't know where it went. So you can tell. My suspicion is less towards the crab and more directed to its unrevealed owner. A ley line effluence of this magnitude occurred without any warning. Someone probably disrupted the natural flow of the ley lines. Until we fully understand the situation, take extra caution. The academia has banned mechanical lifeform research for years, so the origin of these creatures is very suspect. Topics related to mechanical lifeforms were popular in the Spontama for a time. Some of my juniors had also thrown themselves into such research. They proposed an intriguing idea. Use our knowledge to create a new and practical lifeform that could help humanity conquer nature. However, no matter which modules or parts are installed, a machine is innately a construct that receives and executes commands. They can never possess self-awareness like us or other living organisms. In their pursuit to discover the differences between mechanical and biological lifeforms, zealous researchers performed unregulated vivisections and other absurdly cruel experiments on animals. Research on mechanical lifeforms was thus banned. The irony is that the researchers became even more impetuous afterward. Who knows? Maybe this subject will be unbanned in a few years. That's a difficult question to answer. I'm interested in the topic of mechanical life, but I don't like the researchers' attitudes. It's just my personal opinion. My ancestors and the Valuka Shuna of the desert coexisted together and supported one another. The bloodline of my people was born from this symbiotic relationship. So to me, all life is important. To understand life, you must first respect it. Life is not an expendable commodity, and knowledge should not be wielded like a scepter. These are the points of contention I have with some researchers, and why I left the academia. By placing yourself above other life forms, what kind of results do you expect to get from researching pure life with impure intentions? Really? Well, I'm glad to hear it. Coffee? Did you prepare this for us? All right.
Кофе замутил
Seeing that you're
робот.
working so hard to help out, I'll give you another part. You're not planning on using it. Many of your own parts are critically degraded, and you're running low on power. All right. Suit yourself. Oh, and thanks for the coffee, but I'm about to go to sleep. Leave it with him. The night watch is yours. Stay safe.
Лисичка.
Sorry. Paimon slept through the entire night. Don't worry. Paimon will be sure to stay awake next time.
Good morning, Traveler and Paimon. Quick question. Me too. The farther in we go, the closer we get to the source of the ley line effluence. We'll be heading out earlier today. I'll take down the tent.
Is there something we can do?
Extinguish our fire so we don't set the entire forest aflame. Also, retrieve the pest-repelling devices from last night. We don't want to affect the ecosystem here.
Got it! Paimon will take care of the fire.
All right. Let's meet back here later. All right. It's about time to head out. As we go further in, we may encounter more berserk machines. The effects of the ley lines will also increase. If you're struggling, it would be wise to avoid conflict. Try to conserve as much energy as possible until we reach the source of the contamination. As I thought, the closer we get to the contamination source, the more mechanical monsters that appear.
Flicker.
Shine down! Gotcha! Let's light it up! Everybody stand back! Quietly now. Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal! Gotcha! Game's up! Fun's over. Quietly now.
trapped here?
Upon closer inspection, the plants here are really different. Ley line energies are also stronger here. This may be the place we've been looking for. Ready yourselves. We're going in.
Ready when you are.
There's a ton of mechanical monsters here. We need this place their lair.
Looks like there's no way to sneak by. Let's take care of them quickly.
You shall perish.
Busted. Here comes the cash. Take it easy.
What is this?
Ley line energy is spilling out from here. This device, it's extracting energy from the ley lines without end. Who in the world would do this without considering the consequences? The ley lines won't be able to repair themselves if their flow is perpetually disrupted like this.
That's terrible. We have to stop it. Paimon see. Paimon doesn't see controls anywhere.
Standing here is equivalent to being directly showered in ley line energy, which may cause irreversible damage to your body. Take Paimon and get out of here. I'll see if I can find a way to turn this thing off.
Wait, you're also
Сань, такого упора ты.
We're staying. We can't leave you here by yourself.
Then let's look for it together. If there is no control unit here, then there must be a trapdoor somewhere.
You know where it is? Hey, wait for us! What's this? It'll only show up if you step on it?
Be careful and watch your step.
Look! Someone's here! Are you the one that's taking the ley line's energy? Turn off that machine now! Why aren't you saying anything? Too ashamed?
His body is cold. It's emaciated, and his eyes are sunken, likely from chronic malnourishment and stress. He collapsed and never got back up. What exactly happened here? Almost forgot about you. Here, this is the last one.
What is it doing?
I'm not sure. Judging by this room's layout, this place was a laboratory. We should find a repository of research documents if we keep going. The file room will definitely give us some clues, so let's go take a look. maybe we can piece together what happened here.
Wow! It's huge in here!
This place is a natural hiding spot with how hidden it is.
Did you two find anything?
There are a lot of lab notes, but it would take way too long to read through them all. I found a tape recording used for an experiment, and based on its serial number, it's from 2 years ago.
Tape recording?
Yes, the Spontima created a device that visually records experiments and consolidates the final production into a tape. However, these devices are expensive to make and aren't entirely stable. That's why they are only used in some laboratories and do not see wider usage.
Come on, let's watch it.
Hold on, let me figure out how to play the tape. It goes in there. Ah, okay, this should do it.
Kakata? Kakata? Seriously, I look away for 1 second and you're gone? There you are. Look here. This is our new home. I, Abatui, will unleash my talents here and amaze those ancient fossils at the Academia. Oh, you're also quite happy. Kakata, do you know what we're about to do? Yes, I thought not. Listen up, Kakata. I'm going to make a mechanical life form that can be mass-produced. The technology will be unlike anything else that exists. I'll use mechanical organs, and electric currents will course through them like blood. A steel-cast heart that will beat forever, and a brain of myriad components that can think like mine. Inspiration from the ruins and the research that the Academia had banned. I hope everything can start anew from this place. When you can understand our language and live among us, you will no longer be a boring machine, but a truly living being. It's fine. You will understand. One day, you will understand me.
Karkata is the mechanical crab, right? And that researcher named Abatui said he wanted to prove something to the Academia?
I remember now. I had a junior researcher named Abatui. He was expelled from the Academia for researching mechanical life forms.
Junior researcher?
Yeah? What's wrong?
Nothing. Paimon was just wondering, doesn't Abatui look older than you?
He is, but academic progression isn't tied to age. I finished my studies a while ago, so subsequent students generally considered me as their senior.
Oh.
Of course, age can be an issue. For a while, people always dragged me into pictures. I felt like some kind of animal on display. That isn't important. Let's go and see if we can find other tape recordings. The pipes continue further. Let's head in.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Look! Paimon found another tape! A date is written on it. Muncie. It's from a half a year ago!
That's quite the time gap. I wonder what happened in between.
It's rare that you malfunction because of an operational error. Seems that making coffee is still somewhat difficult for you. Or is there an issue with my set parameters? All right, there you go. Water entered the chela and caused it to short circuit, so it couldn't receive signals from the ganglion. Look at me, talking to you like this. You can't understand me anyway, can you? It's fine. I swapped in some new parts, so you should be all right now. Try moving around. Everything in working order? Be more careful next time. We're tight on money right now, so we don't have a lot of parts or power to spare. I'm glad. Karkata, did you know? Yesterday, I dreamed that you could talk. Aren't the bunch at the Academia always saying things like, mechanical intelligence is just an extension of statistics? They were blown away when they saw us talking with each other. Too bad it was just a dream. Forget holding a conversation with me. You're so simple that you probably wouldn't even notice if I died. Never mind. I should probably be worrying about next month's power.
You should watch what you say, Honorary Knight.
After Abatui left the Academia, everyone lost contact with him. I thought he was so despondent that he gave up on researching mechanical life forms. Instead, he had holed up here and continued his experiments.
Paimon doesn't feel like he's a bad person. He even changed out Karkata's broken parts. Why would he mess with ley lines?
Let's keep looking around.
Да почему?
Following the serial numbers, the next recording should be here. The writing is sloppy. Perhaps his state of mind had changed. There's also an undated tape in the wrong spot. Doesn't seem like Abatui put it there.
Maybe Karkata helped him with sorting.
It's hard to say. These are the last 2 tape recordings. Let's watch them.
Sorry, Karkata. I was just thinking about something. Today might become a special day. In my recent experiments, I successfully gave you a living being's instincts. When you're low on power, or if one of your parts is damaged, you will prioritize your survival command and proactively recharge or replace your parts. That is a very dangerous thing. And today, I did something even more dangerous. I've officially activated the 3rd generation ley line extractor. The ley lines will serve as our power source from now on. Conducting research on mechanical life forms requires a large amount of power. Even if I scrimped and saved, the more I have wouldn't last for long. I'm also getting tired, Karkata. I don't know what's driving me to continue with this research anymore. They say that even if it simulates the operation of a living creature's organs, a machine is still an ice-cold tool. I want to prove them wrong. I want to turn you into a living, breathing, and talking being. I'm not talking about anything cheerful, Karkata. Modules for language, emotion, and movement. I've been working my absolute hardest to augment and refine your functionalities, but I've never seen an effective response. You are my finest success, but even you can't understand me. All you can do is execute limited responses based on preset commands or keywords. Karkata, I wish you could speak to me, even just once. Yes, you cannot understand me, so you cannot answer me either. It is what it is. In a few days, I'll sell the failed ley line extractor for some more and continue my experiments. Life goes on, and I have to as well. I don't have any other choice. This is new. If I place another 2 control modules here to simulate the brain's thalamus... of course my heart decides to act up now. Why did I cut medication from our expenses? Karkata, come help me. Strange. I feel weak. Oh no, I have to shut down the extractor. Shut it off. If we let them recharge indefinitely, they'll go out of control. Right. I never input a command to shut down the extractor, so you don't understand what I'm saying. In the end, it's just like the academia said. Mechanical life forms only bring danger. My research... was there any point to it at all? I'm sorry, Karkata. In the end, I still wasn't able to turn you into a true mechanical life form.
I see. So the ley line effluence was an accident. After Abatui's unexpected death, the mechanical monsters were driven by their instincts and continuously drew out power from the ley line extractor. This eventually resulted in severe damage to the ley lines.
Paimon understands. Then why didn't Karkata go haywire like the other machines?
Because Karkata is different from the other machines. Structures similar to living organisms, the ability to cry and laugh, and capacity for independent thought. To Abatui, only a machine with these features could be considered a mechanical life form. Perhaps only by building such a machine could he have the academia acknowledge his protracted research. But if he had slowed down and saw Karkata as a friend instead of an experimental product, he would have noticed. Karkata can't speak. And yet it cares about Abatui far more than it does about itself.
What does that mean?
You'll see in a bit. But before that, we have a more urgent task at hand. First, let's find the control unit for the ley line extractor and shut it down.
Good roll. Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
One with the forest. Enshroud! Can't see. Ha! More of this transparent flooring. It feels like a maze. One with the forest. Below us is the final room. The control unit is likely in there.
The way ends here. Wanna try jumping down?
Gotcha. Busted.
Freeze!
Can't see?
Cool it! I'm getting tired of this game. This won't work.
Things are about to get dicey. Let's light it up! Everybody stand back!
Dodge this!
I hear everything!
Inazuma shines eternal! There is no escape!
This should be the control unit. Once we turn it off, the ley line extractor should also shut down. Without an external force damaging the ley lines, they should start to slowly repair themselves. Oh, but I bet you two are more worried about Karkata. Let's head back.
Ой, такой ляпа. Он пытается его починить.
So, Karkata has been collecting parts because it thinks doing so will fix its owner?
Karkata is unable to understand the concept of death. However, it probably remembers when Abatui replaced its parts when it malfunctioned, and how that restored it to an operational state. It's true that Karkata isn't able to think or understand many topics, but it is like a small child that imitates what adults do.
So that's why it kept stealing mechanical parts. But it can't repair its owner, no matter how hard it tries.
Yes, but the important thing is that it formed the thought of wanting to repair Abatui. No one knows how this thought came to be, but it has even suppressed the instincts that Abatui had installed. If it really is as we've predicted, this research truly will make waves in the academia. It might have been possible to achieve this with ancient technology, but no one has been able to do the same with modern tools.
Karkata? Karkata? Can you hear Paimon? Tainari says you're awesome!
It reached its limit. It hasn't recharged this entire time, nor has it replaced its severely damaged parts. It's a miracle that it managed to hang on for so long. I'm going to confirm that the ley line extractor has shut down. Come with me. Let them be alone for a while.
Крабика жалко.
The ley line extractor has ceased operations. Traces of ley line energy are still in the atmosphere, but the effluence's source has been stopped. The purification devices will handle the rest. Moving on, those affected by the ley lines need immediate care. We'll put up an announcement on the bulletin board about the dangers of entering the contaminated region, and for symptomatic individuals to find Kale. According to the Academia's policies, we need to bring everything back. Research materials related to mechanical life forms will be destroyed, and Karkata will be disassembled and sealed away.
What the heck?
You two should return first. I'll take care of things here. Although we've stopped the source of the effluence, the ley line energy in the air exceeds normal values. Your bodies won't be able to hold up if you continue to stay here.
But...
Listen, the Traveler hasn't rested very well, right? Also, it'll take some time to pack up all the research documents. You're not familiar with this research after all, so you won't be of much use here. Tell the Adventurers Guild that the incident has been resolved, and then get some sleep. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Oh, and don't talk about Abatui. The fewer that know about mechanical life form research, the better.
Alright. let's go back to Catherine.
Какие нахуй дропсы? Блин, крабик. Крабик. Крабик очень милый. Каката.
Anyway, so I see. Thank you for your hard work. Once the excess ley line energy dissipates from the air, we should be able to make an announcement for residents to resume their normal activities. This is the stipulated reward. Please accept it.
Is Karkata going to be sent back to the academia? It's already damaged, but Paimon feels sad thinking about it getting disassembled. Oh, then how about we find Tainari tomorrow and ask him not to do that? Paimon really wants to go right now, but Tainari's... Alright then, we'll find Tainari tomorrow.
The world remains constant over the
А,
centuries, but human life
8, блядь.
is like the... To adult.
How are you feeling? Sleep well? We should go find Tainari. How do you think we should ask him?
Is it just me?
Что-то играть, короче.
Shh, keep your voice down. The lilac daphne, a daphne of the genus
А ты чё сама
Neyrawolf,
орёшь?
has a strong anticonvulsant effect, can be made into an anesthetic powder. Extrapolating from these two datasets, it would be particularly potent against Piscine species. Hey, make sure you're getting all this down.
Крабик.
Oh, I thought I told you all to keep your voices low. Plants aren't afraid of noise, but your shouting is making my ears ring.
You didn't disassemble Karkata?
Why would I do that?
But Paimon thought you said, according to the Academia's policies.
So that's why you two barged in like barbarians at this hour. Fine, I suppose I wasn't clear enough about this yesterday. What I meant was, according to the Academia's policies, all products of research must be destroyed. That's why we can't let the Academia discover that place.
Что за золотая маска?
Anyway, the first thing I did was repair Karkata. During my time at the Academia, I took an elective course at the Spontama. Who knew it would prove useful one day? We then buried Abatui together. After organizing the research materials, I kept some as a souvenir. Most of it was burned to hide the evidence. I'm not with the Academia, so what do their policies have to do with me? On the other hand, I am the Forest Watcher of the Avidya Forest. I have a duty to protect all life in the forest. All life brought forth in this world has meaning. And Karkata is no exception. If it exists, then it shouldn't be carelessly abandoned or destroyed.
That's great! Wait, you just said life form. You recognize Karkata as a true living being now?
The possibility exists, is all. It's hard to explain Karkata's efforts to repair Abatui. Abatui only left behind a small portion of his research. Who knows how many commands he installed? Maybe a conflict between all those commands resulted in this sort of behavior. From a more rigorous perspective, it is impossible to conclude that Karkata is a real life form. But the possibility exists. I am willing to believe in that. By the way, I'm not interested in continuing research on this subject. I'm just letting it hang out here because this place is relatively secluded. But as things stand now, it wouldn't be a bad idea to make it my research assistant. At the very least, it can record my experiments. What do you think?
Они ушастики. Оба ушастики.
You should watch what you say, honorary knight.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
What are you talking about?
The evening breeze is like a melody.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
The evening breeze is like a melody.
What are you talking about?
The evening breeze is like a melody.
What are you talking about?
The evening breeze is like a melody.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
What are you talking about?
The evening breeze is like a melody.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
What are you talking about?
The evening breeze is like a melody.
What are you talking about?
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
What are you talking about?
The evening breeze is like a melody.
What are you talking about?
The evening breeze is like a
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
What are you talking about?
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
What are you talking about?
The evening breeze is like a melody.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Huh? What are you talking about?
The evening breeze is like a melody.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
What are you talking about?
The evening breeze is like a melody.
What are you talking about?
Breeze is like a melody.
Huh? What are you talking about?
The evening breeze is like a melody.
What are you talking about?
The evening breeze is like a melody.
Nilu! It's nice to see you again!
Oh, hey there, Traveler in Paimon.
Are you here for some shopping too?
That's right. Although there were a few hiccups here and there, the Sub-Zerus Festival turned out to be a grand success. And so, the theater wants to host a celebration event. Do you two want to come? It'll be a really fun time. It's something like a tradition. Rehearsals are exhausting. Mr. Zubair, our manager. But
we've been to a lot of festivals during our year celebration.
Of course.
Ah, so we'll need to bring a present. Hey! Paimon's gonna put you in a...
You can come. Present you two being there would be the best gift of all.
Is something up?
Yeah. But for now, I tried to visit her. All I could do was to leave a... She'll be better soon.
It's all thanks to you and Nilu that we...
You're way too modest. Just now, compared to you. Anyway, all that aside,
Сейчас
are
надо
you
чуть
thinking about coming to our event?
батарею.
It'll be a great time! What do you think, Traveler?
Alright, then let's... Wait, I completely forgot about this pile of...
Whoa! Did you buy all of it?
Just one box. The rest were given to me. I really don't know how it came to this much.
That's way too many freebies! Many vendors give out samples for free, but Paimon's never seen this much.
All I know is that whenever I start chatting with people, my hands would get more and more full until I can't hold everything anymore. This seems to happen every time. I was planning on making a few trips to bring everything back before continuing on with my shopping, but I don't think I'll have the time.
So this isn't even all of it?
Are you sure?
Of course! Carrying stuff is a piece of cake for him, right, Traveler?
I'm so sorry to trouble you like this. I meant to invite you to our celebration, but now you're helping me instead. Well, let's hurry up and grab the last few things, so we can get back to the theater.
Костюм или настоящий рога?
Oh, well, if it isn't Nilu.
Greetings, Mr. Jute. Do you still have any food that's ready to go?
Of course I do. I've heard that Zubair Theater is hosting a celebration event, so I reserved some food for you in advance. Although, it looks like you're gonna need 2 more portions.
Please allow me to introduce them. This is the Traveler, a very experienced adventurer. And this is Paimon, his super reliable guide and helper.
No. Paimon is... hold on. She got it completely right. Look, Traveler! She introduced Paimon correctly!
Don't underestimate Nilu. She always remembers every last little detail about everyone, even if it sounds completely trivial. She's also very brave. Just a little while ago, she saved my precious spices from the jaws of a sumpter beast.
Don't think anything of it. I just help out when I can because everyone else takes such good care of me. Anyway, sorry to get off topic. We're in a bit of a hurry. Mr. Jute, did you say you didn't reserve enough food?
I was joking. Anyone who runs a business knows to keep some extra stock. After all, orders get changed all the time. Oh, that reminds me. It seems that these friends of yours aren't from here. Have they ever tried any delicious tachin?
Можно надеть носочки.
Ooh, what a fantastic idea! Mr. Jute, did you bake a batch recently? Tachin is a mixture of rice and meat that's baked into a cake-like shape. Mr. Jute adds special spices into his. Its aroma is just so wonderfully delicious. If you ever see kids crowding all around Mr. Jute's place, you know he's baking up a storm.
But is it really just for the kids? Don't you often follow them in too?
I just can't help myself.
We're two peas in a pod. Who doesn't enjoy some good food?
Wait here. I'll bring some over.
Whoa, what a dish! It's sweet and sour and full of deliciousness! Paimon can't eat it fast enough!
No matter how many times I eat it,
I wouldn't have offered it as a treat if I wasn't confident in the taste. I baked a lot just now, and it's all packaged and ready for you to take back to the theater.
you made so much. Is it really okay to take them all?
It was nothing. Making 1 serving or 100 servings is all the same to me. If anything, I should be thanking you for helping me clear my inventory. Don't worry about it. What kind of person would I be if I made you pay for a treat? Make sure you got everything. Feel free to come back anytime.
I'm starting to understand how you could...
Yeah. Everyone has their own way with what...
Nilu, good timing. I have the textiles you ordered. If you took any longer, the Sumpter beasts might have gobbled them up.
You and your jokes. Sumpter beasts won't eat those kinds of things, Mr. Offsheet.
Jute said that some Sumpter beasts ate his spices. Were they...
Oh, yeah,
Trying to pull anything out of a Sumpter...
So they really do eat anything, huh?
Come now. The textiles you ordered are... So even if a Sumpter beast got...
You've tested this?
But of course! I wouldn't dare
True, it does sound...
Ho ho!
Ooh, that's a pretty good discount. What do you think, Traveler?
No thanks, Mr. Offsheen.
Tactic?
I wouldn't go that far. Mr. Zubair gave me a huge lecture the last time I bought too many things.
Come on, don't look at me like that. All she got was a talking to from Zubair, while I was nearly fed head first to the Sumpter beasts. My philosophy is that stories give value to merchandise. That's why my business started with such a boom. Our Nilu here is an extraordinarily good listener. Back then, she believed anything I said. After a while, I began to feel guilty selling things to her because of how happy she looked. Though she enjoyed the stories and I the Mora, I knew she didn't need to buy that much. Anyway, since then, I've come to realize 2 things. 1, that stories should just be a means instead of an end. And 2, that there's more to business than just selling goods.
It's okay. We're all friends now. There's no need to dig up the past.
That reminds me. Some of the goods from my latest shipment aren't in the best condition. They're fine for general use, but my customers have high standards, and I don't have the time or resources to find new buyers right now. Nilu, why don't you take them?
Huh? No, I can't do that.
Just think of it as a favor for me, all right? The theater can use them for props and whatnot. It costs me Mora to store or ship, so I'm just losing money every day continuing to hold on to.
Even so, let me buy them at market value.
Nah, these goods are hard movers. Besides, if I let you pay, wouldn't it mean that I'm just using stories to sell my goods again? Just take them. If you really feel that bad about it, give me some theater tickets later. Oh, yeah, you should also take some while you're at it. Adventurers are always in need of materials, right?
Wow, even we get a share of this?
Hurry and take it. Just looking at it all is giving me a...
There's still one more store. Are you all right holding on to that much stuff?
About time, Nilu.
Farhad here was snooping around your props.
Please, I was only looking at them to get a better idea of what your new show may be about.
Wouldn't spoiling yourself just ruin all the fun?
Yeah, please wait for our official performance.
These two look familiar. I think I've seen them before. Ah, weren't they at the Sub-Zerus Festival?
Yeah, and they're coming to today's celebration too.
Oh, the more folks the merrier.
Oh yes, please do.
We even prepared a small gift. I really think we should wear some of these. Farhad did most of the work. What a surprise, huh? He actually knows a lot about crafts.
That is pretty surprising.
Hey, why can't I have a little side hobby? I worked really hard on that.
I know. I watched you make it. I wasn't making fun of you. All right. Why don't you also try some on? We've got some wreaths in your size.
Она пойман.
It fits perfectly.
They're so pretty! Is there one that Paimon can wear?
Unfortunately, we already gave out all the child-sized ones. I wasn't expecting the theater to invite such a fascinating guest.
Fascinating? Huh. That sounds kind of weird, but Paimon will let it slide.
Oh, you all sure got a lot of stuff there. Let me help you carry some. I'm a porter by trade, so this is what I'm best at.
That'd be great! Please and thank you.
Ой, я хотела другой.
Thanks for the help, Mr. Farhad. But let me make one thing clear first. Don't try to ask about what's in the new show. Otherwise, I may not be able to hold back Mr. Zubair this time.
You're so obvious that even Nilu saw right through you.
Shut it. Fine. It's not like I want to get on his bad side either. Including Hushang's things, though. We'll each need to carry a box if we want to move everything in one trip. Even my strength has its limits.
Paimon looks like she doesn't want to, so I'll carry a little extra. Although I may not appear super strong at first glance, I actually do a lot of strength training on the regular. Strength and balance are both really important for a dancer.
No, let Paimon. Paimon will help carry things. The Traveler's right. Paimon shouldn't freeload. Paimon can't fly anymore.
Are you okay, Paimon?
Paimon's good to keep going. But Paimon now understands when people say there's no such thing as a free lunch.
In my opinion, Jutes is the best stall.
Oh, that sure was a lot of stuff. Oh, looking forward to the event later.
Thank you, Mr. Farhad.
Thank you, Sumpter Man. Paimon's definitely going to eat it all back later.
All right, I'll leave you all to it.
See ya! Good thing we had Mr. Farhad with us. Or else that, of course! Because everyone's working here together. We're all like neighbors. So we're always help with this many free... Later on, I realized that when you order the wrong item, that's why there's no need to stress over the freebie.
Oh!
This has become our... So really... Alright, feel free to hang out here for a bit. Nope. You two are our guests. So please, just relax and look forward to the celebration.
Wow! The atmosphere here is so nice! Hello!
What?
the stage as you... Ah, I see. Sorry for my overreaction. I'm just, making a prop. No time for chit-chat.
Is that embroidery?
No. Well, yes, but not really. It's a prop. It's just, some fabric. An ordinary piece of fabric that'll be used in a show. Sorry. I really do need to focus and start working on it.
What an oddball. Is prop making something to be that jumpy about? Oh well, it's none of our business.
Hey there. Are you two all...
You got it!
My name is Ray. The little ones causing a ruckus are They always get really excited every time. Yes, they are. There's good work. I'm quite content.
Do you mean your life wasn't nearly as good before?
It's all right. It's all water under the bridge now. My husband and I were both... Material struggles can always be a... But I still consider myself
Sorry for...
Oh, it's all... Once the events start...
Hey there!
Doesn't look too bright.
Hey! Talk about judging a book by its cover!
You, on the other hand, you're a special one. How would you describe the concept of mere curiosity is all? It makes no difference. So that's unremarkable. Is art a product that I, for one... I've been staying here for a long... I prefer to... the existence of the theater, of Nilu, and of humanity itself. All of these can be considered as forms of art. It is not some intangible construct beyond the horizon.
How does that have anything to do with...
Let me ask you this. What... to chance upon a spark of inspiration. I have been closely observing you, the players on the stage, and those watching in the audience. Art is already all around us.
Look! Nilu's back! Let's meet up with her. The event's probably about to start.
Sorry for the wait. I'll call everyone over.
Let us give you a hand. Maybe we really should have prepared a gift. Then we could also be a part of the exchange. As it is, all we can do is wait and watch.
Maybe we shouldn't do this after all. I didn't do that great of a job, and who would even like it?
Oh, don't think like that. Remember our promise? And besides, you've never attended a celebration event before, so this will be a great opportunity. Everyone will love you.
I'm still not really sure about this.
There's nothing to be worried about. There aren't any scary people.
Right.
Huh. All right. Maybe this will help. Everyone, over here! Inaya has something great to tell you all.
Wait! I've already said that I'm not ready yet. What should I say?
Take it easy and relax. Deep breath, in and out. Once you've taken a long exhale, calmly tell
Попуг
everyone
заорал.
what you want to say.
Надо его
If you don't
достать.
say anything, then all the hard work we put into embroidery practice would have gone to waste.
Using it as a gift, though? It really isn't that good.
Надеюсь, не буду плакать, потому что там было слишком тяжелое. Вещи. Ты! Маленький засранец! Маленький! Маленький засратый малыш. Маленький малыш засратый. Пися. Пися маленький. Маленькая птися. Маленькая птися. Птися маленькая, халюсенькая птися. Ты птисечка. Ты птичечка. Ты птичуля? Ты птичулечка маленькая. Ты птичулечка маленькая. Маленькая птичечка. Чухалюсь. Ты меня бесит иногда. Тю-тю-тю. Тю-тю-тю. Ты птичка. Да, птичка. Птичка Галёся. Красивая птичка. Всё, теперь должен успокоиться.
So when Inaya was talking about making a prop, she was actually preparing a present.
О, ты даже на меня не насрала. Молодец, птичка. Молодец, птичка. Бобину насрал. Иная.
Yeah, it feels like she still doesn't really see herself as part of this community. But it looks like Nilu's trying to ease her through.
Actually, Inaya had prepared a special present for everyone before the celebration kicked off.
Woohoo! We're gonna get our first present from Miss Inaya!
Pipe down! The louder you all are, the more nervous she'll become. You've worked on it for so long, so have some confidence. Don't be afraid.
You've got this.
Is Mr. Zubair here? Sheikh Zubair, this is an urgent notice from the Academia. This celebration, or whatever it is, must stop at once.
What a condescending guy. What?
Since Zubair Theater has long violated the Academia's policies and orders, we have decided to demolish it. As its manager, you must halt all operations and dismiss all staff members within 30
Ах ты
days.
говняха, а?
After which you will
Ух ты,
report to the Academia for
говняха.
further punishment.
Why?
Little girl, this is not the first time you've been issued a warning.
I didn't hear anything about demolition the last time I asked. We
А
have more
пух теперь
shows
тут нету,
planned, but
пока
it's
подожди.
impossible to do anything in just 30 days. How am I supposed to explain this to my customers and staff?
That issue is of no concern to me, Mr. Zubair. You seem to understand the situation quite clearly. Perhaps you can reflect on the reasons why you have failed to prepare for the scenario in advance.
Demolition? Why do they want to demolish this place?
The Academia has never liked us, and they've never respected our work. To them, what we do is all a waste of time. This isn't the first time they've come by. They had asked us several times in the past to improve the quality of our performances by only putting on shows they consider to be sufficiently intellectual. But our audience isn't the Academia. It's the people of the Grand Bazaar. If our shows are too difficult to understand or too removed from everyday life, nobody would watch them anymore. Changing our content would not only mean turning our backs on our vision, it would also directly lead to the loss of our livelihoods. Yeah, the theater is very important to each and every one of us.
The way they're doing things is so scummy.
But I also don't know how we can stop them.
I do not wish to explain everything again from the beginning. Time is of the essence, so you should act with haste instead of asking frivolous questions.
But none of us plan to accept this. Such an abrupt notice is contrary to established policy.
Ask whoever you will. The answer will remain the same. We have already given you sufficient notice.
Enough! Does your audacity know no limits, Father?
Huh? Father? Their family?
What's academia? This is all because you don't like Zubair Theater. You're just using the Academia's name to threaten us. Let me tell you, even if you manage to tear down this place, nothing is going to change. You've always been awful. But even I never thought my father would sink this low.
This is strictly business. It has nothing to do with where you are, what you do, or what you think. I hope you all have not been irrevocably blinded by folly. I will not waste more time on pointless arguments. Wrap everything up, and make preparations to shut down at once.
Why is he always like that?
This is quite the misfortune, but there's nothing we can do. That's it for today, everyone. Let's clean up. I'll go talk to them again tomorrow. The storms that come out of the blue are always the hardest to deal with.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
invited you thinking this was going to be a happy occasion. I didn't know that things would turn out like this.
There's no need to apologize, Nilu. No one could have seen this coming. Is what that guy said true?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Knowledge is king in Sumeru, and their pursuit of it leaves no... But if that's all it is... But after Inaya, she really talks about her family. I never expected it to...
If you did nothing wrong, then... Who cares? Let's just take him in a fight. Dad.
I'll try to think of something. We can't just let everyone suffer. What to do?
Can you pretend to shut down, but secretly continue to hold your shows somewhere else? Or we could go through a list of customers and try to...
A debate?
Oh, if we can prove to Inaya's father that the Academia's position doesn't hold...
I see. It's a good idea, but... What... Huh? No. I'm the little... I can't debate.
Nilu, you are only so...
This theater holds a special meaning in all of our hearts. It's irreplaceable. But I just don't know. Can I really take on such a huge responsibility?
Paimon'll help too. You'll feel a lot more confident after...
Thanks, you two. All right. I've decided. Even though I may fail, I'll do...
That's our Nilu. We're rooting for you.
Okay. Let's head back and tell everyone what we came up with.
Trying to best the academia in a debate is attempting the impossible. If you really want to try, I won't stop you. It's not like our situation can get any worse.
I don't think it's entirely hopeless. To Sharif, Nilu's things might turn out differently from what you expect.
I am in favor of such a romantic feat.
Sure, in fiction. I'm not saying that I don't support you. Anything is better than just standing aside and watching the theater get demolished.
I'm also pitching in. Let's show the... Thank you, everyone. I feel a lot less nervous with your support.
Not to rain on your parade, but my father is a real hard guy to deal with. He's erudite, meticulous, demanding, and exceedingly familiar with rigorous logic. You all already knew that. When all's said and done...
That's enough!
Sorry, I just can't force myself to expect a positive outcome. Nilu shouldn't have to push her...
Yeah, it's way too early to give up.
You're right, Inaya. We're up against the Academia. Everyone knows that they're very powerful. Being skeptical might actually be the more normal response. But I still want to try. I'm reluctant to just let Zubair Theater go. And it's not just me. I think everyone else here feels the same way. If we're unhappy, we should speak up and let our voices be heard. Say what's on your mind, and do what you think should be done. If we fail after that, then at least we won't have any regrets. I mean, after all, the only thing we can control right now is our choice at this very moment.
I understand what you're trying to say. I also have my own intense feelings of anger and regret.
Then, could I trouble you to tell your father about our plan for a debate? You can still get in touch with your family, right?
Yes, I can.
Then, please help us pass on my request. I've never participated in a debate, and truth be told, I'm still not really confident in myself. But since we've decided on a debate, I'll do my best to prepare for it. I'll gather everyone's thoughts and let them be known to all during the debate. I, by myself, definitely don't have enough wisdom to beat your father. But what about the entire theater combined? Then we should have a chance, right?
Right.
That's right, Miss Nilu! Beat the bad guy! Justice will prevail! Make him eat dirt!
You two. We aren't getting into a fight. But thank you for your encouraging words. I'll do my best.
Well said back there, Nilu!
I felt that I might have said a bit too much.
This just came out of...
Beats me. Everyone else must...
Anyway, we better start preparing now.
When the day comes, I'll get... If anything goes wrong, I can't...
I didn't expect you all to challenge the academia. That reminded me of my younger years. Back then, I feared nothing and no one, and I was always charging into the most dangerous of places. I can't do things like that anymore, but those were some of the best times of my life.
Sorry. If the theater really ends up getting demolished, then you, Soren, and Abi will all...
It's all right. There's no need to think such heavy thoughts. Even if the building gets demolished, its people will still all be here. Have faith in the resilience of an adventurer. We can always figure something out.
But won't you have regrets if things just come to an abrupt end? It'd be like when you were forced to stop adventuring.
Ah, so that's what you were worrying about. Relax. I've had a lot of experience with regret. Things are painful at first, but as they say, time heals all wounds. Look at us now. Serene and Abi are happy. And Serene has also just passed his theater exam. He can start acting soon. He was thrilled because he can soon perform on the same stage as you. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for our past struggles. And would Serene have become a happier person? That's hard to say.
Are you trying to make us feel better?
Yes, but I truly do mean what I say. Being here at the theater has taught me an important lesson. The most important thing about an experience is how you choose to interpret it. I can choose to believe that my life ended with my husband's death. Or I can choose to believe that it was a blessing in disguise for Serene and Abi. Similarly, even if this theater disappears, a new beginning might just be around the corner. Good and bad are all human-made concepts. It all depends on how we choose to see things.
You have a point.
Nilu, I know how important Zubair Theater is to you. But you don't have to be so nervous. We're all here with you. The theater won't go down so easily.
Thank you, Miss Raykar.
No need to thank me. If anything, you inspired me with your bravery. You might have what it takes to become an excellent adventurer.
You're too kind. All right, I gotta cheer up. I can't waste everyone's words of encouragement. I feel a lot better.
Good. My children and I will be cheering you on at the debate.
You should watch what you say, Honorary Knight.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Inaya was right. It wasn't out of after all. I'd be a terrible She knows better than...
Paimon doesn't really want to talk to him.
So, you've already developed some prejudices against me. And to think, I was just about to put forward a suggestion.
Oh, Paimon will listen to that.
Although, I know not if you have a new answer to my previous question. Now seems like an appropriate time to revisit it. What do you think is the meaning of art?
Oh, this again.
We probably do need to tackle this question if we want to prove the value of the arts. I don't know how to explain it, but all I know is that when my performance makes the audience happy, I also become very happy. Does that count as a meaning?
You answered him so seriously. Careful, Nilu. This guy's ramblings never make any sense.
No, no. Nilu's answer far surpasses yours, and it is close to my own. The meaning of art comes not from its creators, but from its audience. In other words, only art that can be appreciated by others will impart its essence and value upon the minds of its audience. This is something that the academia can never understand. I once pursued the mastery of art, much like how a researcher would chase wisdom and knowledge. However, the more of a connoisseur I became, the less I felt I understood. I began to question what it truly meant for art to be understood at all. I found that I could comprehend even the most complex and sophisticated of works, and yet somehow that provided me with little solace. I remained even perplexed about this conundrum until I visited this theater and watched one of Nilu's performances.
It was that life-changing?
Everyone here had a joyous part in the overall experience. The actors upon the stage, in all honesty, from a pure...
Hey,
But what bewildered me was how despite the I realized then that I left the so-called frontiers. Art will no longer be a castle in the sky. If art cannot accomplish...
When you put it that way, Mr. Zubair and I refused to follow the Academia's order. To put it simply, we were afraid that our shows would...
I once stood in the spotlight. I care not for where my feet may take me next. But Nilu, you already stand... You cannot give it...
I understand.
Dust the cob...
You really seem to care a lot about the theater.
Mr. Zubair, we're trying to put...
It won't be difficult to explain our position. I have meticulously managed this theater's affairs for a year. I did all of that to protect ourselves if something like this were... Yes, I know. But anyone who's staying at the theater is one of us. If I can't even protect the members of the theater from outside pressure, then I have failed in my... In summary, you need sufficient confidence and strict adherence to the rules. At least for now, they don't have the authority to demolish the As long as you double down on that point and...
All right.
I've seen... While you prepare for the debate, once you're done chatting...
Do we really...
Right now, no one... Nilu, with your talent and youth, you had the...
I've never thought... I also want to keep...
You're becoming more... Do your best. We'll...
Her?
My teacher. She was an excellent dancer.
You're here. Is the theater actually closing?
He's been worried sick for a while now. He wouldn't stop talking the whole way back.
Hey, you two.
What exactly happened? Did someone come down from the academia?
Yes. He told us that we have to shut down the theater within 30 days, and that it's going to be demolished.
What the heck? That came with no warning.
They're messing with us again.
Don't tell me you'll have to listen to him.
Come on. You know the answer to that.
Yeah, it is a direct order from the academia.
There's no need to worry, though. I'm preparing for a public debate with the academia. If I win, we might be able to overturn things and change their minds.
Really? That's terrific. You have my full support, no doubt about that.
Mine too. So what was their excuse anyway? They still not a fan of the theater's programs?
Yeah, something like that.
Good thing they have the power to make rash decisions about things they don't even understand, huh?
Yeah, they need to touch more grass, not books.
Exactly. They want to look down on us? Ha! We'll look down on them first.
Don't worry, everyone here has your back. The academia's recklessness won't get them any praise.
Right. They might think that some forms of knowledge are more valuable than others, but everyone can equally appreciate art. If they don't believe that, send them my way. I got them beat on this subject.
Maybe you can prepare some questions on the details of dance performance to make things harder for them at the debate.
Sounds like a good idea. Maybe that's something I should do.
Ignore him. He's joking. Just do things your way. No matter what, we will always support you.
Thank you all so much. Your understanding and support make me feel a lot better.
There are always more solutions than problems. If you need help during the debate, just shout and the entire Grand Bazaar will be at your beck and call.
Gotta show them who has the people's support.
I feel like the pieces are starting to fall into place. Let's head back to the theater and organize our thoughts. Abby, have you seen Miss Inaya?
No, Miss Nilu. Miss Inaya isn't back yet. Wasn't she just passing on a message? Does she really need this much time?
Oh no. Traveler, Paimon, I think I've messed up. What if Inaya never planned?
What?
It's just a gut feeling, but knowing her, she probably thinks that all...
Oh, right.
She has a long-standing... She doesn't think that we can win the debate.
And then she just...
Exactly. Anyway, first things first.
But where should we start?
I think I might know. Let's start by before I brought her to Zubair Theater. She was staying at a room. If she has nowhere else to go after...
Then let's go take a look.
Yes, let's hurry. There are signs that someone had stayed here very recently.
But we can't confirm if it was Inaya or not. Let's take a look around first. Did you hear that?
I heard it too. Let's investigate.
Sounds like we're getting closer. The voice is coming from over there.
there! Stay back!
It's Inaya! She's being attacked by wild animals!
Inaya, don't be scared! We're coming to help!
Busted! Shine down! Ha! Don't get frostbite. Cool it. Let's light it up!
Here! Ha!
There weren't so many big animals in this area before. Sorry.
Why did you leave by yourself? You really don't
No. Everything happened because of...
Yeah! Everyone's working together!
It's all right if it's me. As long as the theater won't get demolished. You guys are the kindest people I've ever met. You shouldn't suffer so much because of me.
Listen to me, Inaya. Even if you were the reason that all of this happened, no one would blame you. Mr. Zubair said that you're one of us, so that means we will protect you. No matter what happens, we'll stand as one.
Nilu, there will always be a victim. Whether it's me or the theater. You can't eat your cake and have it too. You can't win a debate against the academia. Especially since your opponent, my father, he's always wanted. I tried my best, but he still wasn't satisfied. I'm no genius. But yeah.
So that's why you ran away?
At first, for one exam, I thought that I thought.
I see.
Yeah, I was tired of him, but you think you should be. I forgot how long I'd cried for. I only remember they argued for such a long time. My father eventually stormed. I've completely given up. We're just
how horrible.
I don't think you can beat him in a debate. Because he doesn't even understand what kind of place a theater is. He can never understand the relationship performers have with their audience. His life is devoid of camaraderie or friendship. He just wants everything to happen according to his wishes, as if the world revolves around him. What we cherish, our little place in this world, means nothing to him.
It sounds like your past has had a huge impact on you.
I understand, but when we were preparing for the
Art must first be
Everyone is free to appreciate. The most important thing about an experience.
Mr. Zubair has been meticulous. No. No. There should be something.
Art must first be appreciated. Art must.
The most important thing about it.
No. Everyone is free to Miss Raykar has gone through a lot in her life, but she told us that she's very happy to live at the theater now. Although she ran into misfortune, it led her down a new path in life. She sees that as a blessing. She told me that the most important thing about an experience is how you choose to interpret it.
Interpret it?
I can sympathize with your unhappiness at home, but after you ran away, you ended up at the theater and became one of us. Those unhappy experiences allowed you to. Don't let your past suffering keep you.
Oh.
Let the past stay in the past.
When I ran away from home, but you're right.
Maybe you'll disappoint him, but don't let go of the answer.
That's right. If we put our heads together.
You're right. I'm not trying to meet his expectations. I can't afford to lose anything more. The debate will not only protect Zubair Theater, but also allow me to settle things with Father.
That's the spirit!
Let's go. I'll tell my father about the debate. I know him very well. Even if he...
All right.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Illusion shattered! Huh.
Dodge this!
Huh. Going in! Ha. Ha.
Cool it!
There is no escape! Now you shall perish!
Dodge this! Another test.
Shine down!
Gotcha!
The
Game's up! Thumbs up, everyone.
test subject. Cool it! Fascinating. What's the hurt? Dodge this!
Busted! No! Here comes the catch!
Cool it!
Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal!
Picked the wrong test subject.
sorry.
Everybody stand back!
Let's... Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey.
Illusion shattered! Torn to oblivion!
Busted. Game's up. Fun's over. Treasure. One way to draw your target out of hiding.
Freeze!
There is no escape!
Let's get down to business. There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all.
Well, I'm...
Okay. Looking forward to your good news. That should be everything. The only thing left to do now is to wait until the debate. I'm not sure why, but I'm getting nervous again.
You were great, Nilu! Your words won over Inaya! Talk like that during the debate, and you'll get an easy win!
Thanks for that, Paimon. But I still feel like it'll be an uphill battle. I need to be calmer, cooler, and more collected. Yeah. I'm acting... Huh? What's up?
Huh? What isn't a theater...
Wait. You're not asking... Let me think. Mr. Zubair has been meticulous... Inaya, not quite... Everyone is free to Got it. When we were trying to find a way to save the theater, we heard many stories not of the Zubair Theater is our reason for coming together. It connects us all in unique ways. In other words, it's like a bond.
A bond?
The theater provides money for Miss Raykar and her children, inspiration for Mr. Kasani, and enjoyment for the people of the Great Bazaar. It also gives Inaya shelter from her family. It has brought us together after taking care of every single one of us. And its story won't end here. In the future, many more people will come to the theater and receive its blessing. And we'll all be there for them. Our warm, welcoming community will show them the same kindness we were shown in the past. Aside from the delivery of performances, isn't this another reason for Zubair Theater's continued existence?
Yeah, that makes sense. We definitely felt that warmth during the preparations for the event. But Paimon doesn't see how this will help in the debate. Oh, gotcha! No matter how...
I feel like that's another prong in our attack. Thank you so much.
Paimon also feels...
Sorry for the wait. I'm back. Things went a lot more smoothly than I expected. Why are you all smiling?
We realized that...
We have to win. No.
The evening breeze is like a melody.
What are you talking about?
The scribe's work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position.
The evening breeze is like a melody.
Wait.
What are you talking about?
No. Whatever.
In the blink of an eye, it's already debate time! We did a lot of preparations with Nilu. Hopefully they were helpful.
Hello and welcome, everyone. I am Safwan, a scholar from the Academia, and I will serve as this debate's adjudicator. I swear to judge both parties with the utmost wisdom and impartiality. I will neither interfere with the proceedings nor demonstrate bias. I ask for both parties to stand. May the Dendro Archon also serve as a witness to this duel of wits.
Since you so desperately demand an explanation, I will expound on the Academia's stance. You may have misunderstood us from the outset and believe that the Academia is prejudiced against you. However, the truth is that the Academia wishes for every resident of Sumeru to be afforded opportunities to grow. Therefore, the works they consume, we have failed to identify these In other words, instead of struggling against the Academia in pointless confrontations, if you had spent your time reflecting on improving the quality, Zubair Theater would not be today facing such a tragic fate.
Aggressive from the get-go. He's really putting on the pressure. Can Nilu stand her
Calm down, Nilu. He said that... In your eyes, our shows can't meet the Academia's expectations. Shouldn't it be the audience who decides if a show is intellectual or enlightening? Why is someone from the Academia judging that? Also, I believe that there is no such... Art doesn't discriminate, and it...
Appreciation is but a primitive form of satisfaction. Guidance and enlightenment are necessary if we are to induce growth in the performers as well as the audience. This stance holds performers to a higher standard and encourages the development of the arts. If all performances are simple-minded, require little effort to comprehend, and lack any impetus for the betterment of society, then the people will not be able to develop a greater level of artistic understanding. Nurturing the populace's understanding requires a long and arduous...
He changed the topic without batting an eye. Good thing I'm prepared. If I remember correctly, what I should say here is... No. Someone at our theater has tried that before. He was a famed artist, but he recognized that very few people could connect with his works. I agree that art should be enlightening, but we can't pursue that goal by creating complicated works. If a work can't tap into an audience's personal experiences or feelings, then its contents may as well be a castle in the sky. What's the point of performing a show that its audience can't even follow? That would only be forcing people to watch something they don't like.
You can only reach that conclusion from a place of ignorance.
In that case, before passing judgment, you should first become a better dancer than me.
You tell them, Nilu.
Looks like he's backed himself into a corner.
As the party holding the burden of proof, Sharif has failed to provide sufficient support for his judgment of the quality of Zubair Theater's programs. Likewise, the definition that Nilu put forth is but her personal opinion. Neither party is the victor for this particular point of contention. Additionally, I must request that both parties exercise greater control on their emotions.
Keep it up, Nilu! You're doing great!
In that case, I shall speak of more concrete matters. The essence of this issue is that you have violated the law, so you must now pay the price for your transgression. This course of action is also completely procedurally sound. We have already contacted Zubair Theater multiple times regarding the theater's repertoire. However, you have consciously ignored our warnings, or perhaps your compliance was purely superficial. Regardless, that failure has indirectly led to the present day's proceedings.
That is indeed so, according to the laws decreed by the Academia.
He started talking about procedural stuff, so I need to focus on... I need to rethink things. This is a crucial moment. Mr. Zubair has already provided signed copies of all documentation related to our operations. Everything is perfectly filled out and valid. Although the theater's performances don't align with the Academia's requests, the law doesn't say that Zubair Theater can be demolished only because of that reason. Demolition notices need to be provided in writing and made available to the public. Otherwise, the theater can continue to operate as long as its license is valid. Failing to follow these rules makes your stance procedurally unsound.
Yeah! That's right!
There are different ways to... So long as this matter is discussed...
Looking at the past 27 cases of similar nature, however, the demolition process in those cases was only started after...
That's more than enough. We've proven that the order is unreasonable as it currently stands.
Cease your futile resistance.
Nilu's definitely won this point, right? You're right. Stay
Even if permission for demolition has yet to be obtained, it is based on that fact.
Under the current system, it is indeed possible to immediately revoke Zubair Theater's...
That's a thing?
Rather than protecting Zubair Theater, I surmise that your true intention is to maintain your hold over your audience and their patronage as your source of income. Without them, Zubair Theater is nothing more than an empty building. And without its performances, the theater has nothing else of value.
What you said isn't true at all.
Keep it cool, Nilu!
Right. I need to keep calm, but just a little more. Zubair Theater isn't simply a performance venue to us. It means more than that. It's been our home for a long time. Miss Raykar can't go on adventures anymore, but she has found a stable career and a new life at the theater. Her son, Sorin, has already passed his theater exam, and he'll soon be our newest member. Mr. Kasani found a new way to look at art. He decided to stay at the theater to watch us grow. Mr. Farhad and Mr. Hushang visit even when there isn't a show going on, and they always tell us lots of entertaining stuff. Even Inaya wants to stay with us. And she's starting to look. Zubair Theater exists for them.
Perhaps Zubair Theater has provided you with a multitude of positive emotions and experiences. However, you have misconstrued. The interpersonal relationships you speak of were established upon normal theater operations. Sheikh Zubair operates the theater for his livelihood. His employees' work relationships are merely a byproduct in this exchange of interests. When scholars collaborate to solve difficult problems, however, this collaboration and the reason is simple. We are scholars.
He really doesn't think much of relationships. Paimon also thinks he did a lot of prep.
Sharif's argument is currently the more persuasive of the two, for the continuance of the interpersonal relationships Nilu spoke of remain. The Academia has made significant academic contributions in...
Oh no! What should we do? Things are going in the opposite direction! A setup?
Good. He said what he said, but... Is... Inaya really wants to win. She already agreed to this. She wants to win, no matter what. Me too. Mr. Sharif believes that interpersonal relationships are a byproduct of working towards a goal. Once that goal is achieved or abandoned, those relationships would have no more reason to continue. Then, if someone has failed to live up to your expectations and ran away from home, then she shouldn't be your daughter anymore. Right? Inaya.
Sorry, Nilu.
As expected, I should be the one to say it. You don't need to shoulder this responsibility for me. If in your eyes, the purpose of my existence is to become your academic successor, then that goal has ended in complete failure. By your logic, that means there is no more reason to sustain our relationship as father and daughter.
Members of the audience who do not belong to either debate party, please speak with caution.
Let her speak. What she does not say, Nilu will.
No matter how many disagreements we've had, the truth is that you are still my father. You're so immersed in your own world, you can't understand why we come together for the sake of relationships.
Yeah, don't look down on us.
You can watch a dance anywhere, but there's only one Zubair Theater.
I'm almost starting to feel sorry for this guy.
Order! Order! Members of the audience, do not—
I confess that this is the final argument we had prepared. Disown me, and you will win the debate. But before that, Father, I have some final— I've been doing some soul-searching. Not about whether I should have run away from home, but whether there was any point to my person. I kept trying to earn your approval. But that is to say, I was exerting pressure on you. And hoping you— But by doing that, I won't force my expectations upon you anymore. I will move on from— But if you dare to harm this—
This is not the time to space out.
You already consider them to be your—
You should be asking us that question.
Of course we are!
Miss Inaya is a really...
It was a bit of a process.
Make no mistake, all those who come to Zubair Theater become one of us.
It is surprisingly a relief.
Wait, what are you— never mind.
They left?
Does that mean we've won?
We won?
Nilu, you're amazing!
I relaxed for a moment and it looks like he still has a place for her in his heart.
Terrific work, Nilu and Anaya. They likely won't cause any more trouble for us.
Didn't know you could get so...
This really took—
Both Miss Nilu and—
Should we throw a second?
Oh, it's you. Yes, I feel a lot better. The more I think back on everything, the more surreal it all feels. I don't think I could repeat what I did a second time. Yes, and it's all thanks to you. I see. You mean how fit? Then I'll have to tell you about my teacher who Mr. Zubair. Mr. Zubair opened his theater when I was still a child. There was a beautiful dancer. I thought to myself, the gods. But later on, she would actually smile down at me and say, yeah. It is a beautiful thing born from our life experiences. In other words, any place where people can effort. She wasn't looking for flowers and applause. All she wanted was to. Right! The same as what Mr. Kasani believes. I was completely moved by what she had said, so I started taking dance lessons before she retired. This is why Mr. Zubair and I, even though it ended up causing everyone a. Although, yeah, even though she has before he left, he probably has a lot of things he wants to say. But, yeah. But you and Paimon are.
Are you still worried about Inaya? Let's be sure to come back often. Who knows? Maybe things will have worked out for her.
There have been many poorly written applications. I guess.
Everyone, I'd like to introduce you to our newest member, Hinaya.
Hello, everyone.
She'll be dancing for us from now on, so please give her your support.
Hinaya's taken her place on the stage! Oh, Paimon wonders how she'll look when she starts dancing. When you stop and think about it, happy endings like Nilu's efforts, everyone's wisdom, Inaya's determined. Huh? What do you mean by that? You do have a point. The whole demolition thing was going overboard. But if he really wanted to be ruthless, he could. Oh well. It's not like we can understand how people like him think. Huh? Wait. Look who the cat dragged in! Isn't that Inaya's father?
Oh, it's you two. I don't have much to do today, so I just came to look around this place.
Are you looking for Inaya?
No, I am simply here to watch a performance. There is no need to trouble her. Well, I was for a time. My loss at the debate caused quite the loss of faith. I used this opportunity to suggest that my superiors temporarily suspend me from duty.
Suspended from duty?
Yes, I am temporarily unemployed. However, I now have an abundance of time, so I can afford to come here and watch a show. I admit that I do not understand the magic that this theater possesses. I still cannot forget that young lady's perseverance. Inaya would almost... There are no parents who do not worry about their children. Never mind. I do not have the right to say that.
You're already here, so you...
No, that is... Do not tell her that I was here.
Come on. Who knows if you'll get a chance like this again?
But...
Huh? You said you were going to make peace with your past. Show your father how much you've grown. Don't be nervous. Everyone at Zubair Theater has your back. Hey, let's go somewhere else. We should give them some space.
You sure they'll be okay?
I don't know, but I think we should have faith in them.
Yes, Inaya. I have something for you. I'm still learning. It's hardly a masterpiece, but it's yours, if you'll take it.
Huh?
You don't have to take it. It's fine. Never mind.
Let's have a heart-to-heart, Father.
Like father, like daughter. They're both so awkward with their feelings.
Yeah, she probably would have snuck away as well if I didn't drag her back.
Do you think they'll be able to reckon?
I'm not sure. All those years of argument, but no matter where their hearts and bodies may be, all I wish for them is to be able to one day tap into the warmth of that bond. Oh, by the way, everyone's really thankful, so we made you a...
Isn't this... Whoa! This is a
Well, Mr. Zubair and Mr. Kasani took Miss Reikar and Miss Natya made as adventurers. That's why we hope that your time at Zubair Theater will become a fond memory of your journey.
We'll come back and watch you dance whenever we get the chance.
You're welcome. Come on, take it.
plan. This is the best.
Flicker.
Oh, it's you, the captain of Sword. So his name is Shikano in Haste? Her Excellency had come to think of it. I believe he was.
Come on, you guys. I'm nothing but a poor tourist with empty pockets. Please, you can just let me go.
Just shut up and stay quiet.
Here comes the catch. Teamwork is dreamwork. There is no escape.
To the fairy. Finally,
Gotcha. Busted.
Well, well, look, I was wondering. Really, I can't thank you enough. Of course I was aware of, though the Sakoku every day, I was actually, I got so, the names, I wish you all the best on your journey through to, I've always heard that you take, so now it's my turn to take, that was already obvious, because that would be the stuff, the traveler, unfortunately though, I'm a detective. Let me ask you this. Yeah, I'm also just. Oh, come on.
Huh?
A vision is. I've heard that the trap.
We came here. Come out with it, Miss.
Kujo Taka, but I had already grown. As for the myth. But guess what? The dream contained. Something vital is missing on this island. Isn't that bizarre?
Paimon bets it,
Oh. Interestingly, some people believe. However, it was my intuition, so I decided to. Unfortunately, who knows? Nah, don't worry about. So, how would you like to partner up on this? Yes, of course, I understand. Well, so since we're already here, once everything is set. Someone concerned. All right.
Here you are.
Hey there! We'd like to ask you a quick question. Do you know if anyone around here has been looking for him? For Kaidahara Kazuha, we mean.
Aha! So this is the renowned Mr. Kaidehara. I've heard a lot about you. It is an honor to finally meet you today.
You are too kind. We are currently investigating an assault and would appreciate any help you can offer.
Oh? You were targeted in an assault? Let me think. I can't seem to recall anything of immediate interest. Mr. Kaidehara is currently the talk of the town, so there are always a lot of people looking for him. To be honest with you, our detective agency has recently been receiving many inquiries from people wishing to obtain Mr. Kaidehara's personal information. Some of them were offering us millions of mora just to gather the information they want. If these were more legitimate commissions, Sango would have snapped them up in an instant.
Millions? Of mora? Whoa! Oh, wait, even at that price, you probably still shouldn't.
Please, accept my thanks for looking out for my privacy.
Of course. No matter what, we only take on legitimate cases. We don't make our money by revealing details of other people's day-to-day life just for the sake of it. Sorry, I got a little off topic. What I'm really trying to say is, it doesn't surprise me that a complete stranger is looking for Mr. Kaidehara. But I wouldn't know where to begin if we want to connect this with an assault.
Then let's put that connection aside for now. Have there been any other attacks or similar incidents recently that stand out as particularly unusual? The Tenryou Commission had very few leads. I thought you might have some information from different sources.
It's true that the commissioners aren't clued up about every little thing that goes on out in the streets. But typically, it's only the most trivial events that manage to escape their attention. If anyone had been out there attacking people, that would be assault, in which case the Tenryou Commission would absolutely get involved.
That does make sense. Uh-oh. Looks like the trail's already run cold.
I still find it difficult to believe that whoever attacked you hasn't been causing any trouble elsewhere. Few people possess your prowess in battle. So unless you were the first person he targeted, I am well aware of your talents. It would cause me great grief for the poor victim.
Don't worry, we'll
It seems you are every bit the selfless hero they make you out to be, Mr.
You flatter me.
You are much too humble. Oh, let me tell you about it.
Sure.
All right then. One of them is a pretty well-known...
Amanoma!
Right. Two grown men going... I recalled this because...
Understood. Though it seems...
Sure!
Thank you, Ryuji. We'll start by...
Sounds good. All the best with your...
Yes. The Kaeda... After I returned to Inazuma, yes. You may...
Though all blades... As an example, there is nothing mystical to our work. There is only... As for the art of...
That's right. Eat for only a blade the...
Indeed. You are, without a doubt, the most worthy wielder of an Ishin blade. It gladdens my heart to see that although the Kaidahara clan has fallen on hard times, its ideals and virtues are alive and well.
You overestimate me. My actions are guided by my own personal sentiments, not by any noble aspirations on behalf of my clan. But let's get back on topic. The purpose of our visit today is to gather some information on your missing nephew. We hope to assist with the investigation. It may turn out that this case is connected to another we are pursuing.
Ah, yes. My nephew. I reported the case to the Tenryou Commission, but I haven't heard anything back so far. He didn't say a word before he left, which is very unlike him. I'm still completely at a loss on what to make of it, but I've done what I can so far. Worrying is futile. All I can do now is wait for the news from the Tenryo Commission.
We heard that there was a collector involved in the disappearance too. Know anything about that?
Yes. On the morning that Yuya went missing, he gave me a very cryptic look and said that he was going to give me a great gift. I believe he went to collect the item from Mr. Nagato after that. The next thing I heard was that a fire had broken out at the warehouse, and neither of them came back. Yes. Strange, isn't it? I wonder what could have caused it. Unfortunately, there was very...
Do you have any...
If I had to guess, he's never been particularly... He is
Truth be told, based on the evidence...
What? He is humble. Yes, but I also cannot... Anyway...
Don't worry. You have our word.
From the sound of that, Paimon doesn't think Yuya was the one who attacked us as well.
Yes. It sounds as if something happened. Let's pay a visit to...
I'm very sorry, but we cannot afford to pay what we owe right now. My husband has gone missing, and I'm still trying to find him.
No, you misunderstand us. We are here to help with the investigation. We'd like to ask you some questions about Mr. Nagato's disappearance, if we may.
Ah, I see. I thought the debt collectors had come to visit again. I'm sorry you have to see me in this dreadful state. Has some new information come out? Do you know where he's gone?
I'm afraid we don't have any new information at the moment. We're still trying to find out as much as we can to inform our search. With this in mind, can we perhaps ask some questions about your family's current...
He'd always get so everything was fine when we... He lost his sense of restraint. Our expenses really spiraled out of control when he started getting interested in weapons. He wouldn't sell them, wouldn't even touch them. I'm happy he had on the last day that...
Whoa!
and that led...
Actually, it didn't. You must understand, after I said those words, his voice was so meek and pitiful that I felt an urge to take everything back. But then what? If I didn't draw the line, what would... Had I not indulged his bent? I also don't... The next thing I heard...
I see. Amenoma Yuya.
At first, But my husband has never been one to negotiate. He never even haggles when he's out buying groceries. I don't know. He just Perhaps he's too... As long as he's
Please don't get upset. If collecting things, but the information...
A little
Let's try a change of scenery. Rest assured, we'll notify...
Thank you
Based on the information we've gathered so far, I can only surmise the fire at the where... Do you have any thought?
Nope, never mind. Paimon's brain needs to rest for a while. Over to you.
That is the most likely conclusion based on everything we... However, in this case, only one... If this is indeed one fact, Mr. Nagato, the more I ponder it, the more... Right. Amenoma Yuya lacks a...
Darn!
Let's keep going. If we can solve the case, both Mr. Amenoma and...
Okay.
Let's head out of the city.
Quicker.
Wait, I hear something up.
Oh! This must be another one of those... As sketchy as that whole thing seems, you did put it to...
Now I'm picking up a...
But there's nothing here...
It's gone now. It felt very much like that ancient... Indeed. We should remain vigilant.
Huh. So it's an under...
The force is the source of the judging from the concentration.
Mrs. Nagato said...
It could well be that he was... From what I've been but most will... Mr. Nagato had an interest in collecting to begin with. Step back. I'll open the door and take... If we don't open this door, we can move no... You needn't worry. Both of us.
What's down there?
Everything's buried in debris. I can't see it. It looks like the fire caused a cave-in, reducing the entire warehouse to rot.
That was too scary!
All we can do now is keep searching. Two ordinary humans, entangled with the Tatarigami. I fear my... Yes, let's go. Quiet your mind and focus. From this point, the trail appears the main source of the Tatarigami and...
Whoa! Look at all those hilly trails! They're acting really strangely!
Something seems to be drawing their attention. Let's take a closer look.
Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha.
The process of elimination.
It's... By the looks of it, well... According to this letter, a conflict arose. Yuya started the fire that destroyed the warehouse and wounded Mr.
So...
He was not only... Whatever traces there may have been of his fate beyond... Yes, if Amenoma...
Right! So let's get moving!
I wouldn't be surprised for a practitioner. All the clues. I have a hypothesis.
Wait!
I believe so. On with the search. He seems to have stayed here for a long time.
Why here?
I'm not sure. Show yourself!
Kaede Harakazua. It's you, at last.
Aha! What's your problem, huh?
Indeed, there should. But what if instead of facing Ameno Mayuya, we are in fact facing the blade in his hand?
You should watch what you say, honorary knight.
Now that you mention it... Whoa! Shh!
Tatarigami at the blade has resided in Mr. Nagato's warehouse for many years. Or rather, as a means to occupy Ameno.
You're sharper than many as a descendant.
I presume it has some...
Indeed. He was a blade. And sure enough, in the end, he achieved what he had set out to do. He not only bestowed upon me in her conceit, the Raiden Shogun lost not only the single most...
So...
The people of the time in which I was born. After the death, I seek but one thing. To face the full force of the Raiden Shogun's blade and prove my power.
So tell me, what happened?
My hosts? Who cares when they got tired?
You're...
After I returned to at long last. Kaede Harakazu. Now.
There is no escape!
Here you are.
Submit to me!
Quietly now.
We shall be right here.
Here comes the catch.
Join me and sever that divine light!
Shine down! Inazuma shines eternal! Everybody stand back!
Do not stand in my...
Your bluff's fool...
Lost. Even if you defeat, he is but a puppet that can... The end result, and even if I were by any means...
Your fighting style, but from your movement?
Really?
As I've mentioned, since the blade is, if you ask me...
Are you trying to... On his deathbed, he passed in that regard.
Because all of that, I've been wondering, now that I've seen in... After all the time that...
Oh, that...
Only when Mr. Naga... Well, you were determined... I think you realized, but the way I see it...
What would you know about any of this?
You returned to Inazuma to prove the even if you were to sever that divine light. Sure, you inherited the secrets of Ishino. How could you?
Silence! I must achieve. I will concede that you are most...
And you should...
Easy for you to say. I have no need of anything that would stand in my way.
How stubborn. I do not believe for a second that you can challenge the...
What?
Very well. Once we have done...
And as for your end of the bargain, if you lose...
Don't do this, Kazuha!
This is the only way. The cursed blade's strength, the power of the Tatar... Even if things... We have a chance here to save an innocent victim.
Your disdain for me betrays your woeful ignorance now.
I felt a little dizzy at first, but it's all right. So far, I will.
What should we do next?
We find some enemy, although this blade has endured much turmoil. If a blade built for Ishin art cannot enter a state of harmony between blade, if he wants to avoid reality, then we need to fight until he has no choice but to face it.
Wait a minute! Paimon remember since the Takatsukasa clan abandoned...
All right.
What about Amenoma?
The blade says he'll let Amenoma Yuya trail us silently.
Are we sure this is a good idea? Okay, fine.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
Well, since you asked so nicely.
Leave everything on this journey to me.
Finally, I get the ferry. Finally, let's get down to business.
Into the wind. Clouds high. The birds call.
How are you feeling? You okay?
I'm all right. The blade is performing largely as I expected. Having gone so long without proper use and maintenance, it's become very difficult to use. Though he's making every effort to persevere, I do not think he can last much longer.
Something else on your mind?
How strange. Rather than trying to control me, he is instead trying to match my fighting rhythm. Let's keep going.
It's my lucky day.
The wind knows me. Wind strike.
You're the fairy. Let's get down to business.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Finally, you're the fairy. Finally, No.
Whoa! Something's up with the blade!
I can sense that his strength is slowly fading away. The blade is becoming more and more difficult for me to wield. He cannot hold out much longer. If he keeps persisting, he will likely break apart at any moment.
But what would that do to Amano Mayuya?
I will be careful with it. He also says he does not have any plans to give up easily. He's still trying to achieve his goal. Time to go.
I'm ready.
Into the wind.
Keep tricks.
The wind knows me. As one with wind and cloud. Wind strike.
Cut down.
Bad.
Like this.
That was such a close call.
My apologies. In the end, I still needed your help.
Are you okay? It looked like you were really struggling the entire fight.
Yes. And it looks like he's...
The sheen's grown a bit dimmer again. It doesn't look anywhere near as impressive as it did at the start.
Perhaps this time, we'll finally have a chance to see his true form.
True form? What are you talking about? Huh? What the? Is this the same blade as before? It looks like a piece of junk!
If you choose to continue in the state you're in, you wouldn't even be able to beat Samurai and Kairagi, much less the almighty Shogun. Maybe you did truly wield power to rival the Shogun's light when first forged. But the long journey from Snezhnaya back to Inazuma has left you battered and broken. It barely needs stating anymore. Your ambition is a flight of fancy. I finally figured out why it was that you agreed to my bet. You wanted to reach a state of harmony with me. For perhaps then you would still be able to wield commendable power. But regrettably, we are nothing alike. I will never understand your obstinacy and cruelty, nor can I empathize with the one who made you. The only one who truly understood you had already passed away by the time you were born.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
There they are! Take them down!
Where do they keep coming? Yup! We can...
Don't worry, it's just... One with nature. Time to go.
You win this battle.
You fought way better with your own sword.
You are a true Kaedehara in flesh and in spirit. Though we fought briefly together, you have seen me for who I really am. No one knew anything of my story throughout my travels, nor did I tell it to anyone. You are the first person to know the truth. I thought that if I could achieve Ishin harmony with you, perhaps there would still be a ray of hope for me.
But in this too you have failed.
Indeed. No matter how hard I tried, I could not attain that perfect harmony that your personal blade does with you. Too much time has passed. My physical state is poor, and without proper maintenance, I can only disguise my true appearance behind an outer sheen. Yours is the blade that took on the Muso no Hitotachi. And what a magnificent blade it is. Perhaps I shall never reach that level of glory.
Actually, this is just a generic blade that I picked up during my travels in Liyue.
What?
Forging and maintenance are both important for a blade, but they are not everything. This blade has traveled the land with me for many years, and we have formed a close bond during that time. Plus, in the moment that I most needed it, I received aid from another power. Skill, blade, determination, and desire. All these must be aligned in the practice of Ishin art. There is something else I must tell. Tatarigami is, though you tried to I resisted its temptation. I feel a great sense the moment you embark. You have known this.
He gave me. How could I? I said to him, "Do not worry. From here on,
I believe our bet is now settled. I have nothing further to.
Where are you going, Kazuha?
He now has neither the ability nor the motivation to cause further harm. Let's give him some time to reflect on things. When I touched the hilt for the first time, it's as if I was transported to a strange dimension. It was somewhere I've never been. A bladesmith lay quietly on the bed, his frail face barely visible under the moonlight. His breaths were weak, and his life near its end. A newly forged blade lay by his side, listening attentively to his final words.
Wow. That was the blade's memory, wasn't it?
Indeed. While in exile in Snezhnaya, the bladesmith eventually learned the truth behind everything that had happened. The Ishin art had been dealt a devastating blow by the desertion of its best smiths. He spent the rest of his life in the forge, not to vent his frustration and hatred, but to atone for his actions. He felt intense regret at being tricked by the Fatui, but he could never again return to his homeland. His sole wish was to one day return his single, proudest creation back to the land of his birth. So he instructed this sentient blade to find a way back to Inazuma, no matter how long or how hard the journey. But he never wished to rival the gods. All he wanted to show was that they once shone brilliantly as blade and smith, that they were still worthy of being trusted.
So that's the true story. But after that, the blacksmith's intentions were warped by the Tatarigami, slowly turning his proud creation into the cursed blade of today.
Right. I believe the bladesmith might never have known that the power he worked with was that of the Tatarigami. The hatred within that power is what sent the blade down its ill-fated path. This blade has committed unforgivable atrocities, but only because it lost its original master. No one was there to correct its errors when it was losing its way.
Shame it's too late now.
Yes. Time would not wait, or he seems to have calmed.
I once told, but darkness. Not only did I...
You are finally seeing...
Since we agreed, but I still... So...
Hey!
It has to be done in my physical...
His attitude... What do you think, Kazuha?
Let's hear it.
Thank you all. Alas, nor have I my fights with you.
Oh?
I will release... you must have...
Understood.
I see. I utterly despise him, and if a duel can help to set the... I do not wish to be...
There's no need to worry.
Thanks for your help.
All right, then let's move. More Ronin could, in any case, for a fine...
This reminds Paimon a bit of the... Yep, we still... Are you ready?
Ready? Okay. Successor of
Successor of Amenoma art.
Honored to cross blades with...
It is my honor also.
Into the wind. Time to go. Wind strider. The wind knows me. Clouds high. The birds call. Wind strider.
Thank you for the experience. Although he appears battered and broken, in your hands it seems he's regained a glimmer of brilliance. His sense of savage cruelty has completely faded away. But that same sense of determination remains strong.
You also fought well. There are a few things that
I must apologize.
You need not seek my forgiveness. No, it is too late.
I do not wish for forgiveness. I only hope that you will see my transgressions as I strayed far from the I beseech you.
Yes. I too trust Mr. Kai.
Thank you, successor of...
This blade has also told me that he has another wish. He would like to visit the Amenoma. Maybe we can go back there together.
What does he want to go there?
I'm not sure.
Take it easy. Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Oh, it's Yuya! You have
I am sorry to have troubled.
a prized Ishin blade, turned weapon that controls the human mind. Considering their forging philosophy, this was indeed within the realm of possibility. This is a great pity. But I have some good news as well. Ryuji, from the Bonton Sango Detective Agency, tells me that they've found the missing Mr. Nagato.
Really? Is he okay?
Yes, badly wounded, but he will live. And now that Yuya is back, it seems like the final ending to this story is a happy one after all.
I think I know what you want to do.
What's wrong, Kazuha? Is the blade whispering in your ear again?
Yes. He said he wants to take control of me for a brief moment.
What? No way! Hasn't it learned its lesson?
He tells me that he's thought of another way to fulfill his maker's wish. And he assures me that he won't use my body for anything nefarious. I have decided to let him do it.
Guess there's no—
Thank you. I will explain my reasons later. Okay. I am ready. Let us begin. Please, stay true to your promise.
is almost spent. Without him, my eventual demise is inevitable. But if I abandon the future to give everything I have in this moment, my physical form can be forged anew.
Everything? You mean...
Yes. The cost is my entire consciousness. You were right. There's nothing that I can accomplish now. But there's still a chance for Ishin art. Once remade, I will be a valuable resource for your studies. Ishin lives on, and its finest hour is yet to come. Even if I am not the one to prove its might to the Shogun, as long as it is an Ishin blade, crafted by Kaedehara hands.
You should watch what you say, honorary knight.
Wish. Thank you, son of the Kaedehara clan. Over the years, my real name has been forgotten by all. I'm ashamed to utter it, yet it remains strong in my mind. Kagotsurube Ishin. This name is now yours to keep.
Rest in peace.
So, that's why he said it had to be done in that order. His consciousness will disappear forever after fulfilling the bladesmith's wish.
Kagotsurube Ishin. It was the first time I ever heard his name. It seems like deep down he disapproved of his own actions, and thus chose to bury this name deep within his heart. Only in the final moments, before his consciousness faded, was he willing to entrust it to another.
Seems like he really wanted to fulfill his maker's wish.
The same fervent ambition that gave him the motivation to keep going forward also fueled the stubborn determination that blinded him to the path ahead. Speaking for myself, I'd rather see him recognize and atone for his mistakes than see him punished for them. I understand. Perhaps this is a flaw in my personality. I've always been captivated by grand aspirations. Hearing his wish to rival the divine light touched something inside of me, just as the sight of those who fought to repeal the Vision Hunt decree did. Your quest to face the gods and trace your sibling inspires me in the same way. After everything I've seen, perhaps these pursuits fascinate me a little more than they should.
Oh, Kazuha.
I will continue to support you from this point on. Know that you will have my assistance.
Wait! Shouldn't we also go update Kujo Kamaji?
Oh, you're right. We need to tell him about the findings of our... And it's also time to give him a response to the...
You've returned. I hear that the issue has been resolved. Though this was a treacherous investigation indeed, we're most fortunate that no lives were lost. The Tenryou Commission has already attended to the danger at the warehouse. The investigation into Ama no Mayuya should conclude soon. I Do not believe he will be charged with any crime.
Wow, you sure kept your ear to the ground.
Then we needn't recount all the details again. Now, as to your earlier offer, I wish to give you my answer. Please take a look at this blade.
What's this?
Kagotsurube Ishin, a weapon crafted using a long-lost blade forging art of the Kaidahara clan. By means of a series of fortuitous events, I was able to recover and restore him. I also promised him that I will continue to study and pass on the secrets of Ishin art. And so, it looks like I will likely continue with my journey across the nations, learning more about this blade as I go.
I see. I understand.
The Kaidahara clan has always been a family of bladesmiths, so it is only proper for me to continue on this path. Were I to accept your goodwill, I may find myself embroiled in conflicts between the shogunate and Sangonomiya. That would not suit me.
You misunderstand. That was most certainly not our intent.
I am aware, but I still desire to continue walking my own path.
Very well, I can understand. Then let's pretend this offer was never raised. However, if you should ever change your mind or find yourself in need of the Shogunate's assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me.
Great. Thank you for your generosity.
Where will you travel to next, Kazuha?
I'll probably take to the seas with Captain Beto again for now. As for my next destination, let's see where the wind takes me.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. Right. The darker fabric definitely looks a lot better. That'd be my choice, too.
We're back, Candace! We've got a lot to tell you.
Ah, welcome back. Sounds like everyone's friends already.
Oh, Dia's here too!
You bet. So, everything goes smoothly?
Reasonably.
Alhaitham didn't go with you?
We haven't seen him at all.
Huh. I saw him around the village entrance earlier and figured he was investigating with you. I guess he must have gone off on his own. Did you find out anything useful? I see. So someone used a kind of incense to lead the exiled scholars away from the village. The resurrection of King Deshret? First I've heard of it. Far as I know, the kind of incense you just mentioned is only popular beyond the wall. Scholars are fond of it, but as you can see, there aren't many scholars still studying around these parts. No seller would be able to make a profit here. Not to mention, making incense is a labor-intensive process. You won't see anybody in the desert with the patience to make or sell something that requires that kind of effort. It seems someone from beyond the wall must have been supporting this.
Makes sense.
So what should we do then? Do we go back to the academia and search for leads there?
If it was any other day, that would be your next logical step. But today, you've got me on your team, so you get an extra tip. Didn't you say that the villager got his news from the tavern? Well, I also like to drink at the tavern, so I know a thing or two about these radicals he mentioned.
If Paimon remembers correctly, the leader of the radicals is some guy called Delavar.
Ah, yeah. Delavar, the scar-riddled bandit, Engur, the wide-eyed butcher, and Jabari, the duck-tailed bearded crook. The whole lot of them are known around these parts. These guys have one thing in common, and that's being broke. The rougher life gets, the more they want to believe in King Deshret. Way they see it, King Deshret's resurrection is their only chance at overthrowing the academia. Throwing all of Sumeru into chaos is the only way to change the way of life here in the desert. Anyway, that's my guess why they've chosen to become radicals.
Tia! You're amazing! You really know this place
No merc can afford to slack off on gathering intelligence. Every more I've spent in the tavern has been a valuable investment.
Let's head out.
Now hold on, you're staying right here, Sino.
Why?
Aru Village is not a big place. Outsiders stand out here like a sore thumb. I'd bet word about you has already gotten out. The desert is unforgiving, so the way of life here is also a lot tougher than on the outside of the wall. You survive on making connections out here. Compared to you, mercs like me are just third-rate amateurs. I've got no actual fighting skills to speak of, but that also makes it a whole lot easier for me to gain the locals' trust. I need to go around and ask some questions, but it'll be difficult if you're with me.
Fine.
Good. Then we've got a plan. The Traveler and Paimon will go to Caravan Rebot with me, and we'll try our best to figure out where the Mad Scholars have been taken. Sino, you'll have to stay in the village and continue investigating on your own.
All right, sounds like a plan.
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. sandstorms.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed
You
again.
need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
Huh, good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Sounds like you're starting to get familiar with the area.
Paimon's amazed every time we see the wall of Samiel. How can a wall this tall even exist? It's almost unreal.
I know what you mean. I had the same question every time I walked this way when I was a kid. Also, why is this high wall here? And can a wall really block sandstorms? It was only after I grew up that I realized the Wall of Samiel isn't just there to keep out the sandstorms. It serves a more important purpose, keeping out people like us. Sumeru is run by wise and mighty sages. To them, us desert dwellers are nothing but tools that can be used and discarded at their whim. We're cheap labor, like livestock, but easier to control. Nothing more. Even if a child from the desert got the chance to obtain an Akasha terminal, almost all their requests for knowledge would be denied. The academia believes we're underserving. Geniuses like Sataria are 1 in a million. The other children never get a single chance to try and rewrite their fate, even though the academia knows very well that we're humans, just as they are.
That's terrible.
I would tear down this wall with my own hands if I could.
Hey, Dia. You're not thinking about doing anything scary, are you?
No, not at all. This place just gets me thinking, that's all. Besides, we're here to procure information, aren't we?
Yep, we gotta catch those...
Shh. Caravan Rebot is crawling with people, so be careful what you say. We don't want anyone to find out what we're here for. Our mission started the moment we arrived here. Let's go check out the tavern. Maybe we'll find someone I know. Just our luck. None of them are here today.
You mean you don't see anyone you know?
Dia, is that you? What a coincidence. You here for a drink too?
Zaki. Finally, a friendly face.
Oh, and who do you have with you here? Guests from another land? Hello, hello. I'm Zaki. Dia's, how would you put it? Drinking buddy?
We've had drinks together a few times. You could say we go back a ways. Anyway, as far as my friends here, they aren't too shabby, are they? You rarely see any Outlanders so friendly and respectful nowadays.
Absolutely. Much better than those people on the other side of the wall. So, Dia, are you looking for someone?
Yeah. Have you seen Enger, Delavar, or Jabari recently?
Of course I have. Matter of fact, we were all here drinking together just a few days ago.
I've got a spice trading deal from another nation. I thought maybe Delavar and his friends might be interested. Know where I could find him?
Ah, how thoughtful of you. Then I assume you also know that Delavar's been having a hard time making ends meet these days. So, you came here to help him out?
Hey, keep it down. Let's just say I prefer to keep this deal a secret. Y'all at Caravan Rebot are like family. If there's more to be made, why not do it together? Besides, Delavar and his friends have muscle. They'd be a good fit for escorting the goods.
Yes, how considerate of you. Delavar's my friend too, so of course I can take you to him. Come with me.
Welcome, weary travelers. All who seek rest will find it here.
So he's not at the hotel today?
Come on, it's a rare opportunity. Go check it out.
Hit. Yeah. Take it easy.
Are we there yet?
Yep, this is the place.
This place is practically deserted. What are they doing in a place like this?
Why don't you take a guess? Go on, a wild stab in the dark. You're like lambs to the slaughter.
Oh no! It's an ambush!
What's this all about, Zaki?
Come on, Dia. You really think we didn't hear about what you said back in Aru village? The boys have kept a close eye on you from the moment you set foot there. Not only do I know that you're looking for Delavar, I also know that you've teamed up with people from the Academia to look for the missing scholars.
So, you've been watching us from the very beginning?
Uh-oh. Paimon knew leaving Sino behind was a mistake!
And you left the strongest one in the village, didn't ya? Who do you think you are? You really thought we'd fall for your little business deal nonsense?
So you and Delavar have been partners all along.
Dia, I guess it's only natural for a traveling mercenary like you to be out of the loop. Those of us who hang around the tavern have stronger bonds than you think. But you got one thing right. We're all looking forward to an uprising in Sumeru. There's nothing more we'd like to see than the desert folk overthrowing the Academia.
If that's the case, then I'm sure Delavar wouldn't miss a second of it.
I'll be honest with you. If it weren't for what you said in the village, your little monologue about the Wall of Samiel would have convinced me that you're one of us.
Delavar. And Enger, you're here too, huh?
Long time no see, Miss Mercenary. You should have known the traitors are what us followers of King Deshret despise the most.
Dia, I thought that you, a fellow desert dweller, would understand why King Deshret is greater than the Dendro Archon. Little did I know, you don't deserve to join us.
Yeah, gee, what a missed opportunity. Adopting radical views and kidnapping innocent scholars, all because of some baseless rumors. Anything else I'm missing out on?
See? There you have it. Mercenaries are just a bunch of faithless scum with only one thing on their minds. Mora. Pathetic. You're all like a pack of street rats.
You're not wrong. Mercenaries are driven by Mora, and my faith lies with whoever's paying me. As long as there's a profit to be made, anyone can become my friend.
Enough talking! Get him!
Just as I expected. Let's teach him a lesson, traveler.
Right now.
Following orders.
There is no escape!
Take that!
Gotcha! Torn to oblivion!
I'll take my leave. Impossible! Yeah, how could you?
So, what do you think about your meticulous network now, Zaki? How did you say it? It's only natural for a traveling mercenary like me to be out of the loop. I'm guessing your informant told you that I'm just an incompetent merc with no real fighting skills, correct? I mean, that is what I said after all. And of course you would believe everything he reported. The only thing you know about me is that I'm a mercenary, but you've never seen me in action. Even though you heard we went to handle monsters together, you believed that Candace was the only one doing all the real fighting. That so-called Flame Mane is just a fraud. She admitted it herself. She just uses her connections to gain the trust of others. That's what you thought, right?
Ugh. You lied in the village because you figured that we'd have people watching you.
And you were stupid enough to fall for it. I figured as much the first time we drank together. You all thought you were so smart. Pathetic. Okay, that should be all of them.
Whoa! So you've been planning this since we were in Aru Village?
No task can be done without preparation. I just happened to notice a couple suspicious-looking people while you were out investigating.
Oh, but instead of catching them right away, you let them report back.
Those two who were snooping around were just a couple small fries. If we want to get the real catch, we have to be patient and give it some time.
You mean the funny name she mentioned back in Uncle Ampu's house? The wide-eyed butcher, scar-riddled bandit, Paimon can't remember them all.
That's just a bunch of drunk talk. Edgar and Delavar like to talk themselves up when they're drinking. Edgar, the wide-eyed butcher, and Delavar, the scar-riddled bandit, are the nicknames they came up with for themselves. Alcohol has a way of making people share what they really think, so Edgar and Delavar are always rambling in the tavern about how King Deshret is a superior deity.
What about Zaki?
He's just a numbskull who fell right into our trap. Zaki was probably the best hidden of them all. My initial plan was to find Delavar first, and then try to track him down. That's what you wanted to ask when we were at Uncle Anpu's house, right? Jabari is one of the villagers you talked to. You know, the one who wanted to treat Isak and his grandpa to some food.
Wait, so he's a radical too?
No, he isn't. I just needed to tack on a random villager name to make the eavesdropper think that I was making some wild guesses based on my impressions.
Wow, what a genius idea! Well, that's an expert mercenary for ya.
Ah, you're too kind. It was straight from the usual playbook, if I'm honest.
So, that thing you were saying before, is it really true?
About what?
About how mercenaries only care about Mora, and that anyone's a friend as long as there's a profit.
Does that bother you? What makes you so sure?
Dia, do you dislike the Dendro Archon like the other desert folk?
You two are pretty sharp. No, I don't have anything against the Dendro Archon. I've heard a lot of nice things about the Lesser Lord from Dunyarzad. I can understand her devotion and gratitude. Dunyarzad's just an ordinary person. There's no way a god would be so involved in the lives of everyday people, unless they were truly compassionate. I've begun to realize that the sages are behind everything that's happened recently. The radicals' blind belief in King Deshret, making the Dendro Archon out to be an enemy. It's all the academia's trickery. But I see through it all. And unlike them, I can never be hostile towards anyone who's never done anything wrong.
Dia.
Anyway, looks like we're done with business here. Traveler, lend me a hand. Let's tie him up and bring him to the village. This should be all of them. I'll let you take it from here.
All right. I'll be in touch. Until then, please stand by.
Candace, do you need any help?
Candace will be okay on her own. I trust her, so you can too. She's been guarding Aru village for quite some time now. If anyone is qualified to question the offenders, it's her.
While I'm questioning them, why don't you pass some time by exploring the area?
I'll meet you back here tomorrow morning, Traveler. As for these idiots...
Personally, I think the idea of things staying the same forever is quite beautiful. But alas, that is simply not the way the world works. Most
Ой,
humans
Маш,
could
все
have the
норм,
entirety of their
забыла
fleeting
звук
lives
включить.
chronicled in but a few short lines. Their stories really make for terribly dull reading.
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any
Personally, I think the idea of things staying the same forever is quite beautiful. But alas, that is simply not the way the world works.
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
Traveling to other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing about these days. Goodness knows what they find so disappointing about their own world.
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
Most humans could have the entirety of their fleeting lives chronicled in but a few short lines. Their stories really make for terribly dull reading.
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
Traveling to other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing about these days. Goodness knows what they find so disappointing about their own world.
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
Personally, I think the idea of things staying the same forever is quite beautiful.
For any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
But alas, that is simply not the way the world works.
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
Traveling to other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing about these days. Goodness knows what they find so disappointing about their own world.
You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms. You need to watch out for any signs of earthquakes and sandstorms.
Personally, I think the idea of things staying the same forever is quite beautiful. But alas, that is simply not the way the world works. Most humans could have the entirety of their fleeting lives chronicled in but a few short lines. Their stories really make for terribly dull reading. Traveling to other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing about these days. Goodness knows what they find so disappointing about their own world. Most humans could have the entirety of their fleeting lives chronicled in but a few short lines. Their stories really make for terribly dull reading.
Так, я тут кашу себе приготовила. Любитель каши, короче. Нет, это более жижа каша. Жижа каша. Каша жижа.
Traveling to other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing about these days. Goodness knows what they find so disappointing about their own world. Personally, I think the idea of things staying the same forever is quite beautiful. But alas, that is simply not the way the world works.
You should watch what you say, honorary knight.
Right on time.
Paimon's been wondering.
We've known each other for some time.
Oh, Paimon knows what you mean. Like a lot of.
Yep.
Погоди,
I
пошли.
guess us mercs, on the other hand, we pretty.
Well, Paimon thinks you're great too.
Really?
Oh, Sino's here, and he's pretty early too.
Yes. I was here yesterday to help out a little.
To help out? By doing what?
Sharing some interrogation techniques.
Oh, you mean you taught Candace some more persuasive methods?
Right.
Come on in, everyone.
Come on, let's go inside.
Candace, where? Whoa, you look furious.
Do I? Huh. What gave it away?
Oh, there's no mask that can hide true bloodlust. Cover up your eyes, and it'll still show itself at the corners of your mouth.
Perhaps I need to work on my composure. Still, it's perfectly understandable why I'm angry. I'm sure everyone present would agree.
Yes, ma'am. Please, don't feed us anymore. We're gonna die.
Well, looks like Sino taught her well.
You fear death yourselves, yet you do not hesitate to place the lives of others at risk. The absurdity is mind-boggling. The ones you call mad scholars are known to us as the Village Keepers. They are vital members of our community, and some even count them as family. You come here to my village, and you treat my people as nothing more than stepping stones towards your goal. Tell me, what would you do to you in my position?
Mercy! Please, have mercy!
You've made your bed.
We may all be desert dwellers, but there's one thing that I understand better than you. The resurrection of King Deshret will only result in war. And war serves no one. The people of Aru Village care little about which god is in power. Life may be tough and tiring, but we wish to preserve our way of life. A war would only cause us to lose all that we have. And that is not a responsibility that you can afford to shoulder.
We understand. We're sorry. I'll tell you everything I know. Please, just let us go.
I'm listening.
You might not believe this, but it wasn't us who came up with this idea. Someone was spreading rumors in the tavern. That's how we ended up hearing about King Deshret's resurrection. Some mystery man told us that mad scholars will make the perfect sacrifice to usher in King Deshret's resurrection. They give their lives, and we can get anything we wish for.
They're called Village Keepers. Slip up again, and you'll regret it.
Yes, sorry. It was all that mystery man's doing. He told us to spread the word about King Deshret's resurrection, and talked us into helping him. In return, he said he'll help facilitate the resurrection process.
Угу. АСМР. Я чувствую себя немножко белкой.
I'm not sure.
That's one.
Маш, посмотри, у меня посты в группе.
You get a total of 3. Then, you die by my hand.
Wait, I'm telling the truth. We don't know anything. It was all him.
Да заткнись, бля.
He got us to lure them out of their houses in the night with some kind of incense. We take them to a junction outside the village. Then the mystery guy takes them from there. You gotta believe me, please. I'm telling the truth, I swear. Just ask them if you don't believe me.
That was indeed the truth. Traveler, go on.
You have to believe
Так.
me. If I knew that, I would have
Что
told
ты
you his
орёшь?
name right away. I'm not risking another beating to keep his secrets. No way. He, that guy, he wears a cloak.
I believe.
Ты
I
стримишь?
may
Я
know
могу
what's
тебе
going
дать
on.
ссылку.
Uncle Anpu.
Могу дать ссылку с реферальной. Ты по
Okay,
нему
speak.
If my
зарегистрируешь.
suspicions are correct, this mystery man they speak of could be from the academia.
Регистрируйся, настраивай, и
Some
будет тебе
time
плюсик, и
ago,
мне плюсик.
people from the academia attempted to take the village keepers away. I refused, insisting that they are part of our community. It strikes me now that this secretive character shares the same goal they had.
Which means it's highly likely that the academia was purposely spreading a false rumor to trick the radicals into delivering the village keepers right into their hands. They were the ones who brought them here to begin with. Now they're trying to take them back. We aren't gonna let that happen.
Чуть только
Not
что
the
додумалась об
academia
этом.
again.
Ну, чтобы был народ, надо что-то делать.
Just as I thought. But
Я
what could they want with the
телеграммы
village
свои
keepers?
везде кидаю. Туда-сюда, чтобы кто-то меня хоть
People
нашел.
are nothing but tools in the eyes of the academia. A change in their plans likely means they found another way to exploit the scholars. Regardless, our top priority now is locating the village keepers.
You're right. Isak is still waiting for news on his grandpa.
Time to go. Let's leave the village and try to track them down.
Yes. Pack up and get ready to leave.
You got it. Candace, I'll let you deal with the radicals. Leave everything outside the village to us.
All right.
Let's meet back here once everyone's ready.
Traveling to other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing about these days. Goodness knows what they find so disappointing about their own world. Most humans could have the entirety of their fleeting lives chronicled in but a few short lines. Their stories really make for terribly dull reading.
Так вот, если будешь стримить, я тебе реферальную ссылку скинула. Можешь понаставить реакции мне в телеграм-канале. Потому что любой актив сейчас полезен просто.
Well, as you can see, I am merely sitting here
Я
and
что-то
reviewing
пытаюсь
what we have
сделать.
deduced thus far.
You were gone for ages, and now you're suddenly sitting here musing to yourself? Where have you been anyway? Hey, what's with the silence?
You never think things through before asking questions. I'm giving you some time to make up for that.
Paimon's so mad! Paimon's gonna give you an ugly nickname!
Well, you've heard nothing to suggest I left this whole time. So clearly, I stayed in the village to investigate. Anyway, you plan to leave Aru village and keep searching for the truth of this matter, yes?
Yep. We're not gonna find out anything more by staying here, so we thought that we might as well take the search elsewhere.
Бля, это на Райден похоже.
Enough with the silent treatment!
Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть. Шесть. Ну ладно. Мгм.
No.
Главное, что не у
I'm
меня.
just surprised that you decided to team.
All Hatham, you haven't helped us out at all ever since we arrived at Aru village. Bold of you to question.
Yeah, you're all tough.
While you were investigating, I had my own. To be honest, we aren't really a team. Not to mention that going separate ways allowed me to find.
Huh? Right here in the village?
Correct.
What did you learn?
I'm going to take you to someone. But before that, you need to understand where she's coming from.
What does that mean?
How do you think the residents of Aru village feel about what we're doing?
Главное, что не у меня пропадало. Не важно. Эскимо, эскимо. Торт Наполеон. Салат крабовый. Торт Наполеон. Не, что доставить завтра. Главное, что не у меня пропадает. Вот такие вот дела. Эх. Десерт молочный, Наполеон шоколадный. Что-то новое. Блин, прикол. Здесь десерт киевский. Он такой забавный вообще. Такой вообще прикольный. Ты зачем игры? Просто сиди с телефона. Думаю, что еще взять. Смузи томатный. Томат, красный перец. Охренеть. Что это за дичь? Кимчи, который стоит до хрена. $250 за 160 грамм. Эх, бля. Острая капуста. Что такое? Капуста штука. Маринованная. Фокус? Что такое фокус? Что капуста с натуральным мясом краба. Чипсы. Надя брала чипсы. 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 Бля, сам не поржешь, никто не поржет. Сырный. Сыр и халапеньо. О.
In other words, do you truly believe every single word the villagers tell us?
You mean some of them lied to us?
Hiding the truth does not necessarily equate to lying. Remember what Gandalf said. By contrast, the perils of their daily lives are ever-present concerns. Glad you're following up. Among those you have talked to, the reason being...
Those eyes. Those fierce eyes. You look like a real fighter.
Don't change the subject.
It's quite obvious that she's intimidated by Sino's authority and strength.
Right. You were asking about the mad scholars.
She corrected herself mid-sentence because she's aware that there are King Deshret fanatics in the village. If she sounds too friendly towards the village keepers, she could easily make herself the radicals' next target.
I think it's been a few days since I last saw them. I usually go to bed pretty early, so I'm not too familiar with what goes on at night.
Remember? She made a point of denying her involvement in anything that occurs at night.
But honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards them.
Онигири.
Even though they act a little
У
strange,
онигири есть.
they've helped me
Онигири.
in the past.
Такие
If it weren't for them,
треугольнички.
my house would have collapsed long ago.
Там рис, всякая рыбка, там
After
мазик
speaking
или
to the
какой-нибудь
village chief,
соус, там
it became
сыр.
clear that the village keepers had
нежный
protected
этот.
Aru village at night. In other words, the young miss was very much awake during that time.
Then why would she lie?
By getting involved with an outsider, she risks drawing unwanted attention to herself. As for why she might be so wary about all this, maybe you should ask her.
I'll pass on this one. You said that she is afraid of me. If so, it's best if I stay out of this.
We're on it.
Онигири. Халапеньо. Knock knock. Who's there?
Miss Shawnee, as we discussed earlier, I've brought someone with me.
Mr. Alhaitham, I'm aware of where you stand, but how can I make sure that your friends think the same as you?
Huh? What do you mean? We need to
Колбасу.
clarify our stance or something?
Go ahead and talk to her. You'll get the answers you want. Go on. Earn her trust.
Is it really that simple?
May I call you Traveler? Hi, Traveler. I want to ask you something. Do you think the resurrection of King Deshret can truly change Sumeru for the better? Why is that?
Я тут сегодня пытался
That's very
порядок
similar to what Miss Candace says. I
порядок,
know you two are friends.
нормальное
That's why I'm
состояние
willing to talk to
привести.
you, even though I do have some reservations.
Папук стоит
Before,
у меня рядом.
I wouldn't even have
Я
the
его
courage to
тискаю.
ask something like this. Traveler, do you believe our lives will get better?
Yeah, we came here from... But even so, we have friends in Sumeru.
I want to trust you. My apologies for posing my questions like that. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come back for more information.
Alhaitham told us you have your reasons.
The fact is that some believe in the Dendro Archon, while...
Speaking of which, the radical...
Yeah. Some people can be so narrow-minded when it comes to bloodline and beliefs. It makes no difference what I say or how I behave. I'll always be suspected of having ulterior motives. Slowly, I just stopped talking to people. I pretended not to hear or see anything. All I want is to live my life in peace. And then it happened. The village keepers who had helped me disappeared with no explanation, and I didn't dare breathe a word about it to anyone. Until now.
You can tell them.
All right. I actually have a sharper sense of...
There are ghosts?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. It used to be louder and more frequent.
I confirmed this with the guards on night duty. But, because we're in the middle of a desert, you would rather believe that they are the cries of beasts than ghosts.
Надо научиться выбрасывать всякие штучки-дрючки. Бывает, что это мусор, но ты не хочешь это выбрасывать.
There's really nothing around these parts, except for an old hospital not far from the village.
I think they used to use it for treating Elazar, but it's been abandoned for years.
Yeah, let's go!
Проверю. Нужно проверить. Я уже вроде нажала туда-сюда, он еще не загрузил. А, вот, загрузил первый.
Traveling to other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing about these days. Goodness knows what they find so disappointing about their own world.
Мне кажется, потом в нормальном качестве загрузить. Даже YouTube. Короче, я с Твича там видео загрузила себе на канал на Ютубе. Это чинить можешь? Прикольно, прикольно.
Is this the place? It's in terrible shape. Monsters! Watch out!
Inazuma shines eternal!
Gang's up. Time's over. Busted.
Ой-ой.
Gotcha. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Come on out. Emerge. Right now.
Quietly now.
Going in! Let's light it up!
Emerge. Nothing lasts forever.
Things are about to get dicey. Gotcha.
They were easier. Super strong? He looks super super serious. We gotta stay on our A game too.
This is the one.
Мне иногда не хватает человека, который может что-то
Let's go
починить,
in and
блядь.
take a look.
We haven't found squat. Are you sure we aren't wasting our time here?
Patience. Shawnee says she only hears the crying at night. We have time to burn. Until then, I'm taking a break.
And just like that, he sits down. Wait, he even brought a book to read? What are you reading? Let Paimon see.
Okay, sure.
Huh? The natural position, which is the positional propensity of an entity in natural motion in contrast with an object in forced motion? Huh? When free from external influences, every entity displays the tendency to follow its natural trajectory?
So, you got that?
Oh, Paimon gives up. You keep reading your book. See ya! How is he so relaxed? Look at him, reading an impossible book in a creepy place like this. Hey! Paimon's your Tibet travel guide. Paimon knows plenty of useful stuff already. And anyway, it's not Paimon's fault that the books people read in Sumeru are so complicated. Paimon's getting so sleepy. Huh? What was that sound?
There it is. It's coming from that direction.
Is the sound coming from here? Huh. Paimon's not seeing anything.
It's from below.
But there's no way we can get down there.
Something is off about the interior here. As I thought.
Wow. It's like they tucked another hospital into this one. Oh, it looks like there are other mechanisms around here. Let's keep exploring.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Trainee Forest Ranger Kale, reporting.
Shine down! Torn to oblivion!
Busted! No! Gotcha! Game's up. Fun's over.
There is no escape!
Quietly now. Busted. Things are about to get dicey.
На милашка. О, глазки большие.
Yes?
Look, there's someone over there. Good idea. Let's.
Wait. You're...
He can't speak, and his eyes are unfocused. But he looks too young to be anyone's grandfather.
Didn't expect to see him here.
You know him?
He's Razak, a senior of mine at the academia.
He's a scholar too? Is he the kind that holes up in a forest and mumbles stuff about training?
No. And that's the problem. Razak was never involved in any of those things. He never trained in the forest, let alone reach Satyavada life. Leaving that question aside for the moment, looks like they've already taken everyone away. For whatever reason, they left Razak here. Perhaps they simply didn't have time to come back for him. There are drag marks on the ground. They're clearer by the doorway. Someone was forcefully drawing a cart that was loaded with something heavy.
Loaded with people?
That is one possibility. It looks like they were in a hurry, as if they were afraid of being caught. In their haste, they failed to notice Razak hiding in a corner. The symptoms are identical. Looks like we found living proof.
Huh? Why do you say that?
Allow me to jog your memory. Don't you think his symptoms look familiar?
Oh!
Correct. It isn't difficult to deduce the rationale. First, these rumors were all the persuasion that the radicals needed, and those based in Aru village leapt into action. Unbeknownst to them, of course, through rounding up the scholars, they were actually helping the academia. As well as being able to exploit the radicals for their own ends, this scheme has one further advantage to the academia. All the risks and responsibilities are offloaded onto King Deshret's followers. Life for the desert dwellers has been brutal ever since King Deshret's death all those years ago. Beneath the surface, feelings of desperation are widespread. Many would give everything they have for the prospect of something better. Anyone looking to exploit that for their own ends simply needs to make a few empty promises. Even if complications arise, people will see that those involved are all followers of King Deshret and look for no further explanation than differences of belief. A deep-seated mistrust of the desert and everyone in it by the rest of Sumeru. The notion of an academia plot wouldn't even crop.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Как он любит болтать?
There's still one very important question.
Throughout this process, first, they were scholars. Then, they became lunatics. After that, an exile is still patently a living, breathing human being. But when someone becomes a missing person, if you can't find someone,
Resource?
one possibility.
Extracted? You mean canned knowledge?
With the technology of the Sumer, perhaps the process caused.
So, the human brain.
I'm the academia scribe, after all. Anyway, judging by Razak's state, the contents of a divine knowledge capsule were extracted from his mind. But something went wrong in the process. Or perhaps his curiosity got the better of him, and he used such a capsule for himself.
Hyman's a little confused. Can they just use anyone's brain?
The look on your face tells me you've realized the answer. That's right. To some scholars, gaining knowledge about the gods is their entire life's pursuit. However, I can't help. The academia is going out of their way to look for forbidden knowledge. But what is their ultimate goal? I've spent quite some time trying to analyze the contents of the Divine Knowledge Capsule, but to no avail. It seems like my way of thinking is too different from theirs.
You mean you're not even slightly interested in getting your hands on this forbidden stuff?
All scholars seek to expand the horizons of knowledge, extracting information from people as if they—
Sounds like you're really against all.
Of course. The academia's whether it be academics or knowledge, everything has its boundaries. If those lines are crossed, the rules and order that govern everything in this matter needs to be—
Wait! Didn't you step in to help because you felt—
Not to be callous, but no. My criteria are a little more restrictive than that. There is no shortage of suffering in Sumeru, and the same can be said for the rest of Teyvat as well. What do you plan to do about that? Save every last person?
Probably not. Paimon's not sure.
You can say that. Simply put, I don't blindly place my faith into strength or heroism. I do what I want. The Divine Knowledge Capsule is something I want to investigate in full. That doesn't mean I'm willing to take action for the sake of a few strangers.
Paimon's been wanting to say this for a while. There are a lot of bad guys in the academia, but you're not one of them. You're their weirdo.
You're probably right. Though I must say, I quite enjoy this feeling of being the odd one out. Uniqueness is also an asset, is it not?
Wow, that's a great way to think about it. Paimon's really impressed. If only Miss Shani had a similar mindset, her life would definitely be a lot easier.
I'm just a more likable person than her in general. He won't last long if we leave him here. Let's take him with us. We'll work out our next step after we return to Aru Village.
Че?
Wait. Huh?
We're back!
You must be tired. You should rest and take some water.
What's the situation?
Who's this?
Unfortunately, somebody who's too young to take on the role of Isak's grandfather. Nevertheless, he's one of the people we're trying to find.
So, at one point in time, the abandoned Elazar Hospital served as the academia's site for extracting divine cant knowledge.
Yep, pretty much.
Their plan must have been implemented at some point before we arrived at Aru Village, since divine cant knowledge has been in circulation for a while now. Yet, they fled once we were headed to the village, almost as if they knew we were on their trail. Why is that?
Yeah, why is that?
We may have a mole in our midst. One of us could be secretly revealing our whereabouts to the academia.
Huh? Are our friendships that shallow?
Looks like none of you have realized wherein lies the issue. Sino, you're the reason why they can predict our movements.
Wait, what's that supposed to mean?
Choose your next words very carefully.
It is simply a logical inference. I have my reasons.
So what you're saying is...
О, у нее тоже
Sino's
пупок
the
есть.
mole. Interesting.
У
And here
нее
I thought
тоже.
you were the most
Блин, они
suspicious
такие
one, I'll hate them,
красотки,
since you were
просто они
always acting
реальные.
alone.
I know. You have a point. But I realized something as we were returning from the hospital. Sino isn't like any of us.
What are you trying to say?
Do you still remember who you are? As a Matra, you are no doubt privy to certain kinds of information. Before you can take action against someone, you are required to have all the facts available, including the less than savory details. Simply put, the academia has traditionally allowed you access to a wealth of sensitive information. Knowing their modus operandi, wouldn't you expect them to take precautions against you? If you want to raise a vicious wolf, you need to make sure that you can avoid its bite.
The academia is monitoring me?
It's not that simple. The academia has eyes all over Sumeru, but they have a special protocol for dealing with you. Every so often comes a Nyagarbaha Day. On this day, the academia enters new information into the Akasha through knowledge capsules. I remember seeing a thick notebook next to the control panel once. Its contents were all about the General Mahamatra, his activities throughout the day, preferred methods of enacting judgment, everything.
You're saying that the academia entered my information into the Akasha too? But what's the point in doing that? My actions aren't important enough to be added into the Akasha.
The Akasha is capable of computation. The Akasha's algorithms are entirely capable of predicting your movements using the data entered. When you would depart, the route you would follow, your destination. It knew all of this.
It predicted my every move.
The academia has been watching you longer than you think. However, the fact that you resigned is proof that their suspicions were well-founded.
So that's how it is. Sino adheres to his principles so strongly that he's actually a thorn in their side. Tenacity of will and steadfast faith are worthless to the academia. They need scholars who are easily pliable and mindlessly go after anything they can profit from. Sino, don't take it to heart. This just proves how much of a trustworthy ally you are.
They escaped because of me.
Don't blame yourself. It's not like any of us would have known.
I have an idea. If they predicted my movements, then I might be able to guess where they went.
Whoa, you bounced back fast.
There is always an opportunity for safety after danger passes.
Oh, so that's how it is! Paimon gets it now! If the academia is trying to avoid Sino, then the safest place would be... Yep, that's right.
They'll want to proceed in the direction opposite of where I'm going. I must go.
There's also something I want to investigate.
Let's go, guys! After him!
Please, wait! I want to go too!
You want to go too? If so,
You have to promise you'll stay safe.
I want to find Grandpa. I promise I'll be careful and not cause any trouble.
Everyone, I leave him in your hands.
Yay! Let's go! Paimon feels like we're missing. So, where do we go from here?
Yes. After leaving the village, we should head straight toward the desert.
I know the desert like the back of my hand.
Is that because you play here a lot?
Yep. One time, Grandpa almost got lost in the desert, but I was the one who brought him back.
There's something here. What's this?
It's buried in the sand. Looks like we'll need to roll up our sleeves and do some work.
And Paimon thought running around everywhere was already enough work. Okay. So, we have to dig it out?
These are likely fragments of an academia-developed device, something akin to a headset. Looks like there were more than one village keeper. They must have been escorted this way because there are device fragments scattered around here. Let's split up and search the area. Chances are that we'll find other things nearby.
Блин.
Is this what we're searching for? It looks kind of scary.
This is definitely a device used to extract divine knowledge.
How did it end up buried in the sand? That can't have been part of the plan. They must have been attacked along the way.
Wait, what?
Grandpa, I hope you're okay.
Don't worry. Your grandpa's gonna be fine.
Razak didn't display any signs of starvation or dehydration, which means that they left fairly recently.
We should be able to catch up.
One more thing. Given that the device had been entirely covered by sand, I believe the attack must have happened prior to the sandstorm.
Let's keep going. They can't have gone far.
Ugh, but running on sand is so tiring.
But you're flying, aren't you, Paimon? Is flying over sand tiring too?
Ugh, of course it is.
Here you are. Flicker. Yep.
Voices, over there. It sounds like an argument.
Whoa, you have really good ears.
Don't get any closer. They'll notice us.
Dia's talking with the Eremites? Very interesting. Let's listen in.
If you had informed me sooner, there'd be plenty of room for us to...
You're one of us. We would never lie.
Scholars. You don't know as much as I do. Need me to...
I knew it. That's our Dia.
Dia? Why would you... Dia!
Hey, what are you doing?
Huh?
Didn't you say you'd help me find Grandpa? Why are you on their side?
Well, look who's here. Ain't that something?
This complicates things.
You've betrayed Aru village?
So, this is the great General Mahamatra. Dear, you'd be better off as my assistant than hanging around with this motley crew. Seen for yourself, I have the means and methods, and my ideals are far more admirable than theirs.
I'm not the type that's easily swayed, Raman. You of all people should know that.
Wait, what's going on, Dia? Whose side are you on here?
Shut it, Paimon.
It doesn't matter. Whichever side you pick, nothing can deter us from the grand mission of resurrecting King Deshret. Once our Lord of Old returns to this land, we will have a new beginning.
Face the facts, Raman. It's not gonna happen. You should understand that more than anyone. Have all your years as a merc taught you nothing about placing hopes in a ruler?
I'm a desert dweller and a proud follower of King Deshret. Whether I live by the edge of the sword or in peaceful comfort, my soul will always carry this conviction.
It's not too late yet. The village mad scholars aren't gonna bring King Deshret back to life.
You don't understand, my dear lady. Pursuing our faith is our purpose in life. Even if the chance of success is 1 in a million, we must be willing to give everything we have.
Не
Even if
кусаться.
it'll expose
Нельзя
you to the
кусаться.
academia, even if they
Нельзя
end up
кусаться.
disbanding the Eremites,
Тютя,
your
тютя.
Eremites, which you've worked so hard for all these years?
Yes. We've waited a long time for this day to come. The sun and the moon no longer shine here. All you see now is cracks in this desiccated land. But fate has finally dealt me a hand to play against the academia. With these scholars in our custody, we'll stomp the academia's forces and fight our way beyond the wall of Samiel.
Ridiculous. Think about it. The academia controls the entirety of Sumeru. Your powers are negligible in comparison. If you still don't believe me, then try asking these 2 men. They're also against the academia, but neither of them are as arrogant as you are.
They look more like pawns of the academia to me. Why would I listen to anything the people of Greater Lord Rukadavada have to say? Filthy traitors. Your god abandoned all honor and betrayed King Deshret. We desert dwellers will never trust the likes of you.
It's impossible to communicate with someone so hostile. Perhaps we should.
Do you really believe that by kidnapping the scholars, you'll be able to negotiate with the academia? These people have no value as bargaining chips, but I could be persuaded to take their place as your next hostage. These scholars were exiled from the academia. I, on the other hand, am their current scribe, and will be a much greater asset to you.
Wait, you can't be serious.
So, you want to trade places with the hostages, do you?
Precisely. Any wise person would gladly accept my offer.
What if they decide to kill you instead?
Well, that would be bad luck for me. However, I'd get the chance to observe the scholars, perhaps even find out the truth.
Think you can talk me over with that confident look of yours?
I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm using this as a means of joining forces against the academia.
You are the scribe. What do you have against the academia?
Not all desert dwellers believe in King Deshret,
Нельзя
and the same
кусаться.
applies to the academia. Why must all knowledge seekers approve of the academia's way of doing things?
You academia scum. Every last one of you is nothing but a hypocrite, just like everyone else on the other side of that wall. I've made myself clear enough. I won't listen to another word from the Dendro Archon's people.
Not so fast. I'll hate them. Do you stand by everything you just said?
I never make empty promises.
You know you're making a dangerous decision, right?
I do.
Good. Raman, hear me out. These people are my friends. Maybe you can't take the followers of the Dendro Archon at their word, but what about me? Do you trust me?
We've known each other for years. Of course I do.
In that case, I'm willing to vouch for their honesty with my right arm. Come on, Raman, don't be a coward. If you're serious about taking on the Academia, you need to steel yourself. You can't be afraid.
An arm from the Flame Mane. You've piqued my interest. But what if you refuse to oblige? What should I do then? No one's a fool here, Dia. We're mercs. And mercs don't tend to live long unless they have their wits about them.
You're not wrong, but this is different. I promised my friends that we'd bring back the village keepers together.
Let's do it right here then. Give me your right arm as proof of your resolve.
Don't listen to him! He's not even trying to negotiate! He just wants to make things more difficult!
That's fine.
Are you crazy?
We came here to save lives. One arm for that many people is still a pretty good deal, if you ask me. Raman, I'm holding up my end of the deal here. You'd better not let me down.
Sure. Go ahead and cut off her right arm.
No! Dia! What are you gonna do? Think of something!
You don't have to go this far.
That's not for you to decide.
Do it! Stop!
What's wrong? Can't do it?
Flame Mane, you and I are both desert folk. Cutting off your arm is no different than cutting off my own fingers. Where's the sense in cutting my own kin to pieces? You've shown me that you're serious. Go on now, take your friends and leave.
Охренеть.
Meet me in the desert at noon tomorrow.
Phew. I was really counting on him not going through with it.
Dia! That was crazy! Have you all lost your minds? What if he'd actually cut your arm off?
Then I just have to hold my claymore with my left arm. Okay, I'm sorry. But sometimes when you're out on a limb, you gotta double down to seal the deal, you know?
Don't ever make a promise like that again. I can deal with the likes of them. If it came down to it, you would not lose to them either.
I don't doubt it, Sino. But this is about more than me and them. There's a lot more where they came from. Even if we got rid of one bunch of radicals, there are others out there. Wiping them out would do more harm than good.
As you wish.
I'm sorry, Dia. I should have stayed put and listened. I should have trusted you.
It's okay. I promised you I'd help find your grandpa, so I'll do whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes? You just might be scholar material.
Huh? Are you serious?
The Eremites once said that I was a lunatic. Perhaps a little madness is essential to be successful in research.
Why does it feel like he's using his praise for me as an excuse to brag about himself?
Нельзя кусать, нельзя! По жопе получишь! Нельзя! Нельзя! Тихо! Ох ты ж говнюк! Нельзя кусаться! Ты чё, мама, кусаешь? Нельзя! Ты вонючка, что ли? Ох ты ж! Нельзя кусаться! По роже получишь своей! Нельзя! Нельзя кусаться! Нельзя кусаться! Нельзя кусаться! Нельзя кусаться! Нельзя! 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 Фу! Нельзя! Нельзя, блядь! Нельзя кусаться! Алена! Не кусайся!
Okay, let's get moving. We should head back to the village and rest up. Today was just a trial run. Noon tomorrow is gonna be the hard part.
Чирик! Так, сейчас посчитаем. Сейчас посчитаем. Раз, два. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 умножить на 5 плюс 3. 43 кружки всего. Еще долго. Еще не факт, что выпадет то, что нужно. Как бы может выпасть 50 на 50, да? Без гарантии. Но если вдруг что-то не выпадет, что нужно, то будет 100% гарант на следующего какого-нибудь крутого персонажа. А чё? У меня даже сейчас без этих, без артефактов. Надо бомжатскую херню какую-нибудь на него впихнуть. Что ему нужно? Ему нужно по-любому какую-нибудь восстановлялку. Что-нибудь рандомное, что найду.
Flicker.
И как лох был. Так, скольки надо, блядь, я уже забыла.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
You're all here so early.
Looks like we have everyone here. Isak, are you sure you want to come with us?
I'll watch from a safe distance. Dia, I want to be there to bring Grandpa home.
Okay, let's go then.
Dia, wait.
What's the matter?
I heard that you were quite reckless
На Бондар
yesterday.
стажем.
No more of that today, understood? Or I'll be very upset with you.
Fine.
When in Aru Village, please respect the local customs.
Кубок пространства на английском.
На английском это будет Space Cup.
Space Cup, блядь.
Search.
Бля. Надо было на русском.
Curses. There's sand in my shoes. The scribe's work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position.
А, это корн чипс. Я тупанула, я думала, что это обычные чипсы. Ну ладно.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
Он нереально вкусный. Так, я тут. Не ори. Будешь орать, по жопе получишь. Бля.
Gotcha. Quietly now. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Дракон. Это под землей. Блин, вкусняшка.
Take it easy.
О, спасибо. Thank you. Блин, Джуля.
Take it easy.
Сейчас сохранюсь. Сохранюсь, говорю. Блин, не дали.
They got here before us.
Uh-oh.
Ага.
Because Paimon overslept by 5 minutes and held everyone up?
Я просто ем. Thank you, thank you. Можешь, кстати, подписываться на мой телеграм, он в закрепе.
Is everything ready?
Absolutely. Although, you brought fewer people than I imagined.
Bring him over.
Как? Нажимаешь на ссылку. Если у тебя есть телеграм, то ты сразу открываешь чатик, так сказать, и вступаешь.
What's this about?
It's a one-for-one exchange. Sounds fair, don't you? And let me put it this way. Agreeing to any kind of deal with...
Все легко.
You stay right there.
Все очень легко. Дых я. Ого, она на него прям села. О, у тебя получилось, поздравляю. Блин, деда засосала. Охренеть. Че засосала? Да всех засосала я. Это десерт такой вкусный. Вкусный. Блин, где покажет? И шоколад, и коржи, и крем Такой масляный братишка. Но очень вкусный. Я его как-то взяла по скидке, короче. Вот. Он мне понравился, я его взяла просто так. Сейчас, ну, сегодня. Я много чего по скидке беру, если выхожу на улицу. После воду и все по скидке покупаю. И нормально. Если бы я покупала без скидки, что я покупаю, это было бы на... Ну, блин. Например, купила на 500, а так бы было бы на косарем. Нет. 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 Можно с телефона. Че? Смотря, что будешь стримить. Геншин, конечно, лучше с ПКшки. Но я Геншин стримила с этого, с планшета. Если соберешься стримить, то вот тебе мой реферал. Я могу с телефона стримить. Вот у меня такая штучка есть, охладитель для телефона. Очень-очень помогает. Телефон не нагревается. Он очень быстро охлаждается, так как корпус железный, он очень быстро охлаждается. Пластиковый бы хуже охлаждался, но вот это вот он прям вот его включаешь, короче, в USB-шник, и он прям вот тут такой холодненький. Вот. На телефон крепится. Короче, очень крутая штука. Если бы ее не было, у меня бы стримы не по 3, по 2 часа не шли. Просто если у тебя слабый телефон, типа, тебе графику надо будет маленький делать.
Hey, look around you.
There used to be a temple here?
It seems that when the sand dunes
Например, у меня, когда играла, у меня телефон очень жестко грелся.
The symbols on the gate belong to King Deshret's civilization.
Не благодаря этой штуке я, в принципе, могу играть, потому что
the sandstorms completely
у
buried
меня,
it and left it
когда
in the
греется
state we see
телефон, я не
now.
могу ни во что играть.
It could have been an underground palace
Вот,
in the
а сейчас
distant
вот с этой
past.
штукой можно играть и стримить нормально. Да?
Miracle. Praise King Deshret.
What's he doing here? And his men too?
They must have fallen down here with us. Pretty lucky if you ask me. Most of them seem in really bad shape, except for him. He got off lightly.
Ну, просто стримы... Играть это одно, а стримить это другое, как бы. Тут нагрузка идет.
He's not actually gonna go in there, is he?
Кормчик.
As it
Блин.
happens, I want to take a look inside too.
О, сыр, халапеньо.
Don't you think it's curious? 1 minute, Lesser Lord Kusanali's power protects us from harm, and the next, remnants of King Deshret's civilization appear. 2 major deities are vying to showcase their power to us. It would be a shame not to witness them both.
Так, не кричи.
Indeed.
Короче,
In my view, gods
у
are
тебя
just
не
a higher
получится,
form of
смотри.
living being. Or
Эта
creature,
штука
you
вот вот
could
так
say.
прям скрепится с телефону.
Few discoveries are always worth investigating.
Блять.
Whether they have anything to do with gods is neither here nor there.
Raman, what are you gonna do about your men?
I'll just let them lay here. King Deshret will take care of his people. Right now, I'm going inside.
И она плотно сидит на нем. Она плотно. Она стоила косарь, и она очень хорошая. Она очень качественная. Я не хотела дешевую покупать. Что с дешевой могла быть проблема с креплением. А здесь оно нормальное, не крепкое. И мне все нравится. И вот беленького цвета. Вот, я вот сняла, и вообще очень материал вот здесь вот такая. Очень материал вот здесь. Он мягкий здесь материал. Здесь особенности мягкие. Ну да, тут он... Да, он такой тут интересный материал. Мягкий такой. Я не знала, что, ну, типа, что меня ждет. У меня никогда такого не было. Я просто мало играю. Сейчас. Я играла... Да было хоть там чуть-чуть, и сейчас играю. Если бы не перерывы большие бы не делала, мне кажется, я бы уже была большой.
Letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Вкусный чипсом. Так. Он тоже хочет кушать. Вы хотите кушать? А у меня вот, смотри, с кем у меня. Вот. С кем у меня кофточка моя. Хотите кушать? Что ты так все быстро кушаешь? Обжора. Хорошо устроился. А какая разница, приемную он или нет? Он крутой. Подожди, можно... Вот он.
Ready when you are.
Все закрыть? Ого. Красиво.
It's full of life here.
А я, кстати, сай накручу.
This defies comprehension. It looked completely desolate from the outside. Yet, it flows with energy inside.
Не, нормально все.
Yeah, and there's so many plants. It's so pretty.
Sir Rahman.
Huh? Me?
Do you see another Rahman here?
Are you mocking me? What do you mean, sir?
Interpret it however you want, but there's something I'd like to draw your attention to. While this structure is clearly left over from King Deshret's civilization, the energy that flows in here is that of the Dendro Archon.
Whatever you say.
It's not like I have a vision.
There's nothing to be angry about. Think of this as an academic journey.
It does seem kind of strange. If that's true, then we might have to explore this whole area to find an explanation.
Мне цицы выпала на баннере этого. Ица.
Take it easy.
Я хотела и ты чё? Ох, лол.
Gotcha. Cool it. Everybody stand back. Huh? Illusion shattered. Quietly now.
Freeze! Ha! 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 Ah!
А потом я накопила на Альхайтама, но там упал вниз прям.
This moment will be frozen.
Shine down. Inazuma shines eternal. Busted. Game's up. Fun's over.
Гаранта. Где-то на 50-60. Если тебе выпало цицы, то в следующий раз ты уже 100% гарант имеешь. Собственно, как это оказалось с Альхатамом. И до этого с моей девочкой. С моей Елань. Ни чутка не жалею, что я убила. Вообще. А. Чичо у меня тоже есть.
Take it easy.
Грибы с картошечкой, ням-ням.
Quietly now. Freeze. I'm going in. There is no escape. Now you shall perish.
Да я тоже кручу по одному. Ой. Я не люблю по десятке крутить, по одной кручу.
Illusion shattered. Busted. Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
У меня хайтам, у меня на брелке висит, на сумочке. Ну вот это, колокольчик, смотри. Форма колокольчика. Ой.
Take it easy.
Шо? Да. Эх. Как ты думаешь, как это пресечь? Как это сделать? Он тут так вниз идет.
Take it easy.
Ага. Вот это вторая часть элеватора. Видишь, он остановился. Тут говнюк. На свечу встала ногой. Нормально. Это так удобно. А! Нет? Genius. Не знаю. Ну, наверное, есть. Наверное, типа вкус медовый. Вот напридумали говна. Он сам крутится. Надо человечка, чтобы он выдал человечка. Давай. Ну, ты подписана, так что следи за новостями. Пока. Будешь не одна. Эй! Куда нах?
Now that's a sight to see.
Ah.
King Desret's splendor surrounds us.
There's so much vegetation here. It's different than what I expected.
Sure are a lot of plants for a desert.
That's what I call divine providence of King Desret.
Охренеть. Это лифт.
It's getting brighter. Oh, it looks so beautiful.
Вау. Собакин.
Wait. What's that?
Анубис.
A load of flowers. And it looks like there's something among them.
These are King Desret runes.
They left something behind. Yes. It's an elegy written in an ancient script.
What does it say?
Here lies our faithful priest Kasala. His wisdom is a miracle among the people, deserving of high praise and admiration.
You can read ancient King Desret script?
Of course. Every student needs to master at least 20 languages before they graduate.
He's not serious, right?
There's still something off about this place. The elemental energy here is too concentrated. The scent of life. Is it trying to tell us something?
Is this it?
Analyzing.
There seems to be a hidden message among these skeletal remains. Excellent. There's a device from King Desret's civilization in this gravesite. I'll transmit the information over and project it for everyone to see.
Isn't sharing knowledge and...
Yes. However, under the circumstances, I'd prefer you to see this for yourself. You'll understand after watching it.
Civilization is born of knowledge, but so too can knowledge be its demise. A disaster caught us unaware. It was knowledge that did not belong to this world. King Desret brought this forbidden knowledge into our world, and it quickly spread like a plague. People's minds were filled with crazed whispers. Dark gray scales spread across their bodies. Even the land was stripped of its vigor. Only a desperate, deathly silence remained. Were it not for greater Lord Ruka Devata from the forests, the damage would have been irreversible. She summoned the priests to build temples and infused into them the divine power of life. The disaster was miraculously tempered, and the embers of our civilization were preserved in Aru village. Alas, the miracle could not last. As long as forbidden knowledge continued to exist, it would forever blight this world. In the end, the proud king of the desert, my eternal lord, chose to sacrifice himself. I have spent my whole life since guarding one of these many temples. But now, my duty is coming to an end. As I close my eyes for the final time, the sight of that noble deity will appear in my vision once more. In helping King Deshret to eradicate forbidden knowledge, she exhausted her strength, and her form became that of a small child. How strange. Now that I think of her, I no longer have any fear of death, for I sense that the spirit of life will abide with me during my eternal sleep. Children of the desert, cling no longer to past grievances, but hold tight to the memory of this act of benevolence.
What was that?
The priest's memories.
No, impossible.
Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. So the former Dendro Archon and King Deshret were never enemies at all.
But this doesn't make any sense. The Dendro Archon's followers, they're clearly...
Was that the former Dendro Archon? He became so tiny in the end.
You might be distrustful of the Akasha, but there's no reason for you to doubt King Deshret's technology. You've just witnessed his priest's last words.
I've never heard about any of this before. The surviving followers of King Deshret all gathered in Aru village. Our god did not make mistakes. We refuse to believe any of the rumors. King Deshret's death, the all but total annihilation of our civilization, it was all Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's doing. We saw her as nothing more than a traitor, who stabbed us in the back in our moment of crisis. Just like us humans, fighting, feuding, double-crossing each other to survive in the desert.
You were blinded by your prejudice.
If I hadn't seen this for myself, if I hadn't witnessed his last words with my own eyes, ears, and heart, how could I ever begin to accept this? The truth is so far from what I've always known. Am I really supposed to believe that after all these years, all this time seeking revenge, suddenly now my enemy is my savior?
Raman, that's enough. Give it a rest. You're starting to make a fool of yourself.
Dia, tell me, my Aramites and I, what are we even fighting for?
Hey, how you doing?
I'll live. Thanks. I should probably go. Can't just stay here forever.
What's your next move gonna be?
Oh, I know what you're going to ask. I feel deeply ashamed of everything I've done. You'll get everything you're asking for. But please, give me some time. After everything that's happened here today, somehow I need to explain it to the others.
It's not gonna be easy.
Well, I guess that's for me to deal with. This is where our camp's located. Make a note of it.
When would be a good time for us to go?
Tomorrow, I'll convince everyone that we're all on the same side. And I'll return every last one of your your village keepers. We'll share our other resources with you too.
You seem to finally understand that our true enemy is the sages.
Yes. The gods never gave up on anyone.
It's the people responsible for all this that need to face the consequences of their actions.
That must have been rough. But he seems to have figured things out now.
Ramon's no fool. Being the leader of your own faction in the desert is no easy feat. It's too bad he was held back by his belief in King Deshret. But now that that's changed, I guess we have a few more people on our side.
The outcome, at least, is favorable.
We should get going too. Let's head back, have a proper meal, and a nice, long sleep. We'll need all our energy tomorrow.
Куда на юм озвучивает.
We're leaving!
Stop yelling.
Норм. Так, отсюда как выйти, бля? Я вообще-то хотела сохранялку сделать, а меня засосало. Просто нагло засосало. Чё, заново бежать?
Take it easy.
Ну, и здесь бежать надо.
Dodge this.
Такая огромная локация, и вот почему Геншин 100-500 тысяч весит уже.
Raman, we're here.
Everything's been arranged. Someone will bring the village keepers back to Aru village shortly.
I guess all I can say now is thanks for agreeing to help.
You should watch what you say, honorary knight.
I think we can both agree you went to hell and back for it. But we share a common cause now. From here on out, we're allies.
Where are the perpetrators?
I'll bring you to them. Follow me.
So these are the people who kidnapped the village keepers.
Oh no, it's the scribe!
There's no need to yell. No one can help you now.
We've been all over the desert trying to find you!
That's right.
General Mahamatra? No, no! Make it quick, please! Swift and painless!
Whoa. The moment they set eyes on Sino, they turn pale like they've seen a ghost!
You should have known that I would be coming for you.
Wait, we were just following orders! You know what I'm talking about, right? There's no way we could have done all this by ourselves!
No, not Sino. She's gonna tear us limb from limb.
I could do worse.
Please have mercy!
Start talking. Otherwise, I'll have to resort to other methods.
So, your superior.
Блин, Сайно вообще такой крашек.
Why? What are they trying to accomplish?
They wanted to extract canned knowledge.
Don't play dumb. You know what I'm really asking. They extract divine canned knowledge. Then what?
I really don't know how to explain it.
Well, you better start talking or you'll be sorry!
You don't want to make things any more difficult for yourself, do ya?
Be my guest.
Uh-huh. That sure didn't sound like a fancy metaphor or anything.
How did you know?
There's no use hiding it now. Yes, you're right. The Academia is working on an important and potentially world-changing project. They are creating a new god. A god that will belong to them and to the people of Sumeru. It may seem as if Sumeru's academics are thriving, but ever since the death of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, scholarly breakthroughs have been few and far between. The withering of Irminsul has been getting worse recently. The sages have tried everything they could think of, but nothing's worked. I'm always hearing them say things like, if only Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was still with us.
Continue.
And then, someone from the Fatui showed up. They called him the Doctor. He brought a gnosis and said he wanted to borrow the Academia's research facilities. The Doctor was previously expelled from the Academia. At first, the sages looked down at him in disdain. But when he said those words, everyone's expression changed. He asked them, do you wish to create a god?
This is what the arrogant ignorance at the extreme end of academia looks like.
First, the Academia spent a long time constructing a divine vessel, which was based on an exquisite humanoid puppet. After that, they harvested dreams via the Sub-Zeru's festival Samsara, maximizing the Akasha's output. With the doctor's help, and the Akasha now functioning at maximum efficiency, they were able to use it to extract the power from the Gnosis and convert it into a divine core. Next, they decided that their new god needed to possess divine wisdom. For that to happen, they needed a huge quantity of divine canned knowledge.
It adds up.
But how do you determine whether the knowledge extracted is of divine origin?
Call it an educated guess? The Academia has been trying to figure out the exact source of the Scholar's madness for nobody can explain the cause of this phenomenon. Surely you can see what that implies, Scribe Al-Haytham. If it's knowledge no mortal can comprehend, then it must be something only gods are able to decipher. In other words, it's the source of the God of Wisdom's omniscience and omnipotence.
No, you want you.
О, здорово.
Какашка.
Какашка.
You must have noticed by now. The Academia doesn't care about who their god is. It's the ability. It is as if they are cursed with a desire for omniscience and omnipotence that burns in their blood. Some organisms demonstrate phototaxis, and thus orient their entire lives in respect to sources of light. For the sages, their only source of hope is the existence of a deity who embodies the acme of wisdom. This is but a form of phototaxis. For many scholars, the absence of a god of wisdom means stumbling in the darkness for the duration of their lives.
Then what does Lesser Lord Kusanali mean to you? Is she not a true god present in this world? If you already have a new god, why try to create another one?
From the beginning, the Academia has never treated her as a god. When the Academia first discovered Lesser Lord Kusanali, the newborn god of wisdom, the sages hoped that she would be as wise as Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But upon evaluation, they found that at the time she possessed no more intelligence than any ordinary human child. The sages never had a ruder awakening. This forced them to accept that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata had indeed passed away.
тоже был бы неплохо,
Not
да?
to mention that Lesser Lord Kusanali's Gnosis had been used to power the Akasha this entire time. By herself, she has neither an Archon's raw power, nor the spectacular insight expected of a god of wisdom. Slowly but surely, people began to forget about her existence.
So, this is the path the sages have chosen.
All right, let's try to keep our cool. If everyone's in a bad mood, then let's change up our scenery. Rahman, give me a few men to help us escort the village keepers back to the village. And these two scholars, they're coming too.
Sure, as you wish.
Здорово, привет. Подписывайся на мой телеграм-канал в закрепе. Лайк, подписка. Блин, ухо зачесалось.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
О. Когда ухо чешется, это жестко.
I didn't know you were
Его
such
надо
a slacker.
почесать. Блин, интернет, не тупи, господи. У меня интернет фигню молотит. Не молоти фигню.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
Какой нахрен трупс? Капец, у меня здесь не все открыто. Здесь еще куча серого просто. Идрит Мадрид. Просто Идрит Мадрид. Все серое просто.
The village keepers you found have all been returned to their homes, and each one has a dedicated caregiver to look after them. The 2 new scholars are being kept under close supervision, too. Really great work, everyone.
А я стримлю
You're
Геншин.
so heavy.
Заходи. Ссылочка в описании канала. На Телеграм есть. В него тоже заходи, вступай. А я стримлю Геншин.
Hey, say something.
Заходи.
Stop spacing out.
Ссылочка в
Come on, is there nothing left to talk about? In that case, let's all get some water and try to think about something else.
А я стримлю
Or
Геншин.
I can go fetch some snacks.
Заходи.
Oh, Paimon's so coming with you.
На Телеграм есть.
Do you have any plans, traveler?
Вступай.
God's
Oh, yes,
above, you're not talking about work, are you?
So you were still withholding some information?
Просто тупо отправила. Да, поздновато, да. Надо было раньше. Ну ладно.
Even though we lived through all
Я
of
просто
this
дебил.
firsthand, it still feels super surreal to hear you talk about it again.
Всё, блядь.
What a whirlwind of a story. I felt like I was holding.
It seems like there'll be more issues.
Still, now's a good time to make our next move.
It's time to make.
Indeed. These events are a flagrant transgression of...
So, everyone, are we on the same page?
Crush the sages and rescue our god. That is our ultimate goal.
Well, let's brainstorm a little more about what...
The next time we gather here, we must have a solid plan.
Yep, it'll work out for sure.
А я стримлю Геншин. Заходи. Ссылочка в описании канала. На Телеграм. И вы тоже заходи, вступай.
What's the hurry?
Чуть-чуть. A little bit.
What's the hurry?
Candace, we're here! Has everyone arrived?
Everyone is already waiting inside.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's...
Please, wait a moment. Before attending the meeting, I hope you can promise me one thing.
What do you need?
Promise me that you won't commit to anything too reckless.
What do you think?
Okay.
What's the hurry?
Everyone's here so early! But why isn't anybody talking?
We already discussed things a bit.
Hey, where have you been? I've missed you too.
Are you ready?
Very well.
Are you sure this is gonna work?
I gotta admit, it's
Да,
bold.
жестко.
Telling me impressed.
Тогда убирай. Если совсем плохо.
It's worth a try.
Когда совсем плохо, это
The point
совсем
of discussion
грустно.
is to arrive at a solution. Let's cut the small talk and move to the next point.
You're making Paimon nervous.
You're finally done.
I have some other stuff to take care of. Catch you all later. Come on, don't give me that face. I know what you're going to say. I'll be careful.
That's what I wanted to hear. Take care. Well, traveler, Paimon, judging from your expressions,
Ну,
the meeting
Сайна
must have been
такое,
quite
ну, он
productive.
красивый по скиллам. Все-таки это же мальчик. А
I'm not that good
это
at scheming
крашиха
or
просто
strategy, but I
Дафи.
can sense people's emotions. And based on your reaction, things must have gone quite well.
Paimon's a little worried. Hopefully nothing will go wrong.
To be honest, I feel the same. But you're already some of the most capable people I know. So you have my trust.
Candace gave us a compliment.
Your deeds speak for themselves.
Candace, we stayed behind to tell you that, although you won't be coming with us, we'll be sure to remember your words.
I'm very glad to hear that. I've said the same thing to everyone here today as I said to you when you arrived. Your safety is the most important thing. Only when you're safe can the plan be successful. You're welcome. And thank you for taking my advice. Good luck with everything. I'll be...
Sounds good. I'll go make some preparations.
Okay.
I'll hit them.
Have you finished saying your goodbyes?
Yeah. Also, Candace told everyone to be careful.
Yes, she did. But I think my point also bears repeating. Our plan is not child's play. We won't be able to achieve anything if we're simply careful. We must go beyond that and fully commit ourselves to it. I hope this is clear to you.
Huh? Shouldn't you be saying something more cheerful to boost our morale right now?
Didn't we already do that during the meeting?
You can never have enough words of encouragement.
In that case, Candace can cuddle you to your heart's content while I continue to remind you of the seriousness of our situation. We all have our jobs to do, after all. It's like how...
Speaking of the front...
Of course. But the advantage of not being a mercenary... Just think about that mercenary who lost his mind.
Well, being a scholar is...
I'm not like the rest of them. Even among members of the same species, some will exhibit far more potential than others.
This guy. Paimon still remembers when those mercenaries in Port Ormos called you a lunatic.
All intellectuals are lunatics in the eyes of fools. I'll take that as a compliment. That reminds me. Do you remember the record we saw in the King Deshret ruins? It mentioned forbidden knowledge. You have a good memory. Forbidden knowledge has the power to drive people insane, but this fact has never been shared with the public. Even I, who has worked in the academia for some time, was never once informed of this. I think those mad scholars immersed, but the academia, come to think of it, perhaps the Withering, Elazar.
But Paimon thought that Irminsul's disease is what caused the wither. At least, that's what Tainari told. Wait a second.
Ah, you've connected the dots.
But if that's the case...
Wait. Why do you think Lesser Lord Kusanali would...
You mean, it's related to the scene you saw when you...
In that case, it's imperative that we rescue to make sure we're still on track. I would like to check on the state of some of our...
Where are we going?
To an Aramite base.
Что делаешь? Наставьте реакции на видео. Ой, на эти. На посты. Я вот сегодня свой канал покидала везде, может оформит его.
They're here.
Всякие списки.
What are they doing here?
I gave them some technical work to do.
Ah, it's the scribe. And is that the traveler I see?
How's the work going?
Ah, yes. We have fixed the devices according to your
О, в
instructions.
смысле?
One of them is already ready
всё
for use,
нормально.
while the others are still under repair.
Aren't those devices for canned knowledge
Look here.
Huh? More canned knowledge? Are you going to put more weird stuff into his head again?
What's that look on your face? Are you scared?
Короче, у меня хотя бы какая-то статистика есть в Телеграме, но нужно больше.
That's an
Там такая
interesting
маленькая
response.
статистика.
Anyway, we're not going to
Пока
use
что.
this just yet. As I mentioned during the
Нужно
meeting,
больше.
this knowledge capsule contains a decree I drew up in the past. The academia should also have their own copy. And according to the plan we just came up with, Traveler, I want you to record something into this capsule.
Индекс цитирования. Никто не постит с моего канала. Два процента подписчиков читают посты канала. Среднего охвата одна публикация, количество подписчиков канала может быть более 100% из прочтения поста вне канала, например, в результате репоста в другие каналы. 1% читает посты первые 2 часа после публикации. 2%, Карл. Вовлеченность подписчиков никакая, понимаешь? Никакущая, бля.
Do Do you believe we can save Lesser Lord Kusanali? Good. Conviction is the most... Now, please...
You want us to record our conviction?
Yes.
Короче, на любом видео, которое я буду публиковать, я буду фигачить ссылку на свой канал Telegram. Главное об этом не забыть. Когда если будет видео залетать, тогда будете, может, народ по ссылке переходить. Вот.
Self-encouragement may be the most important tool we have.
Paimon can see the point you're trying to make.
Imagine this. We have orchestrated our plan and successfully rescued Lesser Lord Kusanali. As a result, we have changed Sumeru's entire political landscape. Everything went without a hitch, and everyone recognizes and praises our achievements. Now, open your eyes. Here.
What's this?
Read it out loud. It's done.
Is your head okay? Does anything hurt?
It's just a recording. There should be no negative effects.
But what was the point of doing this? Paimon doesn't...
And that's perfectly fine. In any case, these capsules aren't meant to be used by you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Have you forgotten? Our plan needs to account for those who have long relied on the Akasha. You may find it hard to believe, but for those people, everything the Akasha transmits to them is nothing short of absolute truth. Imagine if you've been using a device like the Akasha since the day you were born, and this device has always supported you during times of need. After all that time, what do you think you'd become?
A fool? A machine?
A slave to orders. And that's why rules are so important. In addition, those who understand the rules can delineate boundaries and identify gray areas.
But why would you need to identify the gray areas?
You could say that those kinds of ambiguous zones can be very interesting. One might even say they're advantageous in the right hands.
Things you're interested in are really out there. Are all Sumeru scholars like this?
Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. I'm going to take those two to work on some small projects. You can head to Caravan Rebot and start preparing for the next step.
Small projects?
We're going to tinker with the Akasha terminal and make a few modifications.
Ты мужика прыгнула. Сфигачила ему в башку.
I thought we agreed.
The plan is to...
But it's still the best plan we have.
I did. And that's how I saw the danger.
Huh? Why are you guys arguing?
My friend, you're just in time. Why don't you help me persuade Sino? He's turned against our plan.
We agreed to work out a plan at the meeting. As mercenaries, you're familiar with the local environment. So you'll take care of the specifics. Had I known Al-Haytham would give you those kinds of...
Look, you already know that we're...
Mercenaries place a lot of importance on their bonds of friendship, but also will not hesitate to make sacrifices if they deem the situation to be sufficiently dire. I'm sorry, but as things stand, I can't accept your principles.
Seems you really do understand the ways of the desert.
Traveler, Paimon, this is also something you should know. Rahman's plan is to have me work with the Caravan Reebok guards in my capacity as a Matra. We will arrest the mercenaries and escort them into Sumeru City.
Wait, how can we work with the guards?
We can't get through that wall easily, remember? Caravan... My plan will clear us of any possible suspicion, and also let us enter the city as a big group. There is no better way.
That also sounds like something Al-Haytham told you. Am I right?
Doesn't Al-Haytham know how dangerous this plan is?
Of course he does. He told me. There is no perfect plan, but this can get the job done. He also said that with the help of Sino and the Traveler, our chance of success would increase significantly. I never blindly trust anyone, and I've always had a good eye for people. I think he made a number of valid points. It's my own choice to trust you.
If I make the arrests alone, I can control myself and prevent you from getting hurt. But I can't guarantee that kind of discipline from the guards. To make the whole thing more convincing, you'll need to resist to some degree. Casualties are inevitable once push comes to shove. I'm okay with the deaths of enemies. But now that we're allies, I'm against the meaningless loss of our own.
I can't believe a Matra would actually care about us. I've lived a hard life, and I can say that people like you are hard to come by.
I've always treated my allies with honesty and respect. They have the right to know important things like this.
Now you're making this hard for me.
Hey, is there something we can do to help?
I knew you would say that.
We can help fight some of the mercenaries, which should reduce the number of times you'll have to struggle directly with the guards. That should help at least a little bit.
Sino, on behalf of my people, I thank you for your kindness. But this is a mission we cannot turn our backs on. We strongly value the lives of our friends, but the goal we are about to achieve is even more important. We have no fear of casualties, because we crave the spoils of victory. So please, lend us your support. We will show you the determination of us desert dwellers.
Well, now that you've put it that way, I can no longer refuse. But remember, you need to follow the plan and not do anything reckless. Candace made it very clear that we can only achieve our goals if we can ensure our safety.
Мне кажется, что я забыла звук в туалете выключить. В туалете говорю. Микрофон выключите. Все, что я делала в туалете, было слышно. Но это не...
Since
Я
you
зубы
and I
почистила.
both recognize the significance of this operation, there should be no more animosity between the followers of the Dendro Archon and those of King Deshret. Everyone's life is equally important.
Okay.
Конечно, база. Не выключить микрофон и пердеть по СМР.
The guards should be stationed in the courtyard nearby. You can find them there.
What's the hurry?
Guards!
General Mahamudra! To what do we owe the honor?
Keep your voice down. This is a secret operation. I'm going to arrest a large criminal gang near this location. According to the Academia's Guide and Regulations on Secret Operations, I have the right to ask for the cooperation of Caravan Rebot.
Ля, как я люблю козявки из носа доставать, ты бы знал. Это надо клипать просто. Просто. А еще похрюкиваю. Бекон просто очень люблю, слишком много бекона съела и похрюкиваю. Жареный люблю, копченый, любой бекон люблю. Просто готова вот сейчас вот взять и заказать бекон нахуй. Все, бекон это база. Бекон на беконе экономить, конечно, не очень. Вот. В смысле временно не продаем. В магазинах Москвы и частично в области. Нам нужно признать посещение прийти. Не буду все происходит. Вау! Сколько, интересно, бекон тут будет стоить? Бекон сырокопченый, сырокопченый. Сырокопченый. Ох, ни хрена себе. Какой-то мажорный бекон, знаешь. За 180 грамм еще по скидке 169 рублей. Ну, конечно, я пробовать это не буду. Бекон по-испански. Бекон копченый-вареный. Копченый, сырокопченый, сырокопченый. Кстати, копчено-вареный бекон очень вкусный. Бекон кубик. А, я могла такого купить, кстати. Но я не купила в один раз. Там был такой бекончик с кубиками. О, бекон из индейки? Бекон из индейки. Как может быть бекон из индейки, если это не поросюха? За 159 рублей 120 грамм бекон из индейки. 120 грамм 159 рублей, Карл. Are you serious, нахуй? Бекон сырокопченый. Копчено-вареный, просто он хотя бы жуется, понимаешь? Бекон свиной, копченый, запеченный. Ого! Ого! Вот это весело. Эти куриный бекон. Копченый. Шо? 55 грамм? 150 рублей стоит 55 грамм вяленого бекона. Вам нормально? Почему бекон-то такой дорогой, вашу мать? Может, потому что это вкус вил? Бекон для жарки 120 рублей. Мираторг 160, который надо жарить. Стымов бекон сырокопченый, тот же самый, что будет стоить вкусвиле. Овер дофига стоит 140 рублей. Сейчас. Сейчас я найду дымов. А, нет, велком. Подожди, велком. Вот, дымов сырокопченый бекон. Дымов сырокопченый бекон стоит 189 рублей. На Озоне он стоит 139. Такой же. Бля. Бекон из индейки, который стоит 100 500 рублей. Тут стоит 109. Бекон на мраморной говядины есть. Хлебные слайсы со вкусом бекона. Сосиски подкопченые с беконом. Я сосиски не ем. Сорти сырокопченых деликатесов. Шейка, балык, бекон. О, мне кажется, я такое брала раньше. Короче, можно накупиться на бекона. Вообще жестко. Тут скидки нормальные вообще. Бекон из индейки. Блядь, бекон из индейки. Карл. Ну, короче, если хочешь бекона, не иди на вкусвилл. Там в вкусвилле все очень дорого. Просто Озон. Блять, правда, Озон сейчас он доставляет с тормозами. Ну, вот, например. — 17 уже время. Почему? Раньше можно было Заказывать норма. Сейчас 15-17.
As many as
Свободный
I know
интервал.
Ahmar.
Then I suggest that...
Got it. Please wait a moment. I'll contact them immediately.
Because this is work.
Мне кажется, потому что с Delivery Club
Because I
люди
trust
все
you.
начали на Озон переходить. Поэтому стало слишком много заказчиков.
Can't believe you're. Aren't you even a little worried? What
Что
if these guys
Delivery Club,
already know
когда
that you've betrayed the
Янокс
academia?
купил,
Even if that
там за
guard
доставку
doesn't
надо
know,
платить.
their superiors might, right?
We discussed this, remember?
The caravan rebot operation is of great importance. But don't worry.
Ну,
The
слишком
guards there
много
shouldn't know
бекона,
that
это
Sino
вредно.
has stepped down.
Ну, он же говорит. Еще один.
How can you be so sure?
First, the other Matra still don't know why Sino has left, which proves that the Academia has been... Second, this is a crucial moment for the Academia's God creation plan. No matter how you look
Ну, у
at it.
тебя Озон
It's
есть,
reasonable
Макс? У тебя Озон
inference.
есть?
I agree.
По-братски, у тебя Озон есть вообще?
Which brings us to our next issue. I'm sure some of you have been wondering if the prediction...
The Akasha is still in operation, so I must remain on high alert. Actually, considering the power of the Akasha,
I've given that a lot of thought. For now, if you
Короче,
remember,
свободный
when
интервал
you
сейчас
first
с
came to
15
Aru
до
Village,
17
all
часов.
your actions and routes were predicted by the
Я в
Akasha.
шоке.
It even gave that information to those who kidnapped the village keepers.
Чё за... Ой.
But things like that never happened again after we met up with the Traveler.
That's true. But what?
Короче,
Look
мне
at it from a
кажется,
different
просто
angle.
праздники и все дела,
Why do you think
надо
the Akasha will predict
заранее
your actions?
перед сном придумывать, что можно себе купить. Просто я не знаю, что еще можно купить, кроме бекона. Ну, вообще, можно заделывать шавуху, как мы делали с подругой. Я не думаю, что это будет супер дорого.
Because my personal data has been entered into the Akasha.
Ну, для шавухи бекон нужно мелко нарезать, потому что он, чтобы нормально жевался.
That's true, but the key to this question is, how well can the Akasha make predictions about a person?
Смысл, блядь, бекон? В моем понимании, бекон это хрюха. Вот, но из идеи, типа...
Haven't you ever thought about it? Just how can it do this in the first place?
Because the Akasha controls the entirety of Sumeru.
The academia firmly believes that all human actions can be explained through logic.
Зачем игра бекон, если его надо кушать?
By sorting and analyzing entered data, the Akasha can derive behavioral logic and predict the actions of those who fit an existing logic model. However, at the risk of sounding like an advocate for fallacies, can everyone truly be considered logical at all times?
Зачем играть
Emotions are
только
part of our
Рубикон, если я
behavioral
хочу
logic.
его как
But can you
кушать?
guarantee that every experience of the same joy or pain would be equally intense? How can our feelings and opinions be predictable down to the letter in every single instance? Sino, in the past, you've always worked alone. In the absence of another person who could sway you or your thoughts, the Akasha could produce predictions that were similar to your real-life behavioral principles. Decisive and principled, you were used to solving problems alone. That's why the Akasha could figure you out. But now, you've joined a team. And I believe the Akasha hasn't yet figured out the full composition of it. Our thoughts and
Бекон,
logic have
жареный, любой
intermingled
бекон,
and weave
блядь.
themselves together to become a complicated, chaotic mess. Any one of us could potentially disagree with another.
А,
The
блядь, у меня
Akasha
был
lacks
салат,
data on
кстати, я
these
его просто так
interactions,
съел.
and it's impossible
Салат,
for it to
кстати,
predict
для
your actions in the
животиков
future
попробовала.
based on your decisions in the past. After all, there's probably a limit to just how much we can be modeled or controlled by data. So, in
Шавуха
my
с
opinion,
беконом.
we're probably safe for now.
Huh. Makes sense to me. I agree. The Akasha is not alive, and I don't think we can be
Можно шавуху, в
completely
принципе,
controlled by
пойти
something
купить
without a mind of its
куда-нибудь.
own.
Is that so? I
Она
guess
будет
there are
стоить
things
около
that even the
300 рублей,
Akasha cannot calculate.
наверное.
And people will not
А
be
если
forever
самому
trapped
делать,
by the past.
то бекон, лаваш,
I'm so glad that this is settled.
помидор.
Next time, pay attention during our meetings.
Will do.
Томаты вяленые в мясле. В мясле? Мясли. Мясли. Ладно, я немножко дебил, ладно. Я смеюсь. Ну ладно. Я просто в шоке от себя. Лаваш. Лаваш армянский. 6 листов лаваша. Лаваш, карри, чеснок из пшеничной муки. Лепешки и тортик. Чё лаваш такой дорогой? Так, соленые огурцы. Вялые огурцы. Вялый огурец. Огурцы соленые, бочковые, мелкие. Белая грусть. Так, помидор, огурец, бекон, лаваш. Давай попробуем. Так, есть для жарки. Если мне впадло жарить. Ну, тут 180 грамм. Тут 200. Огурцы, лаваш, сыр, помидор. Так, а воду я не брали. В смысле? Вместо майонеза. Огурцы, лаваш, сыр, бекон и помидор. Ух ты. Нихуя себе, что я тут нашла. Охренеть, стоит 289 рублей. Какой бы ты бекон взял? Тот, который жарить, или какой, который готовый? Комментарий бекона. Шапка жирная. Мне кажется, будет лучше бекон, который жареный. Огурец, помидор, бекон, сыр. Огурец, помидор, бекон, сыр. Чё? Шавуху еще кладут. Да так нормально, я думаю. Ну, пожарить изи. Пожарить это быстро он жарится. Огурцы, сыр. Огурцы эти, как их там, соли мало, сольные. Думаю, будет вкусно. Ну, помидор одна штучка, если... Ага, конечно. Короче, я сделаю себе завтра очень вкусную шаурму. К сожалению, уже не сегодня.
Just remember to stay vigilant.
Footsteps!
General Mahamatra, we were not expecting your presence here. I'm the security officer of the Great Red Sand District. My name is Luxembarbo.
This is my assistant, the Traveler. He will be working with me. The construct next to him is for his work.
Beep! Construct, beep!
What a great honor to meet you. Your golden hair is as bright as the sun. And, is this the latest technology from the Academia?
Have you made a decision regarding the matter I mentioned to your subordinate?
It seems to be a dire situation, so of course you will have our full cooperation.
There's no need for flattery.
Yes, sir.
This is all due to the absolute authority of the Academia.
Что-то решил Twitch немножко вагануть.
We're going to strike back. Get ready. We will move out in 2 days.
Ой, говорю, УБС.
It's time for the operation. Let's go meet Sino in the desert.
Наверное. Надо что-нибудь делать себе. Вот даже ролла можно себе замутить. Мы с подружкой его сделали. Ну это так затратно вообще, капец.
Let's hurry over.
Wait a moment.
It's you.
You're my assistant, remember? Being my assistant, you must stay with me. Now let's head over there.
It's General Mahamatra and his assistants.
Шавуха чисто на
We meet
беконе
again.
будет.
You're here.
It's to show how important we think the operation is. Since this is a big case for the Academia, we are prepared to give it our best.
I'm glad to hear your sense of resolve. Remember, we must capture them alive. They are our only leads for the case. If they die, we will be unable to continue the investigation.
Understood.
Everyone! The Eremites are approaching from the west!
Make preparations and be ready for combat. Halt!
Oh? What a warm welcome. What do you want? Judging from those shiny weapons in your hands, it seems like you're not interested in a deal.
Rahman, the Academia has caught wind of your smuggling and illicit sales.
Who are you supposed to be? A mock?
I'm not here to...
Oh. Nobody's given me this much time of day since I be... Brothers!
Cool it.
Busted. Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Inazuma shines eternal. There is no escape.
Freeze! Oh, so sorry.
Now you shall perish. Things are about to get dicey. Gotcha. Busted.
Cool it.
It's over.
А!
We have subdued them.
А,
The
бля.
operation is now over. All Eremite mercenaries and related personnel in the area have been arrested.
Ah, you pitiful Dendro Archon dogs! You'll regret this!
I'm afraid you'll regret it first.
King Deshret will curse you, and you will...
Silence!
Oh,
Restrain them and take them back to Caravan Rebot. Count their numbers and send them to the Academia as instructed by the General Mahamatra.
Yes, sir!
Mahamatra Sino, I will now take my leave. If you need further assistance, please come to Caravan Rebot and ask for me.
Understood. You are dismissed.
There they go.
Let's talk elsewhere.
This part of the plan went really well.
Yes, things went perfectly.
Fantastic! And that punch you gave Rum on there sure looked convincing enough.
Once we're done here,
Мне папук тоже
I'll return to
потягушки сделал.
Caravan Rebot and oversee the group's transport. I promise. I'll get everyone into Sumeru City safely.
Чем? Как ты это делаешь? Он как-то лапку оттопыривает. И крылышко вот так делает.
Yeah, you're the...
Let's go join up with her.
Speaking of which, isn't
I have a very if we need help, get ready for the next phase.
Don't get frostbite. Shine down! Torn to oblivion! Illusion shattered!
It's about time. Didn't you say our part of the plan is the most important of all? And here you come rolling in late. In the time it took you to get here, I already did 5 laps around the place, downed 7 drinks, and even did some
sorry. We didn't mean to keep you waiting.
I just wanted to fix your attitude and rub it in a little. After all, you took your sweet time getting here, and we've got important stuff to take care of.
Почему у всех новых персонажей желтые
I just
себе
like
голубые
seeing that
глаза?
serious look on your
Чё,
face.
Мони, что ли?
All right, I'll stop. All joking aside, I'm glad you're here. Let's get moving. And our responsibility is to dealing with an
Почему не
institution that controls
зеленые,
all of Sumeru is already
красные,
hard enough.
розовые,
If the doctor were to crash the party,
фиолетовые?
it would be next to impossible for us.
Yeah, we sure don't want him to...
Того
Right?
персонажа уже
Hearing
такой
his name
глаза.
just reminds me of those stuffy old geezers in the academia. I'd rather not have to deal with someone like that. According to the plan, we should first go to Почти and ask for Forest Watcher Tainari. If all hate them and Sino's sources are solid, then we can be sure that Tainari still has the Academia's trust. So, we'll find Tainari and convince him to give us the latest intel on the doctor. Then, depending on what we learn, we'll make any necessary adjustments to our plan. The sages have placed spies everywhere on the other side of the wall. I'll follow you as a bodyguard.
Вуф, вуф. Шоколадный бананочный бокс. Сладкий набор для подруги. Бред какой-то. Охренеть. Ну разве столько стоил? Вот суета. Короче, крутая вещь-то, ну, типа органайзер на вешалке. А, вот такой, да, хороший. Такой можно повесить будет. Вроде. На какой-нибудь из полок. И засунуть туда мех. Короче, мне просто складывать куда-нибудь материал свои, там, голову, там, материал. Есть органайзер, который можно сделать. Ну, это потом.
You should be honored. I don't offer my services to just anyone you know.
But Paimon thought mercenaries would do anything for Mora.
That's certainly true. But when multiple employers are vying for your services, you should always go with the best offer. Let's see. If I were to charge you a bill, I guess I can apply a discount.
Просто крепление такое.
How much more do you want? Paimon's not sure we can afford it.
Вот,
How much do I want? Hey, how about paying me with a smile? What do you say?
Положить туда мех. Еще какие штуки.
I haven't seen you smiling much recently. If you ask me, someone like you must look lovely when they smile.
Может,
Come
голова.
on, give me a smile so that I can be less worried.
Что еще? Ну, мех точно.
Looking good. There are many kinds.
Я его
Let's
закинул
go.
там наверх,
It's
а мне
time
же
to pay a
нужно
visit
его
to Party's
использовать.
DI.
Кажется, далеко. Во! Я сейчас этот квест делаю. Ура, я дошла до этого квеста. Вот тут квестик, типа, и тут есть даже оружие. Какой-то подарок. Возможно, это будут даже крылья. Чё Хаджи-Баджи? Здесь живой?
He's over there. Let's go say hi.
Тигнарь.
Tainari.
Ah, traveler, Paimon. And you are?
У меня там еще 2 воды. Что пить? Братан, у тебя есть 2 пленки.
Hey there.
This is our friend Dia.
A mercenary? You must have some big news for me.
It's something really important. Please help us out.
All right.
Нет. С индейки есть бекон.
This place is better. We won't. Okay.
Но это уже
What is
потом.
this important thing you want to ask me?
Извращение. Бекон это из свиньи. Это из свинюшки, бля. А то, что уже из индейки бекон, это не бекон. Чё ты разорался, чебурек? Сало это другая вещь. Сало есть белым, как жир белый весь.
Actually, he left parties deep.
He left already?
А есть
Yeah, he
сало,
came looking for
которое,
me.
Can I ask what it was about? Sorry to
ну,
ask you
там
like this
побольше
after having
мяса,
just met,
конечно, но не
but
совсем
your
много.
answer is very important to us. For now, all we can share with you is that your friend
Ну,
Sino is
бекон он
working with
какой-то
us.
средний. Он средний.
Sino, you say?
Мясно-жирный.
I see. Okay.
Сало есть вообще какой-то,
Sino's
ну,
name
тупо
really
жир.
does.
Despite having just met you,
Есть
I
с
can
мяском.
sense that you're the serious type.
Ему
But you
ка-
don't need to
есть
tell me
разное
anything you
сало
don't
вообще.
want to. The harbinger you mentioned came to me because he wanted to take the scholar Hypatia away with
Есть где
him.
больше мяса, где меньше.
Hypatia?
Или просто вещь похожа на сало. Там кострец или что-нибудь еще. Блин,
And
надо...
what do you mean by
Yes. He told
Если,
me his return to
а,
Snezhnaya is
если я
imminent.
схожу в магазин, то можно купить там кострец. Блин, можно было купить
So you
кострец
mean-
точно.
Indeed. Otherwise, we could have perhaps talked a little more.
Можно было бекон заказывать,
I was
кострец.
just about to set out when I remembered something important. To that end, I made a final trip to Почти. Let me ask, have you been taking care of a
What?
scholar by the name of Hypatia?
Your sources are accurate. No doubt because you recruited many informants. But you're right. Hypatia has indeed been receiving treatment from me.
Forgive me for asking, but how's the treatment coming along?
Given the way you're asking, I assume you have something to say.
Since you asked, I'll be frank. I would like to take Hypatia to Snezhnaya.
У него отвертка в ухе торчит.
It's incredibly difficult to transfer a patient. As a scholar yourself, shouldn't you at least be aware of this?
Oh? I can't believe your utter lack of faith in me, to the point of even questioning my general level of knowledge. How unbefitting.
Well, you're the only one who's ever made such a request.
I have my ways of keeping her safe during the journey. In addition, I can also promise that under my care, Hypatia will receive the most advanced and effective treatment. I will personally supervise her treatment and see to her recovery. Would that be agreeable to you?
Hypatia was born in Sumeru and remains a scholar of the academia. Her situation has not become dire enough to necessitate her transfer to another nation. Transporting her to Snezhnaya is risky, and the potential benefits are unknown. As the person currently responsible for her treatment, I cannot possibly sign off on this transfer. Your suggestion is rude and reckless. I'll pass. I don't know much about the doctor, but after talking with him, I realized that, just like many other scholars, he possesses an aura of arrogance that I've come to detest. It's not so much that he's looking down on others, but more that he's so confident in himself and his abilities, to a point of near insanity. I would never refer a patient to someone like him. I prepared myself for a protracted battle of wits, and was really surprised to see him just give up on the topic. Still, his reaction really concerned me.
А, ну там есть такая штука. Док-панели, информации, лента активности.
I see. Of course, your opinion makes perfect sense.
Есть лента активности.
You're
за
still
сколько?
young, but already quite stubborn. I must say,
Вот,
you
2
are
часа
not
назад
like what I had
водичка. На самом деле у
expected.
меня уже много всякой активности, просто я
Under
этого не
normal
видела.
circumstances, I wouldn't just let you off the hook like this. But unfortunately, I'm in a hurry today. What with Her Most Noble Majesty the Tsaritsa calling for our return. Luckily, there is still some time left for me to take care of everything before I leave. It's just as the Academia said. You're a responsible and gifted scholar. Sadly, even with all of that, you're still lacking a bit of shrewdness. And that's also why people like you can never realize that sooner or later, everyone must pay the price for what they've learned.
Paimon can't help but feel like he's hinting at something unpleasant.
He asked a question, yet didn't care for my answer. Perhaps I'm nothing but a talking rock in his eyes. He never came off as malicious, but an utter lack of compassion permeated throughout our conversation. From his tone, I can sense that he's always looked down on others.
Screamer.
I can barely believe it myself.
I don't think I missed any detail.
Sorry we can't tell you everything. We appreciate that you helped us anyway. I won't forget your kindness.
It's okay. I have an obligation to do so. To be perfectly honest, All of this may have started because of me.
Пока ты работаешь на диване, Геона
Recently,
зарабатывает.
my master wrote several letters to me, asking me to return to the academia and assist him with his research.
Hasn't he already asked you several times before?
Yes, but there's something off about this most recent batch of
Бывает,
letters.
бывает.
The handwriting and tone are both familiar, but some details have been omitted. My master
Ты
will
любишь
occasionally
овсяную
leave a
кашу?
few dots on the back of the letter. One dot means that he wrote the letter on a
У
sunny
меня
day,
есть овсяная
and
каша.
3 dots stand for a rainy day. This has been a habit of his for many years, but I didn't find any dots in his recent letters. I believe
Овсяная каша. Что тут
something may have happened to him.
I get it. Since you are always at Gandharvaville, you would like me, someone already working at the academia, to investigate this matter, right?
I'd like to ask you to do that for me. If you can keep yourself safe, please withdraw immediately at the first hint of danger.
I can do that, but I have a feeling it won't be that simple. The academia has been working on a big project. I'm not quite sure what it is, but your master might be involved with it. If the higher-ups really are hiding something, then it will be difficult to remove myself from the situation once the investigation starts. If the situation becomes critical,
Вот у меня есть каша, она с
I'll leave the
фруктами.
academia.
Она вкусная.
If you don't see
Она
me
еще
there for an extended
крупная,
period,
она не как жижа.
that's your cue.
All right, we've got a plan. I'll stay at Gandharvaville to support
Или,
you.
либо я хреновую завариваю.
If that scenario comes to pass, you must be extra vigilant. And be wary of any messages or direct requests
Мешайте,
from
накройте
the
крышкой,
academia.
дайте настояться
I
3-5
must
минут.
say, I didn't expect
А
a
я
warning
сразу
like this
ем.
from the General Mahamatra.
Being loyal to the academia doesn't mean blindly doing whatever the sages
Я,
say.
походу, люблю ее есть, когда
I
она
know what I'm
твердая,
doing. On that note,
а не жижа.
aren't you also being quite distrustful of your alma mater?
The academia, yes, but my master is a man of integrity.
И
Even while I was
воды
a
очень
student, I
мало
was worried he'd
добавляют.
get in trouble for sticking to his beliefs. I suppose he's lucky to have lasted so long. But in the end, still caught up to him.
I see. So you noticed something was up with the academia from the very beginning.
This may well be how Sino became involved in all this. In that case, I must keep my promise and help you
Ну,
however I can. Also, if you run into Sino again,
в принципе,
please
да,
help
если
me
больше
pass on a
воды, она
message to him.
развалится и будет жижей.
Trust your own senses and
А я мало
experiences.
воды
I think this may be something you need to
наливаю,
hear right now.
поэтому
Okay, we'll find a chance to tell him.
там не так много
Thanks.
жижи,
Right. Now let's go hunt down this harbinger.
и она более
Oh, by the way,
крепкая.
which way did the doctor go when he left Pardis Eye?
That way.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. We'll be on our way.
У меня нет молока, и я не хочу отдельно молоко покупать. У меня просто стоит чан воды или из фильтра, и все так экономненько. Короче,
According to
покупаешь
Tenali,
кашу,
the doctor is
покупаешь
leaving
воду.
Sumeru soon.
Каша он стоит,
I wanna check
130
that the
рублей.
doctor
И
is
вода
actually
бесплатная,
telling the
считай.
truth. He also
Заебок.
said that he'll take care of everything before he leaves. What did he mean by
И
that?
получается,
We need to be extra careful when dealing with a person like him. Just to be
очень
safe,
надолго,
let's chase him
короче.
and see what we find.
Просто можно жить на каше, как царь.
We'll do it the mercenary way. I'll find leads as we go. All you have to do is just follow me. That Harbinger may have tried to cover his trail, but he still left some traces. Or perhaps he never even thought about concealing his whereabouts. Maybe that's just how arrogant he really is. Yep, we're headed in the right direction. The traces are still fresh, but there's no sign of his entourage. Clearly they're in a hurry. It's just as I thought. We can stop here. I think I know where the doctor went. To the south of here is Port Ormos, which seems to be...
Port Ormos? They're going to leave by boat?
That's right. Let's go to the port and...
Ну, с молоком, да.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Thanks to Dia's tracking skills, seems we found the right place.
Shh! Don't drop. The port is crawling with...
Let's keep going and see what we can find.
Now this is a proper farewell ceremony for a
Wait.
Snezhnaya Harbinger.
The Lord Harbinger is leaving. I've still only seen him once or twice.
I used to hold a position in our homeland, and back then...
Look! Thanks to Dia's tracking skills...
Shh! Don't. The port is
Let's keep going and...
Now this is a proper farewell ceremony for a Snezhnaya Harbinger.
The Lord Harbinger is leaving. I've still only seen him once or twice.
I used to hold a position in our homeland, and back then, the doctor spoke in a very different way from the way he speaks now. Maybe the way people talk in Sumeru has rubbed off on him? It's always like that when you spend too long away.
Да помолчи, господи.
But, sir, that can't be right.
No, I remember it like it was yesterday. Both his expressions and tones are now very different. Also, for some reason, he seems like he's all smiles now.
You must be mistaken. Nobody's supposed to look happy when they're on a business trip.
The doctor is on that boat. So he told the truth after all. He is actually leaving Sumeru. Let's get closer and find a place to hide so we can observe him. This place will do. We can hide here while we keep an eye on the boat.
Uh-oh. He saw us.
Huh? Is he waving at us?
It's time to say goodbye.
Wait, is he the only person on the boat?
Huh? You mean there's nobody with him?
And where are all the soldiers we saw in the port just now?
They were all here just a few minutes ago, but now they vanished.
So this was a trap. Wait, don't tell me that.
Luckily, there is still some time left for me to take care of everything before I leave.
Oh no. They might be after Hypatia. Let's get back to Party's DI.
Huh? What do you mean?
I'm afraid that she's seen something that she wasn't supposed to see. If I were the Fatui, I would also try to take her away. And if I couldn't...
Oh no! Are you saying they're going to kill her?
Let's go!
Party's DI is not a place you Fatui can just show up and do as you please.
I believe we've already made ourselves quite clear. Our superior gave us permission to search for and collect medicinal herbs in Pardius DI for research purposes.
But you've been in Sumeru for some time already. I find it coincidental that you chose to only come here today.
Even the Grand Sage himself may not have the right to question our research, much less an ordinary scholar like yourself. I've done my duty to inform you. Don't make things difficult for yourself.
It would seem that my words have fallen on deaf ears. You can keep trying to deny it, but coming to Party's DI now? I'm pretty sure you're not just looking for herbs.
With all due respect, your baseless speculations will only lead to unnecessary trouble.
Well, you only have your Harbinger to blame. He knows nothing about keeping a low profile. I may be staying at Party's DI as a scholar, but that doesn't mean I'm no longer a forest watcher. It is still my duty to protect the peace and safety of the scholars who have contributed so much to Sumeru.
Then it seems our
No one will lay a hand on you, Hypatia. No.
Tigari, are you alright?
I'm fine.
These Fatui have really crossed the line. Time to teach them a lesson.
use resisting. Give us Hypatia. Keep dreaming. Free.
The doctor's orders are absolute.
Yeah? You've been someone's lapdog for so long that you don't know anything else now.
Get dicey. Take it easy.
There is no escape. Torn to oblivion.
No escape. This isn't fair. Leaving so soon.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up.
Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over.
Don't push your luck. Dodge this. We're not getting anywhere.
Разорались.
Traveler, Paimon, please go to Hypatia. We need to make sure they don't try to sneak around and attack from behind.
Got it. Hypatia's still here. Doesn't look like anyone's broken in. Well, how is she?
Погодь, у меня там кролик с ума сходит.
Oh, that's good.
So,
Это
I
кролик
think this is over.
камень хавает.
What? The balladeer is here?
I've missed that look of abject horror. You've given me that look every time we meet.
But, where is...
I can hear all of your thoughts, you know.
Так,
Don't you
ролики, да.
remember? I already saw you the first time you came to Party's DI and made contact with him. I didn't
Ну, у них
need
все
to do
нормально
anything.
вроде как.
It is her honor to be able to connect her consciousness with me.
Я им даю всякие палочки, там у него камешек есть. Он прям жестко вгрызся в этот камень долбанный.
I know you must be curious. I might as well tell you that I decided to enter Hypatia's consciousness the moment I sensed your touch. I wanted to observe you on a fool's errand.
На Озоне купила
My
3
deification
штуки
is nearly
камня, там
complete.
куча
All that's
наполнителей
left
этого,
now are just some final
паленки
details.
всякие там.
Do you understand?
Сенник должны были
Even if you
привезти, но
managed to
его
rescue Lesser Lord
отменили
Kusanali, it would
надолго.
be impossible for you to defeat a bona fide god like me. Is it wise to force that childlike god into a divine battle against me? Scholars consider the god of wisdom to be the sum total of their faith. But this also shows that humanity's worship of gods is a combination of blasphemy and exaltation. It's truly laughable. Yes. What is it? Yeah, I'm in a good mood. Which is why I'm
Короче,
talking to
сегодня,
you
мне
like
кажется,
this.
пораньше спать лягу.
What do you mean? Those words almost make you sound like a friend who actually cares. But you're wrong. I'm different from all of you. I was born to become a god. My entire life up until this point has just been a meaningless routine. Just think about a sheet of paper. By itself, it holds no meaning. The content recorded on it is what gives it value. All I had recorded down before were some painful memories and boring human feelings. Such senseless drivel should have been erased a long time ago. Indeed, to me, the sight of you fools in your futile struggles is far more amusing. Tell me, just what has this world done for you to protect it with such zest and conviction? I'm connected to your consciousness, so I can hear what you're thinking and sense the depth of your determination. This is a good conversation we're having. So here's a word of advice. Let go of your misguided guardian complex. You know nothing about the truth. It'll be for your own good, as well as everyone else's. Humans are a species that can only find bliss in ignorance. Ah, you've seen my affection for her. If you were in my position, I think you'd feel the same way. She peered into my consciousness and saw my past. Someone like that is qualified to become my first follower. All gods need followers. So Hypatia has been chosen. Her appearance heralds my imminent arrival at the throne of divinity, while her worship shall become my glory. You're doubting me again? No matter. Soon, you'll know what kind of authority you're challenging. Who wants to hurt my devout follower? The doctor wants to hurt my first follower? How very amusing. Has anyone ever told you that you're not good at sowing discord? The doctor has never known his place. Even now, the puny human thinks himself capable of interfering in the business of the new god. You're still too naive if you think a few words will be enough to convince me to destroy the doctor. But I'm willing to give you a gift, just like my expression of affection towards Hypatia. It is an honor for you to be able to stand here and speak with me. As my listener, you will be rewarded. Both good things and bad things can be called gifts. After all, gods have never needed to be reasonable.
Paimon hears thunder! That person Paimon couldn't see was the Palantir? Oh, he sure chatted with you for a while. Where is the storm headed? That means anyone outside is in danger! Let's go! Tainari and Dia still must be fighting!
Да не, ну в жопу твой скример. Чем твой скример? Screamers.
Oh! Have the Fatui retreated?
He's hurt.
I'm fine.
Don't move. I've seen
Ну,
eremites get struck by lightning
возможно,
before.
есть
You
типа.
need to rest.
Возможно, я не знаю.
We were fighting, and just as things started looking grim,
Если в
the
самом
weather
Твиче,
suddenly
типа,
became
настраивается,
extremely
типа,
strange.
может,
Lightning started attacking
там музыка
everyone,
какая-нибудь
almost as
играет,
if
там
it
еще
were
что-нибудь,
alive.
не знаю.
Luckily, there were only 2 of us, and both of us were nimble enough to dodge most of the strikes. There were a lot of fatui, though,
Может, есть такое
and they were being
приложение,
torn to
которое,
shreds by the bolts of lightning.
например, за поинты делает какие-нибудь картинки, там музычку какую-нибудь, не знаю. Лол, за сколько я взяла его? Подожди, у тебя нос в спине. Так. $248. Охренеть, кто-то покупает его за 736 рублей. Вы чего, серьезно? Вы вообще нормальные, бля? Блядь, кто-то за 736 рублей купил. Это с Алиэкспресса, блин. Бля, чувак, короче, купил с Алиэкспресса. Чувак купил с Алиэкспресса, блядь, фиолетовый домик, который купил за 200 рублей. И продает его за 736 рублей, блядь.
It's all right.
Тупо бизнес-план. 230, там или сколько, заплатил 300 рублей и продаешь за 700.
Is Hypatia all right?
Да, еще тот стонус. Капец. Вот каждый бы так жил. Блять, ну это чит реально, я тебе говорю. Охренеть, именно 3 ожереловых попугая в отзыве. Охренеть.
Hey, didn't I tell you not to move?
Just in case.
Ну, еще не тот стонус, блядь.
Go to Hypatia's
Я
place
купила за 300
and
рублей.
talk about things there.
А. Ну, возможно, знаешь... Возможно, это не совсем Стонкс, потому что тот-то больше по размеру. А, да. Этот маленький. Точно. Хотя... Ну, типа, есть большой, есть маленький. Типа средний. Бля, ну средний все равно 552. Ну, извините. Все равно Стонкс.
What's the hurry?
Thank goodness she's fine.
Hey, how about taking care of yourself?
I understand my condition.
Ugh. The more you understand medicine, the worse of a patient you become.
I know. They always think they can push through the pain.
Oh, he sat down.
Let me rest for a bit. Sorry, traveler. Now you may start.
So that's what you were talking to the balladeer about? Oh, Paimon can't believe what he's thinking.
The Academia's God creation plan. How ridiculous.
That sounds, ambitious, I guess? Anyway, this is all way beyond me. As
Фантомики.
long as I can enjoy every day with a drink in my hand, tasty food in my stomach, and a good night's rest, that's enough. I'll only work when I have to. I must be the least ambitious person who's ever set foot in Почти.
Don't say that. I haven't even thanked you for your help back there.
Don't mention it. Well, if nothing else, all this proves that the doctor really did have some urgent matter to attend to and left Sumeru in a hurry.
Май Тедди. Ягодная карамелька. Какой-то шампунь. Да чё ты орёшь, ты какашка? Шампунь есть. Кря-кря. Кря-кря. Эй, бля. Нашла какой-то прикольный шампунь. О, с ванилью. Что-то на ваниль потянуло. Абрикос, ваниль. Кря-кря. Шампунь для малышей тусовщик. Децилглюкозид. Шампунь и гель юный спортсмен. Я просто смотрю уже детские шампуни. Ты, не ори! Вонючка. Шампу, шавор. Будь крутым. О. Там отзывы, то, что у ребенка аллергия. О, шампунь с кокосом. У меня гель для душа с пеной для ванны.
Maybe the
Что
Fatui want to
сообщение
cover up some
удаляем? Мы все
secret
по
of the
жопе решили
Balladeer.
тебе побить?
Is that why they tried to seize Hypatia?
You said the Balladeer
Ностальгии
claimed that
повеяло.
Hypatia has seen his
А я могу открывать твои сообщения. Ты от меня ничего не спрячешь.
Have you noticed? The Balladeer.
So, if the doctor was to show up again, would the Balladeer zap him with lightning?
Based on what the traveler has said, in other words, we've successfully.
Yay! That's a big accomplishment!
I'm also happy for you.
Thank you for the help, Tainari. Make sure you rest up for now.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, that wraps things up for us here at Почти. Traveler, it's about time we rendezvous with the others at the Grand Bazaar. Let's continue to keep a low profile. You can head there once you're ready.
Точно. А ну из-за капсулы удали твое сообщение.
What's the hurry?
Ой. Сейчас.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
Чё там? О, Мас, ты чё? Мас, ты чё? Подожди. Бля, ну ты даешь.
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
Блядь. Ща. Есть же кнопочка. Здесь только с чата кнопочки на сайта за. Да завали ты лицо свое! Ладно, я пошла, короче, я уже устала. Завтра сюда повыкладываю видосы на ютубик. Давайте. Свидуль.